I hope you enjoy part 2 of this audiobook. Sophie is dressed up to the nines at the cricket match and discovers that her plans to scotch the gossip about her and Freddie and her supposed pregnancy hasn't worked. Happy listening.
Tobe Publishing presents Stranded, the Shorten Chronicles, Book 1. Written by Rosalind-Tate. Read by Katie Sobey. Chapter 31. For an insane moment, Sophie thought about shouting, "I'm not pregnant!" But anyone who hadn't heard would be memorably informed, and anyway, ladies didn't shout. Now the mocking girls made sense. No one decent would marry her, forever dependent on the Lacys or lifelong poverty. She'd redeploy Maud, who could authoritatively deny it, but fake news had a life of its own. When her stomach didn't swell, the gossip mill might think of a worse lie. If terminations were illegal, could the police make her have a medical examination, a virginity test?
"I was sorry to hear about the visitor dates," said Alan, "that you couldn't find a pattern."
She blinked, momentarily thrown by his abrupt change of subject. Gossip flowed fast between the manor and the village. Discussing the visitor dates over lunch with the footman there had been stupid, and Freddie must have told his valet the dates hadn't panned out, and Mr. Farrow had blabbed. She wanted to swear. No, act smart. A dead end, but we're not giving up.
Best brains in the land couldn't work it out. Don't rate your chances.
Sophie shrugged.
But if you do find the answer, I'd really like to know.
Alan took a cup of tea and a plate of Victoria sponge.
It's not so bad here. Enough like home.
He headed towards an empty table. Sophie helped herself to tea and cake. The tent interior was even hotter than outside, so she went to her old seat by the pitch. Hugo followed her out and sat beside her. The dogs hadn't moved from under the table. She looked towards the tent. "Where's Freddie?"
"Deep in cricket analysis with Mr. Farrow. What was Alan saying?"
"Asking to be kept in the loop with the lift puzzle." She sipped her tea and chewed a piece of chocolate cake that tasted like cardboard. "And sticking the knife in, wondering if I had a problem not marrying Freddie." Hugo was touching her arm.
"You weren't pregnant when we came through the lift?"
"Of course not." Her throat felt parched, and she took another sip of tea. Plan for the worst. "This must be damaging the family's reputation, Hugo. I'll have to leave." His tea went down the wrong way, and he spluttered. After he'd recovered, he said, "You'll starve." A murmur of fear. She shoved it away. She'd survive, the way young women always had. To avoid actual prostitution, she could seduce someone in Little Shorten or Derby.
And what would happen to Charlotte?
She couldn't take Charlotte with her. Wouldn't let her go hungry. Sophie briefly shut her eyes, hurting as if her heart was being torn in half. "Could I leave her with you, until I get myself sorted?"
"I'd stay at the manor while you're begging, sleeping in ditches. Get real."
He was searching her face, and she found herself smiling, immensely glad of his friendship. She trusted him, believed he'd come with her. She'd never trusted a boy, not even Pete, not with the sort of trust that involved real risk.
"I don't know how long Anne will protect you, but Freddie wouldn't let you end up on the street."
"What's it to him?" Hugo took a judicious sip of tea.
"He's thoroughly decent. He just wouldn't."
"How can you know that?"
"It's a fair assumption."
She wasn't reassured. That mocking girl. Why did anybody want to be famous? It was vile. Strangers talking and laughing, thinking they knew her. "I appreciate your support." The words sounded oddly formal. The restrained manners here were infectious.
"No problem."
"You're okay for a posh boy?"
"I'm no posher than Isha," said Hugo. "Isn't her father an ambassador?"
"Something high up."
"Why did you write me off as an entitled loser? I don't get it."
She avoided his eyes, feeling foolish. I fell out with Madison and thought anyone who was her friend was like her. Madison had acted friendly in a science lesson when they'd been paired up for an experiment, but afterwards blanked her. It took a while for Sophie to get it. There was no question of actually socialising.
When did you fall out?
About 7 years ago.
You were, what, 12?
Like I said, a while ago. She'd coined a Madison to mean anyone who was snobby and two-faced, and her friends had used it to mock the rich kids for bragging about exotic holidays, and later on for driving expensive cars. It had felt good, joking around. And all that stuff you said about climate change in the debate at school, you were so adamant.
I was allocated the more difficult argument. The point was to persuade, not what I personally believed.
She felt foolish again. The competitors hadn't chosen a side. She finished her tea. Maybe it's a school thing, but for the whole time, lots of stuff felt like a big deal.
I know.
Do you? You were good at everything.
I struggled with maths and physics.
He seemed bemused.
And for all their talk about underplaying exams, producing a rounded person, it was remorselessly competitive. When I didn't get the grades for Oxford, the logical thing to do was retake my A-levels. But I couldn't face it.
He must have been gutted. I'm really sorry I was so horrible the first day here, but we had nothing in common. You had your friends, I had mine. He gave her a tight smile and gazed out at the pitch. She registered his blue eyes and long black lashes, the angular chin and firm mouth, and inside her, butterflies did a happy, illogical dance. He was gorgeous. During that thought, or because of it, a delicious tingling began and lingered in her core. He'd kissed her when he thought he was dreaming. Must mean something. But she'd once dreamed she'd snogged Isha. Seriously weird. If the kiss in the lane for Hugo had been just a generic wet dream, explained his lack of interest now. The tantalising tingling dissolved, leaving a nagging void. Jack was nuzzling into Hugo's legs, and Charlotte was leaning into hers. If only people were more like dogs. You knew exactly where you stood with them. Charlotte could read her mind, adored Sophie Arundel, and didn't care who knew it. Across the cricket pitch, the mocking girl was making pregnancy gestures again, and so was her friend. Deference was ingrained here, so Alan's lie must be common knowledge, and accepted. One disrespectful person might fear retribution, but not 10 or 100. Sophie pretended to sip from her empty cup. Act dignified. Hugo stood and walked briskly towards the girls, his young patrician face as cold as a Medusa stare. He'd only taken a few steps when they scuttled into the tea tent. When he sat beside her again, she said, "I should have done that, but thank you."
"We're in this together, Sophie."
She smiled, buoyed up by his support. "I know." But by the time she was in the car, Sophie's insides had shriveled into a tight stress ball. The Manor had narrowly won the match, but as the boys relived their victory, she couldn't feign enthusiasm. The fallout from the crooked gate was radioactive dust, long-lasting and lethal. How long before Alan's poison reached the Manor? That evening, she asked Maud if she'd heard any stupid gossip, and the answer showed in Maud's face. "I heard it from Mr. Watkins, miss, who heard it from Mr. Farrow, who heard it from... It's bonkers." "I know, miss." Maud's face was set. Serious. As Maud finished fastening Sophie's dress before dinner, Sophie registered in the mirror an unflattering worry line between her brows. She really hoped Mr. Farrow wasn't talking about this with Freddie. "Feel free to tell people I'm not pregnant, Maud. You don't have to go into detail." "They'll look silly, miss, when it's obvious you're not enceinte." What?" Maud was gritting her teeth. "Pregnant." "I didn't realise you spoke French." "I don't, miss. It's just a politer word." Chapter 32. "I just wish Anne would say something." Sophie hit the bag with a ferocious punch in an attempt to clear her head. At 10 in the morning in the gym, she shouldn't have been bleary-eyed, but since the cricket match, 2 nights running, she'd slept badly. Not knowing what she's planning is worse than knowing. "I can't see Anne chucking you out," said Lucy. "More likely, she'll send you to stay with a friend until the heat's off." Sophie aimed a skillful kick. "And after a decent interval, I'll marry well. It's not compulsory. You did good, dodging that bullet. Exception that proves the rule." Lucy steadied the swinging punch bag. "I've never liked dressing up, making small talk." "Tell me about it." Sophie unleashed an explosive kick. "That's how I feel when I need to act ladylike." An hour later, Anne sought out Sophie in the library. This was it. Sophie closed her book and stood up from the red chair. Anne shut the tall door behind her. "Meet this head on. This gossip is damaging the family's reputation. Miss Abel is blazing a trail of outrage on your behalf." Anne settled herself in another chair and gestured Sophie to sit down again. "As is Miss Jefferson." "Right," Anne's maid. "The cricket match. The situation was untenable well before that. I wrote to Kate's father a week ago, asking if you could stay for a short while. I received his reply today. The letter is polite, apologetic, and explains that Dereham Hall is being extensively renovated, so it's not practical for you to stay." "Okay." "No, Sophie, it's not. Dereham Hall is larger than the manor. No renovation work would be so disruptive as to preclude guests. Word of your difficulty has made its way across the county." "Oh," said Sophie. "How?" "Servants write letters too. Mrs. Rawlings is friendly with their housekeeper, and with some reluctance, Mrs. Rawlings confirmed my suspicion. Charles believes you would be a pernicious influence on Kate, and your presence in the household would destroy her reputation." Sophie's hands tensed around the book in her lap. Every day she stayed here was trashing the Lacey's reputation. "This will be difficult to get past, Sophie, but you have 2 things in your favour: class and community." "I don't understand." "Class is a strong shield. Yes, our servants gossip and enjoy our discomforts, but when people in the village spread lies, that's different. I suppose deference comes into it, but it's more about solidarity. The manor folk protect their own." "Even me?" "Even you," said Anne. "And you're doing the right thing, keeping a low profile. If you carry on acting like other girls, dignified and demure, exactly, this will run out of steam." "You really think so?" "Yes." Relief coursed through Sophie's veins, sweet and euphoric. "You'll make friends at the ball and scotch the gossip. You'll see. If this visitor can marry well, you can too." Anne sighed. "But you need to grow a thick skin. When I was first married, mad gold digger was one of the politer things people whispered. Gradually, though, Richard's friends accepted me. We had jolly dinner parties where we talked about inventions and changing tastes in food and fashion. The women flatly refused to believe in miniskirts, but the men were very interested." "Predictable." "The idea of time travel is familiar, but your theory is more outlandish and frankly impossible to imagine." Ironic, given it was a reputable scientific theory. "But the skepticism about the multiverse idea is quite strange," said Anne, "given people believe the most ludicrous things." "Like what?" "Spiritualism, for instance." Herbert had mentioned that at the cricket match. "Belief in spirits?" "Sort of," said Anne. "Mediums speaking to the dead." "Creepy." "Belief in the supernatural is very widespread. Have you heard of the Cottingley fairies?" Sophie shook her head. "Taken in 1920, photographs of children, apparently with fairies, caused a sensation at home. The pictures were debunked in the 1970s, but before that, numerous so-called experts had declared them genuine. It was the same here. When I told Richard and Freddie the fairies were paper drawings, they were so disappointed. I half wished I hadn't told them. Anne smiled. People here are generally more deferential, so unless you act oddly, in time you'll be accepted. Alan's sneering about Anne resurfaced, and Sophie chewed her lip. And your knowledge from home could be an asset. You could make a killing on the stock market. Sophie tried to smile. An hour later, when she walked with Hugo towards the dining room for lunch, he was uncharacteristically quiet. Are you okay? Just knackered. You should take it easy, said Sophie. It's Saturday. I had to go into the office this morning, said Hugo. Still not on top of things. But you'll be paid soon. No. Indefinite, unpaid internship. That's rough, said Sophie. But worth it, if you make manager. That's decades down the line, and only if I prove myself, become useful. She'd never be useful, only a liability. She told him about the letter from Kate's father, keeping her voice low. So I can't even get shipped off. Emotion showed in his face and was gone. Surprise? Relief? But acting like a posh girl may protect my reputation. The class thing works up to a point, said Hugo. For me as well. But... What? If there's a full-blown revolution, that shield will become a target. A death sentence. Guillotines come to mind. England's not France. True, but Richard's told me so often he's not worried. I know he is. After lunch, Sophie fetched the Times from the small drawing room, went to the terrace, and read it from cover to cover, including the foreign news. Saturday, the 8th of August, 1925. Overwhelmed by refugees, Switzerland closes its borders. Much the same as yesterday. A civil war was raging in Italy and Germany, the death toll in the millions. Bolsheviks had overthrown the government in France. How many people had been executed or imprisoned was unclear. If she met Prince Charming tomorrow, she wouldn't be honeymooning in Europe. May I join you? Freddie was standing on the terrace wearing Shorten casual, and, unusually, his bow tie wasn't wonky. Of course. It was his terrace. Actually, everything she was wearing was lacy property, even her preposterous underwear. He rang the handbell and sat down. You're still missing home? Auntie Wendy's face materialised in her head, then Isha's. I had my whole life in front of me. Travelling. Working. Working? You're in reduced circumstances? No, not working would be weird. Miss Parry came out, put down a plate of biscuits, and poured tea. Freddie smiled at her, but she didn't notice, and hurried indoors. Sophie sipped her tea, the longing for home still a physical ache. Isha's studying to be a doctor. But no one would let her treat them. Sophie snorted. They will. One of the girls in the year above me, her mother's a heart surgeon. Gives talks at conferences all over the world, when she's not doing heart surgery. Gosh, said Freddie. It would be wonderful to do anything, but it's not realistic. I know. It would be much easier if I were a boy. Not really. I've got no choice at all. I'll run the estate. Oh. In some ways, Freddie was just as trapped as her. And he was a lovely guy, not a mean bone in his tall, lanky body. All my friends are in the same boat. The oldest have to run their places, and the others have to go into the army or navy, or the church. Freddie munched contemplatively on a bourbon biscuit. Everyone has to do their best with the cards they're dealt. You should have done philosophy, not maths. Far too difficult. Most people find maths too difficult, said Sophie, including me. Hugo was walking towards them. You haven't been in the office. Freddie rang the handbell again. Slogging away this morning was bad enough. Hugo sat opposite Sophie.
Only half an hour.
He looked sheepishly at Freddie.
Grappling with your crop yields graph. The detailed numbers.
I wish I was good at maths, said Sophie.
I've always found mathematics fascinating.
Freddie sipped his tea.
No idea why. It's your genes,
said Hugo.
How do you mean?
You've inherited it, said Sophie.
Mummy enjoyed the statistics part of her degree, said Freddie. And she's talked about genes.
Miss Parry came out wearing a new, disapproving frown, poured Hugo's tea, and left.
Since the 1980s, genetic research has really taken off,
said Hugo.
Tell me all about it, said Freddie, but start from the beginning.
Hugo summarised. Rosalind Franklin and the double helix X-ray, Crick and Watson, and finished with the Genome Project.
Genome,
repeated Freddie, slowly.
Odd name.
Like a type of gnome, Sophie giggled. It deserves a grander name. Freddie stood up.
I'm going for a well-deserved lie-down.
Sophie watched him stroll away. Freddie's like nobody I've ever met. She finished her tea. And Lucy was right about Alan and her and Anne. As different as we are. Hugo seemed taken aback.
We're not so different.
Mr. Perfect and Miss Gossip Magnet.
We have similar values. Share a dry sense of humour.
Hadley conditioning. Nurture, not nature. He hit his head with his hand.
Why didn't I think of it before? It's got to be linked to DNA.
What is?
Why so few people step through the portal.
He grinned.
Sophie, that's it. We share a rare gene, inherited from beings who built the lift when they visited our universe.
That's wacky.
We don't have anything obvious in common because it's invisible. And the portal isn't a natural phenomenon. And it's not a portal.
So, what is it?
A vehicle.
He finished his tea.
Only available to those with the right DNA.
You mean a spaceship?
Yes, one that travels between universes.
Really wacky. Sophie rubbed her eyes, irrationally hoping that would make her brain work better. I could imagine sharing an unusual gene with you or Anne or Lucy, but Alan?
I think genes determine personality, but not completely.
She frowned. Isn't personality part of your soul?
Who knows?
And I thought the Genome Project ID'd all the genes.
No. When they mapped it, they used a small number of people, then assembled the findings to get an overview. The genome is a mosaic, doesn't represent any one individual. Everyone's genome is unique.
She must have looked impressed, because he added,
I understand the principle, not the detail.
H.G. Wells, the one at home and here, might not have figured out how it worked. Both versions are the same person, with the rare gene. They were just able to travel, like us. Hugo tapped his fingers on the table.
We can't research DNA here.
And it can't be the only trigger. Lucy said she'd used the lift loads of times. Miss Parry was back, collecting crockery, and Hugo stayed quiet, keen to keep their discussion private. The following morning, Sophie met up with Lucy in the gym and told her about the DNA idea. But she already knew. Miss Parry overheard. Lucy started her stretching routine. Before she'd cleared up, Miss Parry must have been loitering. But she had no idea what Hugo was talking about, said Lucy, so I ended up fielding questions. It was quite awkward. Why? Explaining how DNA's passed on? Sexual reproduction? Right, sorry. Sophie stretched. We were hoping to keep this confidential. Richard isn't keen on us finding the lift. He worries Anne might leave. He was twitchy when we arrived. So, Richard had always been paranoid. Later, when Sophie called for Hugo to go to lunch, he handed her an envelope. Mr. Hugo Harrington and Miss Sophie Arundel was written in familiar, dark blue ink.
Delivered by hand last night.
The uneasy feeling was back. She pulled out the note.
If you open the lift, God will smite you down.
She followed Hugo into his room and sat in his armchair.
This definitely isn't Richard.
Hugo began to close the door to the passage, but left it slightly ajar.
He's religious, but his God is the friendly Church of England non-smiting kind. If it got to the wire, I suspect he'd do anything to keep Anne in Shorten. But this, it's not his style.
Agreed. Richard was shrewd and smart. These letters were just crass.
The first note arrives after we analyse visitor dates.
Hugo paced in front of the bed.
This one lands right after we talk about DNA.
Your gene idea is common knowledge downstairs. Sophie told him what Lucy had said.
So by now, it'll be all round the village.
He stopped pacing.
No more lift puzzle chats with servants around.
They're stealthy, said Sophie. Probably do special stealthy training as part of their induction.
And not just servants. Freddie doesn't need to know.
He was brilliant with the visitor dates. If you asked him not to discuss it with his valet, anyone...
I still trust Freddie, but not with this. Not anymore.
Hugo rolled his eyes.
He'd be sorry if you left.
Oh. That was why he'd been relieved when they'd found nothing in the lane. He'd try to stop us leaving.
I don't know.
Hugo sat on the edge of the bed.
But he didn't write the letters. I'm sure of that.
Charlotte was leaning against her legs, and Sophie reached down and patted her. Lucy's a good sounding board, and never gossips.
But if the gossip mill picks up anything, she'll be in the frame.
It won't, said Sophie. Lucy thought the first note could have been a drunken weekend prank. That was left on a Friday. This was delivered on a Saturday.
One might have been, but not two.
It has to be Herbert sending them.
Both letters were delivered very late, said Hugo. Easy for someone living in the manor.
But Herbert's the only person with a motive. Wicked, possibly blasphemy. He really doesn't like the idea of other worlds.
It's not far to walk. And last night there was a clear sky and moonlight.
And you know this how?
I was drinking whiskey on the terrace, with Richard and Freddie.
Her exclusion from their cosy chats still rankled. She stood up. If Richard could lend us Reynolds, we could go to the old rectory this afternoon. Confront him.
No. Talk nice.
Hugo opened his door.
Catch him off guard.
Chapter 33. The old rectory was a Victorian red brick building with solid gables and stone-framed Gothic windows. In front of the house was a circular gravel drive bordered by neat lawn and mature apple trees. Small compared to the manor, but still an impressive home. The late afternoon air was stale and humid, and as Sophie unfolded herself out of the car, a slick bead of sweat appeared on her temple. She wiped it off with her fingers and adjusted the prickly inner band of the straw hat away from her forehead.
We'll only be 10 minutes or so,
Hugo said to Reynolds, shutting the car door and stepping towards the house. Sophie caught up with him. Anne still believes it's someone with mental health issues, not Herbert.
Richard and Freddie think the same.
Hugo closed a button on his suit jacket. Herbert and the vicar must rattle around in here. Hugo tugged on a bell pull by the front door, and the ring echoed inside. Definitely space for rattling. Sophie shot Hugo a nervy glance, wishing she'd brought Charlotte along to deter strange behaviour. Herbert was a strange guy. The housekeeper answered the door. I'm afraid the vicar's at church. Hugo explained they'd come to see Herbert, and she asked them to wait in the hall. The barely furnished space was dominated by an enormous fern in a planter. Green, draping leaves, fully 4 feet across, stole most of the light from a window. Belonged in a posh greenhouse.
This is a pleasant surprise.
Herbert smiled at Sophie as he walked through a doorway. He was already dressed for dinner in black tie.
Please, come this way.
They followed him into a small sitting room crowded with furniture upholstered in dark Gothic colours: purple, black, burgundy and vermilion.
"This reflects the taste of the vicar's late wife," said Herbert. "Do sit down."
Sophie sat beside Hugo on a burgundy sofa. White crochet antimacassars protected the back and arms, like fancy versions of the covers put on headrests in trains. She registered a faint trace of lavender, but the familiar scent only heightened her nerves.
"Would you care for tea?" asked Herbert. "Or an aperitif?" "Thank you, no," said Hugo. "We won't take up much of your time."
Herbert settled himself in a purple baroque chair, took a small glass of amber sherry from a side table, and took a sip.
"How can I help you?"
Sophie handed him the envelopes. Herbert took out the notes, read them, and pursed his lips.
"I heard about the first letter, but not the second. How curious."
He returned the notes to the envelopes. OK, a good actor. And their short wait in the hall had given him time to get his act together. Sophie pocketed the envelopes.
"We understand your concerns," said Hugo. "We'd like to talk things through, reassure you, if we can." "You think I wrote those letters?"
Herbert seemed genuinely taken aback. "If we did find the lift and go home, the lift would then vanish from the lane," said Sophie. "That's what it does. Why your scientists found no evidence. And with no proof, there'd be nothing to undermine people's faith. You're worrying unnecessarily." Herbert raised thin eyebrows.
"I'm not worried about proof. It's your theory about different worlds that could undermine faith."
He put his sherry glass on the table.
"Whoever wrote those letters must be simple-minded. You can't find the lift because it doesn't exist. You invented it to ingratiate yourself into the manor and society."
He cleared his throat.
"My apologies. That was rude."
He smiled at Sophie again.
"Actually, if you disappeared tomorrow, I'd be sorry."
His gaze lingered on her face. He thought her a gold digger, but he was flirting. Hugo stood up.
"We should be on our way."
Disappointment bitter in her mouth, Sophie got to her feet. She'd hoped for a stammering denial or defiant confession, not a masterclass in acting. Herbert stood and escorted them to the front door, his pale face bland.
"I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance."
Out of earshot outside, Hugo said,
"We can catch up later."
Sophie nodded. Reynolds was holding open the car door, would likely repeat downstairs everything he heard. Back at the manor, despite the dogs barking a greeting chorus from her room, Sophie went with Hugo into his. She left the door ajar, mindful of propriety, even as her brain replayed Herbert's reaction. He seemed baffled, but who else could it be? She sat in the armchair.
"I don't think it's him."
Hugo regarded her glumly.
"But once Herbert's a fully fledged vicar and preaching, he could finish us, destroy our reputation.
Trash my marriage chances. I know."
"It's more than that, Sophie. If we're regarded as subversives or loonies, we'll be dependent on the Lacys forever."
"We could move. Emigrate."
"That would take money."
"Your tie's crooked." She stood and stepped forward.
"Thanks, I'll sort it."
He walked over to his long mirror. She returned to her seat and tapped her fingers on the arm of the chair. "If you open the lift, God will smite you down. There's more than one threat in that. If we exclude a vengeful God getting involved, it could mean that somehow, during the process of opening the lift, we'll die." Hugo finished adjusting his tie and turned around.
"We'll have to assess the risk if we get that far."
"The other threat is—"
"The writer plans to kill us."
"Yes." Sophie ignored a cold, tight feeling. "Whoever the writer is, whatever their deal, we need to sort this a different way."
"How?"
She went over to the door and checked the corridor was empty. "We make him, or her, lose interest. Over dinner, so the footmen hear, we say we've run out of ideas and given up, but secretly keep trying. She watched him, assessing his reaction. Cunning plan, or too obvious?
Giving up so quickly wouldn't be credible, but if we can keep lift ideas entirely secret, over time the decision will seem more convincing, logical, inevitable.
He nodded, half to himself.
Clever.
Brainbox Hugo thought her clever. Way to go.
Quantum mechanics.
What?
Illogical. Unpredictable, said Hugo. I should have realised before.
Another lift theory?
Yes, but this one won't help us find it, so reinforces your plan. It's quite complicated.
Of course it was complicated. This was Hugo. An hour later, when they met up again and went to the anteroom for drinks, the Lacys were already there.
How did you get on at the old rectory? Asked Anne. I don't think he sent the notes, said Hugo.
Richard frowned.
So, still a mystery. Unsettling.
Unsettling? No. Someone watching, waiting, threatening to kill them. Way beyond unsettling. At dinner, Mr. Crawford was his normal, inscrutable self, but the footmen were restless, whispering more than usual. And Mr. Hunter wasn't there, replaced by a shorter, stocky lad. Between the starter and main course, Hugo said, flatly,
I've given up trying to find the lift.
Anne put down her wineglass. Whoever the writer is, whatever their motive, you shouldn't let them intimidate you.
My change of heart has nothing to do with the notes.
Hugo glanced at Sophie, his expression apologetic, resigned.
Our DNA theory is just that, a theory. And I realised this afternoon, even if we'd found a pattern in the visitor dates, it wouldn't have helped. I meant to tell you, said Freddie. Phil thinks it could take years. Any more analysis would be a waste of time, said Hugo. I think it's a device someone built. If that's right, it's so advanced, it's likely got subatomic software. We're talking quantum mechanics. What's that? Asked Richard. Particles at the subatomic level, said Hugo. They don't obey the normal laws of physics. At home, that's been tested and studied for decades. Not just a theory.
Freddie grinned.
It's fascinating. Subatomic, said Richard. Smaller than an atom, said Freddie. Around this time at home, Einstein knew about it, said Hugo. Do you have Einstein? Definitely, said Freddie. God does not play dice with the universe, quoted Hugo. Even Einstein found it baffling.
What's this got to do with the visitor dates? Said Sophie.
Any observed pattern would only be coincidence, said Hugo, and wouldn't enable us to predict future dates. You're right, said Freddie. I should have realised.
Please explain, said Anne, looking at Hugo.
Normal physics, if you have enough information, you can predict the way a dice falls from the angle and momentum of the throw, the weight, shape and size of the dice. But in quantum mechanics, particles are random and unpredictable.
You said you'd struggled with physics, said Sophie to Hugo.
This is Discovery Channel stuff.
He looked sheepish.
Science for dummies.
I want to forget about the lift, said Sophie. Concentrate on life here. Freddie smiled. Sophie smiled back and embraced a surge of relief. If they ever got home, she should audition for RADA, take up acting. After dinner, Sophie went to her room, but Maud wasn't there. Odd. Sophie tugged the bell pull, but it didn't ring. Maud was always around when she was needed, so Sophie hadn't used it before. Was it broken? Wouldn't try again. Didn't want to seem needy. A knock on the door. You rang, miss? Yes, Maud actually said that. Had she somehow forgotten the time? I'm so sorry I'm late, miss. No worries. But Maud's face was strained as she moved behind Sophie to undo her scarlet dress. Sophie Arundel must have committed another faux pas. Maud, if I've messed up, please tell me. Maud shook her head, as if Sophie was talking gibberish. It's awful, miss. Just awful. She continued, determinedly undoing buttons, as if that could somehow help with what was awful. Mr. Hunter's been dismissed. He's been stealing from the butler's pantry. More than 10 guineas. What are guineas? Sounded like a type of bird. A guinea is 21 shillings. He spent it on cigarettes and whiskey. Maud rolled her eyes. So, 10 guineas is a lot. Nearly half my wages for a year. Sophie stepped out of the dress. Are the police involved? They're too busy with the trouble in Derby. Mr. Hunter's gone back to Little Shorten. Very hard on his family. Goodness knows how long it's been going on. I can hardly believe it. Maud sucked her teeth. And Miss Parry's been dismissed too. Why? She stole 6pence, miss, from the kitchen kitty box. What with Mr. Hunter, they did a check and kept watch. Mrs. Ferris caught her red-handed. Miss Parry said this was the first time, but Cook says they can't be sure. Money's gone missing before. She's gone home? No, her family in Derby are in terrible straits. So, Miss Parry's frown likely stemmed from her family's troubles. She'll end up in the workhouse. What's that? They make them work terrible hard. Maud hung Sophie's gown on a hanger. But it's better than starving. Did she say why she took the money? For postage, miss. She was sending off bread and a whole wheel of cheese. How much is a wheel? Maud spread her hands. OK, a big piece. Her sister's expecting her first baby and not eating enough. Maud put the dress in the wardrobe. She stole the cheese as well. No, miss. It's sort of accepted, people sending off food, but even for such a heavy parcel, postage wouldn't be more than 7pence. How much does Miss Parry earn? 8 shillings a week. And that's more than 6pence. A lot more, miss. There's 12 pence in a shilling. This currency was ludicrously complicated. She'd already sent her wages home, but said she'd repay it. Maud walked over to the chest of drawers, her expression pensive. Do you think she would have? Yes, she's a good person. It was Mrs. Ferris that dismissed her, not Lady Lacy? Yes, miss. Sophie had been much younger than Miss Parry, 10 or 11, when, for a dare, she'd stolen a chocolate bar from a shop. If she'd been caught, she might have got off with a warning, but could have received a formal caution. A police record would have stymied her Hadley scholarship. Maud took out the nightie and dressing gown, and Sophie slipped off her faithful bra. But as Sophie pulled the nightdress over her head, her mind was humming, not ready for sleep. Miss Parry was a child. Sophie Arundel was a very precarious guest and would have to tread carefully. But maybe she could give Miss Parry a second chance. Chapter 34. The next morning, Sophie joined Anne for elevenses in the small drawing room. Anne was smiling encouragingly at the red-headed maid, though the girl didn't seem afflicted with new job jitters. After the dogs had settled and the maid had left, Sophie said, "Can I ask about Miss Parry?" "Very disappointing. Her family are in no state to take her in. Even if there are strong mitigating circumstances," said Anne, "this was an abuse of trust, and I can't undermine Mrs. Ferris. But the roads aren't safe." When Anne said nothing, Sophie added, "Where's the nearest workhouse?" Anne winced. "Shorten, the market town." A town also called Shorten. Confusing. Anne gave Sophie a resigned smile. "I'll see what I can do." That afternoon, Sophie was sitting in the blue armchair reading, the dogs at her feet, when Maud bustled in, carrying a stack of freshly laundered underwear. "Mrs. Ferris says Miss Parry isn't the same as Mr. Hunter, and she can come back." Maud put the clothes on the bed. "Never heard the like." Sophie looked convincingly surprised. "So, she's back now?" "No, miss. My sister's gone to find her." "Your sister?" Sophie closed her book. "She's taken the work van. She and her husband run Slater's bakery." "In the village?" Maud picked up a clean pair of stockings. In the town. She put the stockings in a drawer. Mrs. Slater came to the kitchens after lunch with the second delivery, said Miss Parry came to the bakery asking for work, and came back again because the workhouse was full. Mrs. Slater must be Maud's sister. She even referred to her own sister formally. Maud was shaking her head. What's the world coming to when the workhouse turns people away? So, Miss Parry's at your sister's? Maud shifted her weight from one foot to the other. They'd heard she'd been stealing, miss, so didn't take her. How far is Shorten town? About 5 miles. Maud ruffled Charlotte's head. Miss Parry will try to go to Derby, where people won't know about her thieving, but she won't get far. Mrs. Slater will find her. Unless someone else found her first. Beardman's face rose up in Sophie's head. She'd been lucky she'd only been robbed. Miss Parry had no money or jewellery, but was slight and pretty. Defenceless. After dinner, Maud was still agitated. Miss Parry's back, miss. She's been demoted to scullery maid. Better than nothing. Maud shook her head. But she's in a terrible state. Won't stop crying. She'll recover herself, I'm sure, said Sophie, though she wasn't sure at all. Miss Parry might need psychological help. Keeping her face carefully blank, she added, She's safe, and I'm glad. Maud set her mouth. Not everyone is. Mr. Hunter's friends are causing trouble, saying he should come back too. In the gym the following morning, Lucy confirmed that Miss Parry's return had stoked resentment and further divided the servants. Last night, Hunter's mates met him in the crooked gate. Lucy did a flurry of punches. He's getting them fired up, after better wages and more holidays. You can put more weight behind the punches, Sophie demonstrated in slow motion. Maud works long hours, only has half a day off a week. She has another half day once a fortnight, but every other Sunday has to go to church. Hardly time off. Lucy punched again, this time with more force. It's better here than most places. Miss James told me her last family made her do everything, cleaning, cooking, darning and minding the children, because they could only afford one servant. Miss James? The new maid. Lucy steadied the bag. Hunter's just stirring. Of course, people could leave, but they wouldn't get another job any time soon. What I don't understand, said Sophie, placing an elegant kick. With so much unemployment, why hasn't Richard found a new estate manager? Hugo says good guys don't move, but that can't be the whole story. Men are queuing up, but he wants one with experience, and the best of them. Lucy did another punch. He's offering £200 a year. Serious money. At tea time, when Sophie asked about Miss Parry's mental health, Anne reassured her. With Mrs. Rawlings' kind supervision and Maud's protective instincts, she'll recover. Evidently, professional counselling was a modern thing. Before dinner, Maud provided a running commentary on the trouble downstairs. Despite a decree from Mr. Crawford banning Bolshevik talk, friends and acquaintances had fallen out, arguing late into the night. All the Bolshe ones are going to the crooked gate, Maud whispered, though they were alone apart from the dogs. Mr. Watkins is going. According to Hugo, John Watkins was a very proper valet, and John was also dating Maud, Miss Conventional, so an unlikely radical. Mr. Watkins is Bolshe? No, he's pretending, so he can hear what's happening and report back. You mustn't breathe a word, miss. I won't. Servant spying on other servants. Hardly a recipe for a happy household. How many people are going? At least 20. Footmen, gardeners, all sorts. No women? No, miss. They'll be drinking. Anne drank wine, and Sophie Arundel certainly did, but then the Crooked Gate was a rough pub. I'm glad you and Miss Parry are still friends. We agree about most things. The Lacys have been good to her, and she's grateful. Sophie nodded. The Lacys had been good to her and Hugo, too. But the noblesse oblige stuck in her throat. The following morning, Sophie woke to her usual tea and toast, but Maud was uncharacteristically silent, her eyes red-rimmed. "What's happened?" Reluctantly, Maud faced her. "Mr. Watkins was attacked in the pub. Mr. Parks managed to pull them off before. You should see him, miss. It's terrible." "You need to sit down." "I'm not supposed to. Not with you." "I'm telling you to. This is more important than any rules." Maud sat gingerly in the armchair. "He's got a black eye. His lip is split, and Dr. Griffiths thinks 3 of his ribs are broken. I've never seen anything like it." "He's in hospital?" "No. Dr. Griffiths says all he can do is rest." Maud took a shaky breath. "Lady Lacey's called the police." "But he'll recover?" "Yes." Tears rolled down her cheeks, and Sophie wanted to hug her. No, she'd be more embarrassed than comforted. Maud twisted her hands together. "I can't face the servants' hall." "What do you mean?" "There's some that thinks he got what he deserved." She put her head in her hands and sobbed. Charlotte put her furry head on Maud's lap, and Maud stroked her. "I'll be all right in a moment, miss." She sniffed. Sophie took her glass of water from the bedside table and offered it. "You hide in here, and when you go to the servants' hall, put your chin up and pretend you're confident. After a bit, the pretense becomes real. That's what I do." Maud accepted the water, and after a minute or so, she helped Sophie get dressed. Sophie left, taking Charlotte, and carefully closed the door behind her. As she turned, she literally bumped into Hugo walking briskly along the corridor. He was frowning.
"Is Maud okay?"
"Not really. She's crying her heart out." A strand of hair had come loose from Sophie's bun, and she brushed it from her eyes. "At least John's basically all right." Hugo beckoned her into his room and closed the door.
"Freddie's valet woke me up this morning. He overheard Dr. Griffiths talking to Richard. John's not all right. He has internal bleeding. It's a slow bleed, but if it doesn't stop, he'll die. He should go to hospital. They've no scans, Sophie. They wouldn't find it, any more than Dr. Griffiths."
"Does John know?" "Maud doesn't."
"John doesn't want her told any of this."
A muscle throbbed in Hugo's jaw, betraying his distress.
"But she'll have to know soon."
He drew a deep breath.
"We've become friends. Close friends. I can't take it in."
Chapter 35. Sophie searched for words of comfort, again wanting to hug, but Hugo would be embarrassed, like he'd been about their dream kiss.
"John's proposing this morning."
Hugo stood in front of his bed, his eyes tense.
"The vicar's marrying them after lunch."
Sophie raised an eyebrow. "That's fast."
"Special license. As his widow, Maud will get a cottage on the estate."
He walked over to open his bedroom door.
"Mrs. Rawlings has already sorted another valet. You might want to talk to her about Maud."
Sophie followed him out and kept pace with him in the corridor. "How can you think about servant musical chairs?"
"Actually, thinking about mundane stuff helps."
His voice was toneless, flat. He was in bits. Sophie nodded. "I'll speak with her." At breakfast, no one mentioned John, and the footman, who usually spoke in whispers, didn't talk at all. Half an hour later, Sophie knocked on the housekeeper's study door, though it was already open. "Miss Arundel." Mrs. Rawlings got to her feet behind the scarred writing desk.
"You've come about a new lady's maid. I have it in hand."
"If the worst happens, could Miss Abel have time off, as much as she needs?"
"Miss, please come in and shut the door."
Sophie did as she was asked, keeping the dogs on a short lead, and the housekeeper gestured for her to sit on a wooden chair. Only after Sophie had taken a seat did Mrs. Rawlings sit down at her desk again, her elderly face troubled.
"Miss Abel now knows the reality of Mr. Watkins' situation, and I've already relieved her of her duties. She has an emotional day ahead."
Mrs. Rawlings turned over a page in a huge ledger.
but returning to work may help her more than grieving in her room, if she has your support.
She does. Like with Hugo and John, Maud was now a friend.
Do you have any preferences for a replacement?
I hadn't thought that far ahead.
I've been considering Miss Parry, though it will put some noses out of joint. She wasn't coping well, even with Miss Abel's help, and now I thought that if she was learning new skills with you, it might buck her up.
Of course, said Sophie in a rush. But isn't she too young?
Being a lady's maid at 15 isn't usual, but it's not unheard of, and she learns quickly.
But if other people have been passed over, won't they take it out on her?
If they do, they'll answer to me.
Mrs. Rawlings' hazel eyes gleamed like polished steel.
And once she's your maid, anything she says will travel straight to Lady Lacy.
I understand. The promotion would be resented, but would protect Miss Parry and provide recovery time. That afternoon at 3, Miss Parry came into Sophie's room, walking like she'd been summoned to a firing squad, not a new job. Her shoulders were slumped, her eyes downcast. How much do you know about your duties? Sophie's tone was friendly, encouraging. Helping you change, miss. Bathing, collecting fresh linen, and hairdressing. But I've never done a lady's hair. Everyone has to start somewhere, said Sophie. I know things are difficult at the moment, but you need to be strong for Miss Abel. Miss Parry looked up, surprised to be having a conversation, not receiving instructions. It's dreadful what's happened. We're going to get to know each other, and when I'm in the library or walking the dogs, you must come in here and have some quiet time. I'm sorry, miss. I don't understand. You'll have chores to do, but if you're feeling overwhelmed or sad, if you sit in here, nobody will disturb you. When Sophie's parents had died, solitary me time had helped as much as Isha's support. Are you sure, miss? Quite sure. And this is between you and me. Yes, miss. Sophie took a tea dress from the wardrobe and laid it on the bed. The buttons on my day dress will take a while to unfasten, but it's not a test. Miss Parry gave her a tentative smile. Later, before dinner, Miss Parry was more self-assured, even breezy, taking on Maud's role as gossip central. I can't believe Miss Abel's married. Miss Parry took a blue dinner gown from the wardrobe. There's no cottage free, and Mr. Watkins' bed's very narrow, but she's moved out of our room. She paused for breath. Uncomfortable discussing such intimate things, Sophie wanted to tell her off, but that could shatter her newfound confidence. He's very ill. I know, miss. Has there been any word from the police? A hard-pressed officer from Shorten town was investigating. John had identified 2 gardeners, as well as Hunter. Nothing, miss. The next day, it was too hot to sit on the terrace, so Sophie stayed in the library, skipping lunch. But she struggled to lose herself in a book, Maud's elegiac wedding playing on her mind. The ceremony had been performed in John's bedroom, witnessed only by Anne and Richard. There'd be no space for anyone else. Anne hadn't met up for elevenses or tea since the assault. Richard had said Anne was ill, but Sophie knew from Maud that it had been Anne who'd okayed John's pub mission. And Hugo was quiet, still upset. How are you getting on with the new valet? She asked him, just to break the silence as they walked to dinner.
Mr. Davies is all right.
You've become very formal.
He doesn't do first names. He makes Prince Charles look casual.
Hugo remained subdued during the meal. Everyone was, and as usual, no one spoke about John. But the following morning, Miss Parry came into Sophie's room like a whirlwind. The bleeding stopped. It's a miracle, miss. That's what it is. Sophie sat up in bed, relief mingling with hope. When she called for Hugo to go to breakfast, he skipped into the corridor.
Dr. Griffiths says if he takes it easy for a few weeks, he should recover.
Hugo kissed her on the forehead.
Wonderful!
The touch of his lips on her skin felt cold, but in a good way. She'd been as stressed as Hugo. And that afternoon, it was Maud who helped Sophie get changed, her normal bustling self. "I am so glad," said Sophie. "So glad. It's strange. He feels better, but his face is worse. Swollen very bad." Maud started unbuttoning Sophie's day dress. "Is Miss Parry a scullery maid again?" "Not after being your maid, miss. She's back to serving teas. When Miss James heard, she swore like a sailor." "Miss James has red hair?" "Yes, miss." Maud frowned. It must be hard, losing her promotion so quick. And would add to the grudge list. Sophie stepped out of the dress, and Maud returned it to its hanger, removing a stray thread from the bodice. With her attention to detail, Maud would enjoy sorting her first home with John. "When will you get a cottage?" "After Christmas." Maud smiled, looking younger. "I'm really glad I can stay on." "You've lost me." "Shorten's unusual, miss. Most places, once you're married, you're not allowed to work." How bizarre. Anne must have changed that. At home, leaving work would be unusual. How would you pay for the wedding? Never mind the house. Maud's brow creased. "I know it's not the same here." Maud took something from her pocket. "Mr. Watkins bought this for me, from an elderly man in the pub, before things turned nasty. But I think it's yours." She opened a battered rectangular box. Her pendant. Sophie welled up. "Oh, thank you." Her fingers closed over the necklace, finding comfort in the familiar opal stone. "Expensive, miss." "No, only costume jewellery." "Costume? Not real?" "Oh, you'd never know, miss." Maud avoided her eyes, uncomfortable. Costume jewellery had yet to catch on. "Mr. Watkins bought it for you." Sophie turned the pendant over in her hand. "This has sentimental value, but Mr. Watkins shouldn't be out of pocket. I'll speak with Lady Lacy. He could buy you something better." Maud's fingers were bare. "A nice wedding band." "You don't have to, miss." Pride and regret battled in Maud's eyes. "I certainly do." Regret won, and Maud smiled. Anne joined Sophie for tea, seemingly calm and composed, and when Sophie explained about the pendant, Anne was happy to increase John's weekly pay packet the following day. But when the conversation turned to the servant problem, Anne's voice acquired a hard edge. "Preparing for the ball next week should provide everyone with a welcome distraction." The ball was next week. Anne's previous reassurance echoed like a sarcastic taunt in her head. "You'll scotch the gossip." Most people with family in Shorten Town and Derby appreciate not going hungry, but the ones from Little Shorten are more easily swayed. Sophie wrenched her thoughts from the upcoming ball. "How many servants have relatives in the village?" 15, perhaps more," said Anne. "It's hard. I'm second-guessing people I've known for years." Deference here might be fraying at the edges, but trust, that was personal. Anne didn't seem to be distrusting Sophie Arundel, but theirs was essentially the same Lacey-servant relationship. Power and need, entitlement and dependence. And Sophie's sympathies remained squarely with the servants. Only a quirk of fate 30 years ago, making Anne a guest, not staff, had saved Sophie Arundel from working 14-hour days.
"A letter was delivered by hand last night."
Hugo gestured for Sophie to go into his room. The familiar queasiness was back. She'd called on him the next morning to go to breakfast, and just lost her appetite. "Another note. Our plan didn't work."
"No, a different problem."
Now, relief. Charlotte tried to put her head between Sophie's knees, a reassuring gesture. Unfortunately impossible when her mistress was wearing a hobble skirt. Charlotte had already been walked, avoiding the heat of the day, and Sophie stroked her before perching on Hugo's armchair. She smoothed out her silk dress, creased by Charlotte's leaning. "So, what's in this letter?" He wasn't holding an envelope. "Where is it?"
"With Richard. It was addressed to him."
"And?"
"In a nutshell, A request for shorter hours and better pay, signed by 25 servants. It was surreal, listening to Richard reading it out over whiskey and cigars.
Not as surreal as being excluded from manly discussions, but she only said, "Are the requests reasonable?"
From a 21st century perspective, entirely. No more than 12-hour days and 6 pence extra a week for the lowest paid. But it won't happen.
Will Richard sack them?
Most people in his position would, but he's not most people.
Hugo's favourite loud tie wasn't wonky, but he checked it in the mirror.
He thinks Hunter's behind this.
I thought he was on the run.
Richard believes he's hiding up in Shorten Town.
He turned to face her.
Oddly, the highest pay requests in the letter are for Mr. Crawford and Mrs. Rawlings. They'd die in a ditch for the family, so Richard thinks it's a gambit. And I do too.
He sat on the bed. A gambit?
It's from chess. Sacrificing a pawn to gain a greater advantage. Hunter doesn't believe the requests will be accepted. He expects everyone who signed the letter to be sacked, and the newly unemployed to band together and attract others that are angry, about life in general and the Lacys in particular.
He gave her a cynical smile.
The real message is what they did to John.
Sophie felt queasy again. You think it was calculated?
Yes, but I don't think they meant to nearly kill him.
He exhaled.
Richard's called a meeting for tomorrow, to clear the air. I'm staying well out of it, and you should too.
His eyes were on her face, gauging her reaction. 6 pence isn't much. I should do something.
Fiddling behind the scenes, like with Miss Parry, is one thing.
How do you know about that?
Anne told Richard, and he mentioned it.
He stood up.
Servants who resent the Lacys feel the same about us. We may be from another universe, but we look like the family. We'll never be seen as even-handed, so open meddling would destroy the Lacys' trust in us for no benefit. For anyone.
He opened the door. Were you planning a career in politics at home?
No.
She got to her feet. Cynical, but she got the point. Chapter 36. A few minutes before 2 the next day, Sophie made her way with the dogs to the older part of the main house. Going to the servants' meeting but keeping quiet wasn't staying well out of it, but Sophie wanted to be there, not hear about it second-hand, and Anne hadn't said she couldn't go. When Sophie asked Freddie why he wasn't going, he said,
"It will blow over,"
and shrugged. His home had always been run the same way, and even with John nearly losing his life, Freddie couldn't imagine that it would ever change. Like the rest of the manor, the large drawing room was a hodgepodge of different styles and times, altered and added over the centuries. Graceful Jacobean stone-framed windows contrasted with an ancient hearth more reminiscent of a medieval castle than a house, and the high ceiling was coffered into rectangles with a lacy coat of arms in the centre. The royal blue L outlined in gilt amidst the brown, prancing stags. A black grand piano stood in a corner across from a polished wooden cabinet with an enormous hearing trumpet on top, an old-fashioned gramophone. The sofas, armchairs and side tables that usually furnish the room had been replaced by rows of upright chairs. All the servants, outdoor and indoor, were there. Girls no more than 12, older women with matronly figures dressed in immaculate maids' outfits, and boys and men in suits or rough trousers and shirts. As Sophie stepped over the threshold, conversation faltered. She recognised barely a handful, and her insides churned. Hugo was right. This invisible army lumped them in with the family. But she wasn't like the Lacys. Never would be. The dogs were keeping close, unnerved by the buzz of so many voices. Sunlight was pouring through the wide, diamond-paned windows, and the air was close and hot, laced with sweat. Her discomfort growing, Sophie stayed at the back, beside a young gardener. She smiled at him, but he blushed, making her feel worse. Mr. Crawford, Mrs. Rawlings, and Mrs. Ferris, a stout, pink-cheeked woman, were standing at the opposite side of the room, near a side door. 2 chairs at the front had been set out for Anne and Richard. Maud and Miss Parry weren't far from Sophie, seated together. There was no sign of John. Miss Parry was staring at the floor, her face obscured. Maud must have seen Sophie come in, but she didn't turn, never mind wave. Okay, she and Maud were friendly, not friends. Across the room, identifiable by her red hair, Miss James was speaking earnestly to a group of gardeners, her words lost in the general hubbub, and Sophie's queasy feeling increased. She recognised it. She was imposter syndrome girl, 7 years and a universe away at Hadley, squirming out of her depth. And now that had turned inside out. She was a posh girl by mistake. Anne and Richard walked in, and everyone stopped talking. All the servants who were seated stood up. Anne sat in one of the allotted chairs, but Richard remained on his feet.
"We appreciate you coming."
Richard's tone was polite, without a trace of irony.
"Please, sit down."
There was no scraping of chairs. Any sound was muffled by the heavy blue carpet that covered most of the vast floor. No coughing or fidgeting either. Absolute silence.
"You will be aware that Mr. Hunter, Mr. Peacock, and Mr. Jones are being sought by the police," said Richard, "following the near-fatal assault in the Crooked Gate."
Hunter's partners in crime were junior gamekeepers. Teenagers. Richard was scanning the room.
"If anyone knows where they are, please inform the constabulary or one of the senior servants."
The silence changed, deepened. A collective holding of breath. Richard cleared his throat.
"We have received a letter requesting changes in employment conditions. No one who has signed it will be penalised. If anyone wishes to leave after this meeting, they should give notice in the normal way."
A faint whispering ran across the room, whether of relief or surprise wasn't clear.
"If we raised wages," said Richard, "we would employ fewer people. That would not only affect those who found themselves without work, it would also affect their families in the village, in Shorten Town or in Derby. So I am not convinced that would be sensible."
Sophie kept her face expressionless. She didn't buy Richard's reasoning. If he could find £200 a year for an estate manager, he could surely give everyone a 6pence pay rise.
"That said, I hadn't appreciated how difficult life has become outside the manor."
Richard exchanged a respectful glance with Anne.
"To that end, we need to formalise the system of sending food to relatives in need and make provision for other items, like medicine."
His audience was completely still, in shock. This was not what they'd expected.
"Everyone who has family in Shorten Town or Derby should submit a note to Mrs. Rawlings," said Richard, "listing the name, age, and state of health of their relative. Food parcels can be sent like before. You know best what your relative requires. Limit it to 1 a week per person, unless there are exceptional circumstances. Dr. Griffiths will provide appropriate medicines that can be taken without medical supervision, and these can be added to the parcels. Postage will be paid for by the manor."
Richard smiled, scanning the room.
"Thank you. That will be all."
Anne stood up. Richard took her arm, and they left. A collective intake of breath, then a whoosh of furious chatter.
"He's a good man,"
said the gardener beside Sophie, to nobody in particular. A young lad in the back row was shaking his head, of a different opinion, and as the crescendo of noise increased, Sophie slipped out the door. Later, Maud gave her chapter and verse on the fallout, as if she hadn't completely blanked her. "Most people are pleased." Maud checked Sophie's tea dress was properly fastened. "I saw you sitting with Miss Parry." Sophie couldn't keep the hurt out of her voice, and the words hung in the air. "It's awkward at the moment. Being your maid, people assume you'll tell tales." "Exactly, miss. I don't hold with all this troublemaking, but I keep that to myself. I needed to stay with Miss Parry and keep my distance." "I understand," said Sophie, relieved. John wasn't well enough to go? He was, miss, but he thought it better to stay away. She blushed. Sophie wasn't going to ask whether Maud was enjoying married life. She obviously was. Change the subject. Do you send out food parcels? No, miss. My older sisters. They must have moved. My last letters were returned by the post office. Where did they live before? Derby. What about Mrs. Slater? She's got the bakery. Doesn't go hungry. Of course. That evening, when Sophie called on Hugo, he wasn't quite ready, so she sat in the armchair. Jack sat contentedly on the floor, but Charlotte took a running jump and landed with a thump on the coverlet. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Hugo predictably didn't bat an eyelid, continued fastening his shoelaces. I thought you'd want to know what happened at the meeting. Sophie adjusted her pendant, so it sat flat on her neck. The blue evening gown had a lower neckline and showed it off. He finished with his laces.
Richard briefed me, and Mr. Davies filled in the gaps.
Richard's been very clever, isolating the little Shorten gang from the rest.
It was clever, but also the right thing to do.
Sophie didn't reply. They'd never agree about this. The following morning, Sophie was reading the paper on the terrace when Hugo joined her during a precious work break and talked about escaped cows. Sophie hoped they'd all get away and live idyllic lives in the countryside, but she held her tongue and nodded in a bovine way. Good practice for the ball tomorrow. These were tried and tested husband-catching tactics. Pity she couldn't go temporarily missing like the cows.
We've been here a month.
He checked they were alone on the terrace.
I hope our giving up proclamation wasn't a self-fulfilling prophecy.
She theatrically crossed her fingers, and he smiled. It was just a regular smile, but the tingling was back, swirling like a restless spirit. How bizarre. Her brain had clocked at the cricket match that he wasn't interested, but her body hadn't received the memo. She cast around for a distraction. All those people who signed the letter. It's strange none of them have left.
Not really. Letting off steam in the pub is a lot different to losing your job and the roof over your head.
Couldn't they camp out in the Crooked Gate?
Alan wouldn't put them up and lay on free food and beer, said Hugo, any more than he would for the Queen.
Mean to everyone, doesn't discriminate. Sort of good. Sophie idly turned over the handbell. Maud's never thought about working anywhere else.
She's got too much to lose.
As an outsider, I can see both points of view. She put down the handbell. I don't want to take sides. Hugo's brow knotted, his thick eyebrows nearly meeting in the middle.
You must know, it's too late for that.
Unless we steal cash from the butler's pantry too and make a run for it. She was only half joking.
Like Bonnie and Clyde.
Who?
A couple who toured the States robbing banks in the 1930s, said Hugo. It didn't end well.
How did it end?
Died in a hail of bullets.
Freddie was walking towards them.
5 minutes for 11s can't hurt,
said Freddie to Hugo as he reached the terrace. But Hugo got to his feet.
Already had more than 5. See you in the office.
He walked off. Freddie sat beside Sophie and rang the handbell. Then he fumbled in his pocket.
This is for you.
The small jewellery box had a blue velvet covering. She froze. Way down the line she might marry Freddie, but not right now. Why the hell hadn't Hugo given her a heads up? Let's not do anything
It's only a watch.
He opened the box lid.
You said you didn't have one.
The gold strap was delicate, and around the face were tiny diamonds. At the top and bottom were more glittering stones, in a matching but more elaborate platinum setting. Art Deco. Freddie, I can't accept this. It must have cost a fortune.
No, a trifling amount.
She didn't believe him, but didn't want to throw it in his face, and it was a thoughtful gesture. She put it on.
It's too loose,
said Freddie. No, it's perfect. I'll wear it like a bracelet. Miss Parry was on the terrace, carrying a coffee pot. After she'd poured coffee and left, Sophie kissed Freddie on the cheek. "Thank you." His face went a pleased pink. When Freddie returned to the office, Sophie opened the paper where she'd left off. "Hobble skirt kills pedestrian." She turned the page. "Derbyshire country house torched by mob. Mr. R.H. Bellamy and his valet, Mr. Peters, died last week in a fierce blaze. Facing charges of arson and murder are 11 residents of the nearby village of Tunbury and 4 servants from Mr. Bellamy's household." Hunter had riled people up downstairs and nearly killed John. What had Hugo said? Attract others that are angry, about life in general and the Lacys in particular. Feeling sick, Sophie closed the paper. Faced with an angry mob, what would the manor servants do? Flee or join in? In the bedroom, Sophie showed Maud the watch. "Now you don't have to tell me the time." Maud's face fell. "Where did you get this, miss?" Master Freddie gave it to me. It's only costume jewellery, like my necklace." "I'm sure you're right, miss." Her face carefully blank, Maud made to leave, but then hesitated. "It might be better if you left it here." "Why?" "It's not for me to say." "Please, Maud, if I've screwed up, just tell me. I won't be offended." "It's just, I got into an argument yesterday with Miss James and her friend. They were saying stupid things about you and Master Freddie." When she didn't explain, Sophie went with the obvious. "Master Freddie has never held my hand, let alone done anything else." A platonic thank you kiss didn't count. "That's what I told them, miss. But this watch..." Sophie folded her arms. "There is nothing between us." Maud still looked anxious, so Sophie kept going. "He only gave it to me because I didn't have one." "Has anyone else seen it?" "Miss Parry might have." Maud frowned and exhaled. She hadn't seen that combination before. She was in trouble. She took off the watch and put it on the dressing table, apprehension a dull ache in her guts. "Thank you for helping me." "Having a watch is useful, miss. This was my mother's." Maud's watch was plain, with a leather strap. Maud was trying to make her feel better, but Freddie's kind gesture would give the pub boast a new lease of life. Maud left, and Sophie tried in vain to read, then set off with the dogs for lunch. Hugo was loitering in the corridor. She told him about the torched house. "Next time you go walkabout, check the exits."
"Okay."
He seemed distracted.
"Where is it?"
"What?"
"The watch."
"On my dressing table."
"I had no idea he was doing this,"
said Hugo.
"Or I'd have stopped him."
"It wasn't expensive." But the words sounded hollow.
"Said he had nothing else to spend his allowance on. He may be a maths genius and Shorten born and bred, but he's cringingly naive."
Maud made me take it off. The manor was a pressure cooker, and yet again she was the one being cooked.
"It's too late for that. Freddie may have played it down to you, but it came from a swanky shop in London."
Sophie swallowed. "How do you know that?"
"Mr. Farrow recognised the packaging," said Hugo. "He told John, and John told me."
Freddie's valet gossiped as much as Maud. "What can I do?" A horrible dart of panic. "Give it back?"
"That wouldn't help. The damage is done."
Chapter 37. After lunch, Anne took Sophie aside. "You've taken it off?" "Yes. I don't know what's got into Freddie. Put it on. If you hide it, that will fuel more speculation." "Right. I'll say over afternoon tea so Miss Parry overhears how pleased I am you can keep the time and that I ordered it." "I'm sorry. I didn't think until Freddie said it wasn't expensive." "And you believed him?" "No." Sophie looked at the floor. "I'm going to have a long talk with Freddie about your position in this house. He's not a child anymore, and neither are you. Just when things were calming down." Sophie winced. Despite apparently fancying her, Freddie had never flirted. The watch was just a well-meant gift. He might be naive, but it was her stupidity fueling the gossip. I could miss the ball, pretend to be ill. Every eligible bachelor will be there. If you didn't attend, that would only lead to more ill-informed speculation. Sophie retreated to her room and confided in the dogs. I wish I had a time-turner. She flopped into the armchair. This ball isn't a nice little party, or even a nice big party. It's a high-profile husband hunt. She ruffled Charlotte's head. Right swiping sucked, but this sucks more. At home, despite being surrounded by real boys, she toyed with dating sites and received texts so crude she'd deleted them, and the apps. And she'd scoffed at marrying anyone. But here, not marrying, eventually, would be masochistic. She scratched Jack's head behind his ears, which he loved. And bailing isn't an option. A knock on the door. Then it burst open. Mr. Hunter's been arrested, said Maud, and Mr. Peacock and Mr. Jones, and 5 gardeners. Sophie stood up. When? Where? Maud closed the door. This morning in the Crooked Gate, but we need to keep it confidential. This from the Gossip Queen. Why? To protect Mr. Parks. Alan had trashed her life chances here, spreading the pregnancy rumour, and didn't deserve protecting. But she was intrigued. I won't tell. She sat on the bed and gestured at the armchair, and after a moment's hesitation, Maud sat down. They arrived at the pub yesterday, made themselves at home. Mr. Parks had to order an extra beer. After they'd drunk themselves to sleep, Mr. Parks cycled here at 2 a.m, woke up Mr. Crawford, and Mr. Crawford telephoned the police in Shorten town. Sophie hid a smile, picturing the butler in pyjamas, dialing out on an old-fashioned phone. Then Mr. Parks went back to the pub, pretended he'd never left. Alan was a sexist pig, but he'd done the right thing. Mr. Parks is a brave man. They'll hang for what they did. That afternoon, Sophie met Lucy for a workout. Lucy stretched, pushing her hands flat against the gym wall. The police have released my naughty 5. Sorry? The gardeners who went along for the ride with Hunter. Richard's not going to sack them? No, they're all pretty shaken up. They won't step out of line again. Lucy continued stretching. It's right that Hunter should be jailed for attempted murder, but the idea he might be executed. Can't get my head round that. I know. Sophie wiggled her shoulders, trying not to think about the mechanics of being hanged. Capital punishment was a horrible reminder of how far she was from home. Mr. Peacock and Mr. Jones are too young to be executed. Lucy stopped stretching. But for the people who signed the letter, actually, for everyone, this has been a big reality check. So, the ill feeling might fizzle out? I think so. Lucy did a flurry of punches. Short workout today. I've got my hands full, sorting flowers for the ball. Additional servants had been hired to help with flower arrangements for the ground floor, dining tables and bedrooms, and to assist with extra cleaning, adjusting menus to reflect local supplies, sourcing lobster from the coast and stocking iceboxes. Sophie steadied the bag. I'm learning posh dancing today. I've got a better deal with the flowers. An hour later, Sophie set off towards the large drawing room, on the way making a mental note of doors that led out into the garden. Trotting beside her, Jack was his normal, chirpy self, but Charlotte had adopted her serious face. She knew her mistress, physically coordinated with kickboxing and javelin, but dancing, not so much. It might be fun. Charlotte looked dubious. The dogs hurtled into the room, narrowly missing Freddie, who was bent over the gramophone, his suit jacket unbuttoned. The rows of chairs had gone, and so had the carpet, revealing oak boards laid in polished, narrow lines. Freddie turned a handle and adjusted something. A vinyl record began spinning, and the strains of a stately waltz echoed around the empty space. Hugo came in, smiling broadly. Mr. Watkins is coming back to work tomorrow. He can't lift anything heavy, but otherwise, a clean bill of health. Excellent. Freddie turned to Sophie. I told you this would blow over. John had been lucky, and going by that story in the paper, so had the manor.
"Shall we start?"
said Freddie.
"What do I do?"
In his oversized brown suit, Hugo looked like a confused commuter faced with a new train timetable.
"You've never danced a waltz?"
asked Freddie.
"No."
"Me neither," said Sophie.
"I'll show you."
Freddie turned to her.
"May I?"
She nodded.
"Hugo, you put your arm there and hold her hand. See?" "Yes,"
said Hugo. He put his arm around Sophie's waist and took her hand. Turbocharged tingling resonated through her nerves like a guitar string. "Sorry, give me a minute." She took off a court shoe and pretended to remove a piece of grit. This attraction was getting positively primeval. She took a slow breath. That was it. A subconscious survival strategy had kicked in. They saw Shorten in basically the same way, the good and bad, and her lizard brain remembered that kiss in the lane and had ramped up her lust to keep him close. It would wear off if she got home, or adapted to life here. She wouldn't need a die-in-a-ditch ally. When Hugo embraced her again, she was prepared. The tingling settled, softer, safer, but she was still too aware of him. Focus on something else. "Do you remember that silent disco in Year 9? It was weird."
"It was,"
said Hugo.
"And pointless. How do you build social skills not talking or listening to the same music?"
The event had been awkward. She'd danced with Isha. Hugo, like most of the boys, had listened to his headphones but just leaned against a wall. This was much nicer. Strange it had gone out of fashion. "This is cool."
"Yes,"
said Hugo, stiffly, as if he were a suitor in a stuffy Victorian play. Freddie demonstrated the steps, pretending to embrace an invisible partner.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Cautiously, Sophie and Hugo copied him. Restricted by her hobble skirt, Sophie could only take half steps, and Hugo had no choice but to do the same. Her corset meant Sophie had to dance with her back straight, so couldn't see her steps, but after a minute or so, they managed to move around without stumbling.
"Sophie, you're leading," said Freddie. "You have to follow Hugo." "I'm having the same problem in reverse," said Hugo. "Not sure what that says about me."
The dogs had calmed down and were snoozing by the piano, lulled to sleep by the music.
"Now we can start on the polka,"
said Freddie, putting on a different record.
"I'll lead, Sophie, and you follow."
Hugo stepped back, and Freddie took his place. Freddie's hand on Sophie's waist felt nice, but not boom nice, and learning the polka proved straightforward. When they came to a halt, Sophie felt an urge to curtsy, but didn't. That really wouldn't work in a hobble skirt. Old-fashioned dancing rocks. Freddie turned to Hugo.
"Is that good or bad?"
Hugo laughed.
"Good. You'll both really enjoy the ball,"
said Freddie. The following afternoon, they practiced dancing again. Chairs were now arranged at the edge of the room and beside the piano for the musicians. Smaller rooms had been designated for playing cards, cloakrooms and refreshments, and over the front drive an awning had been erected where guests would be getting out of cars or carriages. The temperature was climbing again, so thunderstorms couldn't be ruled out. Today, the dancing felt easier, the steps more natural.
"We've got the hang of this,"
said Hugo as the polka finished.
"You have,"
said Freddie, smiling. He gestured at 2 large chandeliers.
"This is where electric lights come into their own. With gaslight, it was very hot and stuffy."
As Freddie walked away, returning to the office, Hugo lingered, his lips set in a determined line.
"We mustn't lose our focus on getting home,"
he whispered near Sophie's ear.
"I'm sure DNA is a crucial part of this."
Sophie frowned. "But we're no nearer finding the other part."
"If more than one lift, one ship, travels between universes, that would explain why the visitors saw different pictures."
Alan described 2 images, unique to him. I saw 4. Lucy and Anne just saw the mansion. I'm presuming the same one. And H.G. Wells, the one here and at home, saw a sphinx.
"So, 4 ships."
"Or," said Sophie, "the door design changes. refreshes like a web page. He sighed.
Food for thought.
When Hugo returned to the office, Sophie went to the library and in her notebook drew a cartoon spaceship with a destination sign over the bridge window. Home. Silly, but therapeutic. In the afternoon, she had a bath, endured the ritual of washing and styling her hair, and rested, to be on top form later on. The ball didn't start until 10 in the evening. Dinner was served at 1 in the morning, and for guests not staying overnight, carriages arrived at 3. Sophie had never been a night owl, but trepidation and unyielding underwear would likely keep her awake. Anyway, retiring early was bad form. Anne's role as host involved constant checking to ensure no detail had been overlooked. Carefully arranged seating plans, detailed sketches of floral table decorations, as well as last-minute changes to food and drink orders from Shorten Town. It would have made the most organised person flap. 30 families had been invited. All had accepted, and everyone expected to be personally greeted. After a light supper of poached eggs at 8, Sophie put on a new evening gown, mega formal and fabulous. Cream silk, a slim skirt with clever drapes and folds, a simple fitted bodice, diaphanous cap sleeves and lace around the bust line, and a 2-foot-long train. Anne had given her a tiny eau de cologne bottle. Sophie didn't usually wear perfume, but she put a drop on her wrist. The orange blossom aroma sent her back to Isha's dorm, every available surface covered with scent bottles, and then to a motel room, getting dressed up for Lily's Sandhurst ball, the celebration that marked the end of Lily's army training course. Lily would have loved this party, taken it in her stride. Sophie's hair was piled in decorous sweeps on top of her head, and Anne had insisted on lending her a diamond necklace with 3 overlapping tiers, resembling glittering lace. Between the diamonds were tiny oval pearls. Since Anne would be wearing at least 4 rings, Sophie had borrowed one. Maud was holding up long white gloves made of kidskin, her face resolute. Sophie ground her teeth. "Do I wear them over the ring? And what about my watch?" "I should leave your watch here, miss. Would make an unsightly bulge. You can wear the ring underneath, and over the glove you can wear that bangle." Maud pointed to another piece of borrowed jewellery, an embossed gold bracelet. Like many things in this mad universe, no logic. Sophie took off her watch and slipped on the ring. The gloves had to be rolled on to above the elbow, like a wetsuit in a hot changing room. When the gloves were finally wrinkle-free, Sophie slid on the bracelet. Maud had reluctantly made bandanas for the dogs from the same material as Sophie's dress. Jack barked at the tall mirror, but Charlotte sat, admiring her reflection. After initial confusion as a puppy, she'd realised that what she could see was herself, not a rival. This was Charlotte's first formal party. She hadn't been allowed to the Hadley leaving ball. Jack attended manor social events, so Charlotte could too. Pampering dogs wasn't a modern thing in either universe. Sophie smiled to herself, remembering a picture from a Tudor history lesson of a couple in bed and their dog asleep on the counterpane. "I'll be here when you retire, miss," said Maud, checking Sophie over like a prize racehorse. She needed to be careful not to spill anything on the dress. When was dry cleaning invented? 40 guests are staying overnight, said Maud, handing Sophie a delicate fan decorated with idyllic rural scenes. The fan was ivory. "Don't think about it." "At least breakfast isn't till 11. "Does that make it easier?" Sophie patted her artfully arranged hair, checking it was secure. "Not really, miss, but with the extra help it's not too bad. As a lady's maid, I'm not so involved in the preparation and clear-up. I've done 7, but Mrs. Rawlings has done 15. Can you imagine?" The housekeeper was as stressed as Anne. Maud went off to one of the cloakrooms to help Miss Parry, who'd been tasked with checking ladies' dresses and hair, and Sophie took her dance card from the dressing table. Hugo had bagged the first, Freddie the second. In London, programmes or cards for balls were no longer fashionable, and Anne had been toying with dropping them, but Sophie was glad to have one. If she got through this in one piece, She wanted to remember every single moment, including all her dance partners. One of them could be a future husband. The dogs pawed at the door, and Sophie checked her watch. Nearly 10. Charlotte had always anticipated mealtimes, down to the minute, but this wasn't part of her routine. Sophie couldn't hear anything, but Charlotte and Jack could probably hear guests arriving. Nerves were now vying with excitement. Sophie put the dance card and mechanical pencil into a concealed pocket of her skirt and squared her shoulders. Showtime. Chapter 38. Hugo opened his door.
You look... nice.
Nice. Nice. She was the prettiest girl in this universe, transformed like Cinderella. Not by magic, but by Maud. He was immaculate in a black, single-breasted tailcoat with silk lapels, a white shirt, detachable wing collar, thin white bow tie, and a white waistcoat. His black trousers had a line of braid on each outside leg. You're looking pretty good yourself.
Not that different from Shorten black tie.
He gave her his killer half-smile. Butterflies. Get a grip.
I love the dog's cream bandanas,
said Hugo, as they went to join Anne to receive guests. I just hope Charlotte behaves, said Sophie. You too, whispered a voice in her head. She lost track of names after meeting the third or fourth family, and the familiar unease at meeting new people felt like a weight on her shoulders. But after a while, the nerves faded. She made a special note of the Armstrong sisters. They were both dark-haired with elfin features. Ethel was taller than her sister, with a breezy, confident manner. Alice was more serious. The sisters smelled faintly of bergamot and lemon, from perfume or soap. Your many universes theory is fantastic, Ethel whispered, as they made their way towards the large drawing room, now the ballroom. Okay, guessing fantastic meant ridiculous, not brilliant. Sophie felt a fresh tremor of unease. It's not our theory. It's come from scientists, based on evidence, on maths. Well, she believed it did. But there is no evidence, said Alice, reluctantly, not wanting to come across as rude. They should have said they'd come from Australia, but changing their story now would brand them as charlatans. Lady Lacey came from the same place, as well as the manor's head gardener and the man who runs the pub in Little Shorten, and they came separately. Unlikely they'd come up with the same account, all stepping out of a lift. Sophie fanned her face as she walked. But it's not really a lift, it just looks like that. Father says that if it's real, it must be a carriage, said Alice, like in that time machine book. We think H.G. Wells invented the carriage thing, said Sophie. Oh. Alice made a disappointed face. That was the best part. They waited in the corridor, behind other guests queuing to go into the ballroom. Where you're supposed to come from, is it like heaven? Said Alice. Where the dead go? No, said Sophie, feeling more uncomfortable. It's like here. Mrs. Claverley is our great-aunt, said Alice. Mrs. Claverley? She's a medium, said Alice. She contacts a little girl in heaven who helps people talk to their dead loved ones. Sophie remembered Anne's comments about spiritualism. Surely the different universes theory is as believable as talking to the dead. Alice raised a delicate eyebrow. I hadn't thought about it like that. Would you go back, if you could? Asked Ethel. I would, said Sophie, glad to have parked parallel universes and mediums. I'd only just arrived at university. Gosh, said Ethel. They don't admit many women. You're a blue stocking. A what? Ethel tapped her temple. Very clever. I'm not, said Sophie. And you don't have to be. The government at home wants half the country to have a degree. Alice was making a fuss of the dogs, stroking them. Jack knew precisely how to behave, and hopefully Charlotte would copy him, or soon find a quiet corner to sleep. It cost a fortune when Edward went up to Oxford, said Ethel. Father was always complaining about it. I had to take out a loan, said Sophie. Ethel's eyes widened. You borrowed money? Most people do. Sophie moved the errant curl of hair from her face. However careful Maud was, it often escaped. But your family could repay it, said Ethel. I borrowed the money, said Sophie, so I'll pay it off, if I earn enough. You have to earn money? Ethel was appalled. Not for the first time, Sophie reflected that Shorten felt unreal, but so did her old life. Mired in debt to get a degree, to get a job that paid enough to eventually pay it off. What had she been thinking? And if she couldn't get back, what would happen to her loan? Interest would pile up, wouldn't be written off for decades. Actually, if she was stranded here, it wouldn't matter. Alice swayed and clutched at Ethel. My dear, said Ethel, gently putting her arm around her. You should sit down. You're very pale. Alice briefly closed her eyes. It's rather hot, but I'm all right. If you're sure? Asked Ethel. Alice nodded, though her face was pasty, almost grey. Ethel removed her arm and took hold of her sister's hand, then turned to Sophie. Edward enjoyed Oxford, but didn't do much work. At home, you have to pass the first-year assessments, said Sophie, or you get chucked out. Mr. Denning was sent down for setting fire to his room. Ethel was amused, not shocked. He should be here somewhere. She glanced back along the corridor before she stepped into the ballroom, and Sophie followed. At least 100 people, a quartet playing Mozart, footmen with shiny trays giving out champagne in shallow, bowl-shaped glasses, and too many pairs of eyes watching her. Curious. Judging. Breathe. The air was sweet with women's flowery perfume, jasmine, rose, and other unfamiliar musky scents. It didn't calm her nerves. What did you read? Ethel asked, still holding Alice's hand. Sorry? At college. What degree? Oh, medieval English literature. Sounds difficult. You can use the modern translations, said Sophie. That makes it easier. Across the room, Richard and Anne were standing with Herbert and the vicar. Herbert noticed Sophie and smirked, more like a snake spotting its prey than a greeting, but he looked relaxed. If he had written the notes, their plan had worked. Can everyone gather into family groups, please, for a photograph? Richard raised his voice above the music. No more than 10 at a time. A man in an ill-fitting suit was standing behind a metal box that was shoulder-high on a tripod with a protruding camera lens. Ethel and Alice stood in a huddle with their family. The man held up a stick. Don't move. It took about 5 seconds for the stick to flash, and there was a longer gap between photographs while the man adjusted the camera. Finally, the Lacys stood together. To Sophie's surprise, Freddie had his arm through Hugo's, and Anne beckoned to her. Sophie went to Anne and managed to hold still, but felt overwhelmed, tearful. Publicly an honorary Lacey. Gratitude mixed with disquiet. She was standing with the family, metaphorically as well as literally. Anne and Richard walked towards the Armstrongs, and Freddie went over to the cameraman. Freddie came back. He can take just us. Sophie linked arms with the boys and posed for the flash. Then the musicians struck up the waltz, and she floated around with Hugo, making a good bluff of knowing the steps. Like before, he was obliged to match her restricted strides. The other men on the dance floor were doing the same. She giggled. This mad fashion could hobble men, too. Hugo smiled down at her. You're grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I can't help it. What a fab party. Like the school leaving bash, but grander. Just a bit. An uncomfortable memory surfaced. Near the end of the leaving ball, he'd introduced himself to Auntie Wendy. Out of the blue. And Sophie had made some lame excuse and walked away. Snubbed him. She was acutely aware how close he was. Forget twerking. This was so sexy. The music finished. He stopped holding her hand, and she reluctantly dropped her left arm from his shoulder, readying herself for the next dance. Freddie seemed lost for words as they whirled around to the polka, his gaze lingering on her mouth. He pulled her subtly closer. As no one could have seen, it felt wonderfully subversive. And in that moment, their easygoing friendship inexorably shifted, like the second hand of a clock. Afterwards, Sophie was glad to sit out and fan her face, while everyone else danced the lancers, weaving in and out of a circle of other dancers. She hadn't learned that one. Looked complicated. Sweat was dampening her corset, on her back and front. She missed air conditioning so badly, she would have traded a year of global warming. A boy with a neat moustache and dark eyes was standing in front of her.
Edward Armstrong. We met briefly when I arrived. May I have the pleasure of the next dance?
His hair was slicked back like Freddie's had been during the visitor date session. It wasn't a good look. Of course, but it has to be a waltz or a polka. I've only learned those two. Sorry.
I understand.
Edward turned to Hugo, who'd been standing behind her chair.
How do you do?
Hugo did the echo thing.
Hugo Harrington.
They shook hands.
We've heard all about you.
Edward lowered his voice.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't understand it. You haven't got a time machine, like in the book?
No, said Hugo. Our home is nearly 100 years ahead, said Sophie, wishing they'd given out a written summary. But we haven't come from your future.
I've known about Lady Lacy all my life, said Edward. You've come from the same place?
Yes, said Sophie.
You should have lied, said Edward. Said you'd come from a colony nobody's been to.
Hugo sighed.
Would have been easier.
Edward shrugged.
Well, you're here now. Is it true you were both at the same college?
We were, said Hugo.
Shame you had your time cut short, said Edward, addressing Hugo. It must have been fabulous with girls. I think fabulous may be pushing it, said Hugo.
Another unfamiliar dance began, and Edward sat beside Sophie.
Would you both like to come to our place, with Freddie? We're having a shooting party on Saturday. Great fun.
Began Sophie. A party to murder animals. She presumed it would be animals. I don't shoot.
Ladies don't shoot, said Edward, bemused. They stay inside and keep each other company.
Lucy had mentioned this, yet again excluded, but hey, occasionally, a good thing. She gave a resigned nod.
We'd love to come, said Hugo. And we hunt in the winter, said Edward. You must come for that too.
Sophie's lips wouldn't move. A faint rumble of thunder. She so wanted it to rain. A waltz began, and Edward stood and offered Sophie his hand. Edward was more confident than Hugo had been, and led her faster around the floor, but she managed not to step on his toes. After dancing with Edward, and again with Hugo and Freddie, Sophie began to flag, so she went to the nearest refreshment room to peel off her gloves. Where practical, ladies didn't remove their gloves in public. Another stupid rule. Back in the ballroom, she left the gloves folded neatly on her chair, accepted a glass of champagne, and went with Freddie to the terrace, where it was mercifully cooler.
You are so beautiful,
he murmured in her ear. But even as his words gave her a contented glow, a fair-haired boy with a pointed chin and arresting blue eyes stepped onto the terrace and looked curiously in her direction. She was attracting too many glances, apparently benevolent, but some guests must have heard, and believed, Alan's caustic rumour. She sipped champagne, not cold, but hit the spot. She finished it. These glasses are really small.
They're the normal size.
Half admiring, half shocked, Freddie accepted another full glass for her. He was worried she'd get smashed and disgrace herself. As if. They went inside. Sophie collected her gloves, left to put them on again, then returned and sat beside Anne. Anne's taffeta gown was the same flattering shade of blue as her less formal dinner dress, and her tall, elaborate tiara and amethyst and gold pearl necklace somehow managed to be tasteful. Herbert was dancing with Ethel, his face flushed and shiny, going a little too slow, and stepping on her feet. Dancers under the chandeliers glided and whirled, and the jewellery worn by the women would have out-glittered a 1970s disco ball. "This is spectacular," Sophie said. "I am so enjoying myself." And she was, despite the strain of behaving correctly. "I am glad," said Anne, elegantly waving her fan. "Hopefully it will rain soon and be cooler." Across the room, Alice was sitting alone, also waving her fan, her face pale and nervous. "Earlier, Alice was finding the heat a bit much," said Sophie. "She still seems unwell." "Alice finds social situations stressful," said Anne, watching the dancers. Perhaps Alice suffered from anxiety. Isha had been on meds for stress and panic attacks since she was 14. So had many girls at Hadley, overwhelmed by the demands of social media and exams. Here, there was just as much pressure, but a different sort. Catch a husband or be pitied and poor. Freddie was waiting near Sophie's chair, but Anne gestured at him to move on and said to Sophie, "You shouldn't dance too much with any one chap." Freddie winked at Sophie before sauntering off, and Anne gave Sophie a warning look. With Freddie and Hugo off limits, Sophie was saved from wallflower status by a young man with red hair and freckles, Harry Richards, and then by a different dance partner, Albert Garnier. He was tall and slender, sported a neat brown beard and extreme hat hair, as if flattened by an invisible helmet. Dancing with Albert, Sophie looked over towards Hugo. "Who's that with Mr. Harrington?" Hugo was dancing his third or fourth waltz with the same haughty-looking girl. So much for the don't hog one partner rule.
"Miss Clarissa Main," said Albert. "I don't know her well. Her family live in London."
Clarissa would suffer, not Hugo, if people gossiped. Sophie stumbled, held on to Albert's arm to regain her balance, and he gave her an understanding smile. Not handsome, exactly, but an interesting face. Long nose, clear eyes, and a firm mouth. As the music ended, thunder sounded directly overhead.
"Here comes the rain,"
said Albert. He escorted Sophie to her seat and asked Anne to dance. Harry Richards, Albert Garnier. Sophie wrote the names in her dance card. Herbert appeared from nowhere, holding 2 glasses of champagne.
"A splendid bash."
His words were slurred. Sitting beside Sophie, he put a glass by his chair and downed the other.
"I just wanted to say, if you feel like changing horses, I'd be honoured."
His mouth was too near her face, and his breath stank of stale vinegar. "Sorry?"
"A bit of muslin here and there. I'm sure you understand."
She didn't, but whatever he meant, his tone was creepy. "I don't think so." He took the full glass from the floor, drank it, and put it down.
"Oh, come on. We could slip away. No one will notice."
What a sleazebag. She waved her fan in front of her face like a tiny shield. Stay cool. But Herbert grabbed her wrist, unexpectedly hard, and she dropped the fan. "No." She didn't bother lowering her voice. To her alarm, Herbert stood and pulled her out of her chair.
"I like this game."
"I'm not playing. Stop." She scraped at his fingers, but couldn't dislodge his hand. The memory of the men in the lane came back, morphed into panic. "You're a sad fuckwit." People were watching, though only Herbert could have caught her words over the quartet. His grip tightened, and she winced.
"What did you say?"
Herbert swayed, and his face turned redder. "You heard?"
"Slut."
"And you're a little shit." She managed to yank her hand back. "Act ladylike." "You're drunk, sir." Freddie was beside her. The vicar was hurrying towards them, and Hugo wasn't far behind, his dance partner's eyes curious. Herbert smiled.
"And you're a whore."
Her reaction was instinctive and instant. She didn't think or consider the consequences. Before she knew it, her gloved fist had connected with his jaw. Herbert's head jerked, and he crumpled. Someone gasped. No. No! Charlotte nipped Herbert's ankle and raced off, her paws slipping on the smooth wooden floor. Hide! Freddie's arm was protectively around her shoulders. Nowhere to hide. The vicar was bending over Herbert, helping him to stand. Edward was beside Anne, who was standing perfectly still, her eyes round with shock.
"I'm afraid we need to leave before dinner," the vicar said to Anne. "My apologies. An urgent pastoral matter."
He frog-marched Herbert away, surreally in time with the music. Alice was lying on the floor. Ethel was kneeling beside her, waving a fan by her sister's face, and Harry Richards was saying,
"Help her sit up."
Sophie gently removed Freddie's arm and went to Alice. Put her head between her knees. No, that wouldn't work with Alice's rigid corset. "Take her to our room," said Ethel to Harry, her voice urgent. Escape. Lie low. Sophie went with them, then helped to get Alice on a bed. Harry turned Alice gently on her side, began undoing buttons.
"Ring for a maid. Loosen her stays."
"We've got this," said Sophie. Ethel said hastily, "Harry's training to be a doctor." Right, not a sleazebag. Sophie opened the door and stepped into the corridor. Run! But Anne, her face wooden, was marching in her direction. Nowhere to run. "What were you thinking?" "He was drunk, called me a whore, was pulling me out to the terrace to rape me. What was I supposed to do? Ask for help? Freddie was right there." Chapter 39. In the first assembly at Hadley, listening to the welcoming address, Sophie had been imposter syndrome girl. Way too posh for her first school, but for the second, not posh enough. "You are the country's future leaders." Miss Parncut's words had been acknowledged with a collective squaring of shoulders, but Sophie was gobsmacked. The head teacher at her primary school would never have said that, because it wasn't true, so wouldn't have occurred to him, or his students. Sophie didn't miss the old playground fights, but lashing out was ingrained. 4 weeks later, she shoved Madison hard onto the tarmac of the netball court, and in the resulting suspension interview, Miss Parncut was blunt. "Fighting at this establishment will get you expelled." But she offered Sophie an unexpected alternative. "Take up kickboxing, and use that as an outlet for your aggression." Initially resentful, Sophie adapted, honing instinct into a respected skill. Instinct and skill. Today, they'd ruined her. Sophie put her face in her hands. This was the end. Numb and empty. Despair. "Look at me." Anne's sparkling tiara and jewellery jarred with her ashen face and hard eyes. "Mr. Clutterbuck frightened you. He was drunk and behaving dishonourably. You fell forward in a faint." "Everyone saw me punch him." Sophie's voice echoed in her ears, dull, defeated. "If we persist, repeat that you fainted and knocked him over, people will begin to doubt what they saw." "I can't go in there." Women might throw punches in pubs, but ladies didn't clock drunks in grand houses. Damn crappy Clutterbuck. She hoped he'd get sacked, defrocked, or whatever happened to lecherous curates. If you can put a 6-foot drunk on the floor, you can face awkwardness. Anne put her arm through Sophie's. "Chin up." They strolled along the passage, but it was a forced march in disguise, and Sophie was hyperventilating. When they came into the ballroom, the music seemed to fade, and Anne was reintroducing her, as if she'd been ill or recently returned from Australia. "You remember Miss Arundel? She's had a terrible shock." Anne retold the fainting story until Sophie could repeat it verbatim. Albert was sympathetic, as if what she was saying was entirely reasonable. So was Freddie, though he'd been right beside her when she'd fainted. He was being polite. Hugo managed a disbelieving nod, and his dance partner's green eyes narrowed, but she gave Sophie a token smile.
"I'm forgetting my manners," said Hugo, ironically. "This is Miss Clarissa Main."
"How do you do?" said Sophie. Clarissa did the echo thing and smiled at Hugo, a completely different smile to the one she'd given Sophie. A full-on flirt. Hugo flirted back. The despair that had faded with each retelling of Anne's fake news morphed into surprise, then hurt, which was stupid. Of course, Hugo would be socializing, flirting. Why wouldn't he?
"It would normally be your last dance partner," said Freddie. "But in the circumstances, may I escort you into dinner?"
"Of course," said Sophie, on autopilot. She peeled off her gloves. After punching Clutterbuck, removing her gloves in public was a trivial faux pas. The dining table was laid out in its normal splendid style, but made more magnificent by large silver centerpieces featuring shortened stags and pink, yellow and white roses. What had Anne said? Chin up. Sophie sat between Freddie and Ethel. As Anne had instructed, Sophie laid her gloves neatly across her lap, under the napkin the footman had draped across her knees. "How is Alice?" Sophie asked Ethel. "Better, thank you." Ethel leaned closer. "What you did to Mr. Clutterbuck was outrageous, and quite splendid." Beneath Ethel's earnest, conventional manner was a kindred spirit. Sophie shot her a grateful smile. But Sophie's energy was dipping. She needed to eat. As well as familiar dishes, there was caviar, oysters, white grouse and truffles. She accepted oysters onto her plate so as not to appear odd, but only ate a truffle on toast, fruit and cheese. After the meal, other women carried their gloves, so Sophie did the same. Guests thanked Anne and Richard, drifted off to bedrooms, carriages or cars, and Sophie chivied Charlotte to her room, beyond tired. She didn't want to think about tomorrow. Charlotte slumped on the bed. Maud helped Sophie undress, and Sophie made vague assenting noises to Maud's questions. An instant after crawling under the coverlet, she was asleep. But as she floated towards consciousness the next morning, the memory of punching Herbert came sharply back. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. Maud put the tea tray on Sophie's lap. She was acting entirely normally. Since retiring last night, Maud must have just slept and returned. No time to hear a snippet, let alone the full version. Shouldn't repeat the fainting lie. The best barometer would be Maud's genuine reaction, untainted by special pleading. Brazen it out. Breakfast felt more formal with 40 people. An unfamiliar footman seated her beside Clarissa, who was sitting unnaturally straight, like a cartoon princess. Was she wearing particularly uncomfortable underwear? Toast and homemade marmalade lifted Sophie's spirits. She discreetly fed Charlotte, and Clarissa talked, hardly pausing for breath. "Absolutely wonderful," she gushed. "During the season, you go from event to event in one giddy whirl, meet all the right people. Have you been to any shooting weekends?" She wouldn't be going now, but it would be useful to get info, maybe for Hugo. "Weekend?" Clarissa delicately sniffed, as if catching an unpleasant aroma. She turned to face Sophie. "Only Americans talk about the weekend. So vulgar. You must say Saturday to Monday, or people will think you're foreign. Or worse." "Worse?" "Not the right sort." Clarissa ignored her for the rest of breakfast, which was no loss. Clarissa was, how had she put it? Not the right sort. Hugo was seated a long way down the table, but Clarissa had somehow attracted his attention. Actually, his rapport with Clarissa was entirely predictable. Her demeanour was scarily similar to Madison's. They even looked alike. Brown hair, almond-shaped eyes, and a mouth that was slightly too big. If Clarissa hadn't been born in another universe, she could have been related. Sophie wanted to give Clarissa a good shove, but she was 18, not 12. Some things could never be. When Clarissa eventually left, Freddie took her place.
After a late night, he said, a good breakfast is just the ticket.
Absolutely. She was physically restored, if not socially.
Did you enjoy the ball?
Very much, she lied politely.
You and Hugo should learn more dances.
He gestured to a footman to pour him orange juice.
Once you know the steps, you don't forget.
He sipped his juice.
I could teach you.
I'd like that. 2 middle-aged women were taking too close an interest. Sophie put on her innocent face and included them. Hugo and I need to learn all the dances from scratch. So far, we only know 2. Freddie got the hint and stopped flirting. He'd definitely been flirting.
The shooting party should be fun,
said Freddie, in a voice loud enough to include the women. After the last car drove off in the afternoon, Sophie sat at the dressing table in her room and looked dully at her dance card. Unlikely that any boy would be interested in her now. She felt drained, so tried to doze, but she was too wired. Anne wouldn't lock her in a tower, but she needed to know the worst. Knowing was better than not knowing. Well, usually. Finally, at 4, she headed to the small drawing room. Anne came in. Miss Parry served tea and left, closing the door behind her, and Sophie's nerves tensed until they should have snapped. Sophie forced herself to speak calmly. "What are you going to do?" Anne ate a tiny cucumber sandwich.
I considered asking if you could stay with Richard's great-aunt. She lives near Truro.
Where's that?
300 miles away. But Mrs. Trelawney is elderly and old-fashioned. If you made another mistake, there would be no safety net, no rowing back.
Anne took a sip of tea.
I can lessen the damage while you're under this roof. I can only hope I won't be called into action this evening or tomorrow.
A crazy rush of relief.
My family and the manor. This is my whole life, Sophie. No one is more important than that.
Sophie cringed.
On the bright side, many guests this morning were asking after Alice's health, and yours.
I still don't understand why they bought your story.
That punch was so shocking, people didn't believe their eyes.
Like a magician's sleight of hand.
I understand the Armstrongs have invited you to the shoot.
Please don't worry, I'd much rather stay here. When Anne said nothing, Sophie added, Hugo accepted the invitation at the ball. He could still go.
A good opportunity to bolster his social credentials, said Anne. Unfortunately, you need to go too.
But why? I could say I was really ill, confined to bed.
That would only encourage the most unpleasant gossip.
Sophie stared into her tea.
Make a virtue of it. Strengthen your friendship with Alice and Ethel. Concentrate on embroidery and acting demure.
There was no humour in Anne's eyes.
Jack dislikes travelling, and I presume Charlotte hasn't been to a shoot before?
No.
You will need to keep her on the lead outside.
Having Charlotte along would make it easier. After tea, when Sophie mentioned the proposed trip to Maud, she was obviously keen. I've never worked anywhere else, miss. We'll have to make up trunks. I won't need loads of stuff, just a day dress and one for dinner. It's only Saturday to Monday. When Lady Lacy visits, she takes her best velvet dress for church, tweed coats and skirts. You can't wear the same dinner gown over the time, miss. Hats, country caps, a riding habit. And think about the petticoats, hat pins and such like. And you'll need a pretty bag to carry a book and sampler. Off the hook with shooting, but constant pointless clothes changing, and she couldn't get out of church. And delicate sewing would be tedious and difficult, with the additional problem of concealing poor results. What's your full name, miss? I'll sew your initials on the bag. Sophie Deborah Ellen Arundel. What are your middle names, if you don't mind me asking? I don't have any, miss. My parents used them all on my sisters. There must be thousands of girls' names. She'd never understand this world.
Could you spare some time tomorrow to help in the office?
4 hours later, over dinner, it took Sophie a moment to realise that Richard was addressing her. She smiled. Of course. He was being polite. He must know she had sufficient time to write a novel, start her own business, and write a how-to daily blog. Anne had suggested this, to keep her occupied, and out of trouble. The following morning, before meeting Richard, Sophie sat on the terrace and read the paper. On the front page was a black and white photograph of a fashionably dressed couple standing beside a shop window. Underneath was a short caption: Lord and Lady Mayne visit Selfridge's department store. The popular London venue continues to prosper. Mayne was an unusual surname. Clarissa's parents. The woman was wearing a dress with an extremely tapered skirt and a gigantic hat adorned with ostrich feathers. Somehow, the outfit managed to flatter her plump figure. Her husband had an attractive, open face, but clever eyes. Lately, every front page had featured a good news story, but the headlines inside were less reassuring. Order restored after bread riot. Longer sentences for suffragettes welcomed. Sophie checked her watch. Nearly 11. She walked towards the office, the dogs trotting beside her, and knocked on an open door. Richard looked up from a shabby ledger. His oak desk was shabby too, the work surface shiny from years of use. Behind him were 3 more desks, arranged in a horizontal row. Rickety bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with dog-eared box files. More files were on the floor. Hugo was seated at the middle desk, reading some sort of chart. To his right was an unoccupied table, chaotically piled with papers. Behind the other desk was a young woman. She was moving her finger along a line of figures penciled in a large open book. When Sophie stepped through the doorway, the girl noticed and smiled. For a moment, Sophie didn't recognise her. Flaxen hair neatly arranged in a chignon, her complexion clear and smooth, blue eyes bright and alert, and young, near her own age. The last time she'd seen Mrs. Fletcher outside the crooked gate, she'd been defiant and exhausted and appeared years older. Sophie smiled back. Hugo was still pointedly buried in his work. Jack ran forward, thumped his head on a table leg, and yelped. Heavens! Richard rushed forward and checked him over. After a moment, Jack recovered himself and crawled under his master's desk. Jack hadn't been in the office in a while. Must have lost his bearings. Richard gestured Sophie towards a chair by a smaller desk she hadn't noticed, tucked beside a bookcase. On the table were 3 thick ledgers, neatly stacked. She sat down, and Charlotte leaned against her legs. The air was stuffy and dusty, with a whiff of floor polish. She'd expected this. Basically a job interview. Richard sat at his desk again.
Before we begin, I would like your assurance that you will treat everything in confidence. The one thing I've been unable to change is the gossip telegraph. Nothing faster known to science.
I understand.
The office might not be neat, but it's efficient. 20 years ago, we didn't know how many cottages or estate workers we had. Until we find a new manager, I cannot let things slip. That's why I've asked you to lend me a hand.
Sophie doubted that was why she was here, but nodded. She opened the first book. Detailed records of cottages, with tenants' names, wives and children, inventories of furniture, pots and pans and cutlery, all neatly annotated with A, R, V or N.
Keeping these records up to date will only require half a day a week, said Richard.
What do the letters stand for? Asked Sophie.
Active, retired, vacant, needs renovating.
What happens if people get sick?
Good question, said Richard. When I took over, the manor started paying for hospital care, and nobody loses their home if they retire or can't work. Friends thought people would pretend to be sick, exploit us. What actually happened is that working and living here is highly prized. Everyone pulls together.
Is there a state pension? Asked Sophie.
There is. 5 shillings a week.
Freddie had given Hugo a shilling for their pints in the Crooked Gate. So a pittance.
For men over 70,
added Richard. What do women get?
Nothing. Life is hard for widows and spinsters, but not many men live to 70.
Richard gestured at the piles of paperwork in the room.
So everyone turns to the estate for support.
Sophie leafed through the other ledgers, allocated to her because they involved families, and refrained from clearing her throat in a clutterbuck way. I'll familiarise myself with these. What can I do then? Richard smiled. When he genuinely smiled, he looked like Freddie.
Hugo, can you close the door?
Hugo stood and pushed the door to, then returned to his seat. Richard's astute brown eyes met hers.
Anne tries to keep herself informed, but she can't be everywhere. We lost a baby last winter because the mother didn't raise the alarm in time.
That's awful. She was pleased to help. Anyway, only so many baths you could have, books you could read, and the walks with the dogs were getting longer, just to fill the hours. No need to ask about salary. Less like an internship, more like Lady Bountiful.
These projections are so detailed,
said Hugo.
Freddie is not keen on work in general, said Richard. But if there's difficult maths involved, he'll do it to perfection. I'll ask him to take me through this, said Hugo. Freddie will finish walking the boundary soon. He can explain the projections then. Take a break.
Richard turned to Sophie.
You too.
Sophie walked out with Hugo towards the garden. Charlotte sprinted back and forth, and Jack stayed close to Sophie's legs.
Freddie's convinced himself you fainted,
said Hugo.
In complete denial.
But he saw me practicing in the gym.
Where you're concerned, he only sees what he wants to.
Cultural conditioning could be strong, even overriding clear evidence. Freddie didn't want to believe she, or any girl, could throw a punch. On the terrace, Sophie sat at the table under the parasol. Jack stood beside her chair, and she patted him, worried by how clingy he was. Hugo knelt on the flagstones beside Jack.
Both his eyes are too shiny. Misty.
Cataracts.
At home, it would be a routine operation.
When did cataract surgery start?
I'm not sure,
said Hugo.
But for dogs.
Charlotte zoomed under the table, and Jack carefully lay beside her, his head touching hers, and closed his eyes. The past sucks, said Sophie. In any universe. Chapter 40. Still kneeling, Hugo stretched his arm out under the terrace table and stroked Jack.
He's well cared for.
Hugo stood up and sat beside Sophie.
And it's good you're helping in the office.
I guess. Shorten work world wasn't devastatingly depressing like going blind, but still disheartening. Forget glass ceilings, this one was concrete.
Richard means well, but he puts people into convenient boxes. I know you felt excluded, but you should go with the flow. And the system's more flexible than it looks. Lucy's done well.
She arrived here with a skill, unlike me. Hugo was silent, casting around for a lie to buck her up. Try to be positive. Only working half a day. I could be a suffragette.
I don't think even the Lacys would tolerate you chaining yourself to railings or smashing windows.
I wouldn't do violence.
You might say that.
I come from a long line of pacifists.
Do you?
Back to the 19th century.
That wouldn't protect you, Sophie. At home, the force-feeding of suffragettes was brutal. They were tortured.
Torture. Sepia photos of girls from history lessons, parachuted into France in the Second World War, captured, executed. Self-knowledge hurt, but she paid attention. She wasn't brave enough.
You could be a suffragist.
What's that?
If it's the same here, they're non-violent and let men join.
I don't think it is the same, said Sophie. Did you read the paper this morning?
Didn't have time.
There are thousands of women in jail.
At home, it was hundreds. The justice system must be close to collapsing.
Typical Hugo, jumping to the wider picture, analysing, his mind running in different directions. Forget about prisons. Women are taking up arms. This isn't a jolly campaign run by women in hats.
Most people know about the rousing songs and banners, but our suffragettes planted bombs, cut phone lines.
Like terrorists.
Or freedom fighters, depending on your point of view. Without the Great War, it could have turned into a full-blown insurgency.
I could always lobby for change in a small way. Maud told me she gets paid a lot less than John. Equality was important. Really important. Think about the civil rights movement. Rosa Parks on that bus.
How many people got thrown off buses in the States before Rosa Parks? For a gesture to become symbolic, make a difference, you have to be in the right place at the right time, and campaigning for equal pay really isn't a good idea.
I thought you were a feminist.
At home, there's still a pay gap, and it was the First World War that made people even think about it. Won't happen here.
He frowned.
You don't want to be thought weird.
Anne's advice about behaviour repeated in her head, visions of righteous protest fading. I suppose you're right. I don't want to be known as a weird person. Well, more than I am already. She rang the handbell for coffee. You were worried about not knowing the future, but our future's mapped out. We'll be working here till we die.
In 60 years, who knows what Shorten will be like,
said Hugo.
But right now, this does feel like a jail sentence. A nicely decorated prison is still a prison.
But we're in different jails. You're in a Swedish open prison where you can do pretty much what you want. I'm in Guantanamo Bay, and a jumpsuit would be better than a corset and hobble-skirt. I had more freedom when I was 9. He frowned again. It's not fair. My crowning achievement will be getting married. How challenging is that?
Very challenging if you marry the wrong man. One-way ticket and all that.
I need to find someone who won't be any trouble. Hugo opened his mouth to speak, but changed his mind. In an ideal world, I should be madly in love with him. But if it's really intense, we could fall out, and then where would I be? She rested her chin on her hand. Even if Prince Charming did turn up, there'd still be issues.
Like what?
Doing anything that doesn't involve being Lady Bountiful? When I'm wearing uncomfortable underwear and an enormous hat, I want to tear it off and train to be an astronaut. A spacesuit would be cumbersome, but have a point. His lips twitched.
Definitely not an option here.
Glad you think it's funny. Anyway, if I can't have a normal job, I'll be pretty high maintenance.
I think it's a problem for both of us, said Hugo. I'll have to marry someone who knows their own mind, doesn't think along conventional lines, or I'll be bored witless.
He smiled at Miss Parry, who was putting out a plate of bourbon biscuits. After Miss Parry had poured coffee, he asked for water bowls for the dogs, in his Hugo way. Ordering stuff from a dutiful servant was second nature, but that wasn't his fault. She watched him under her lashes. She'd marry him, if push came to shove. Her skin heated in a weird surge, but she ignored it. Lizard brain lust was a powerful but misdirected force. Hugo spent more time with Freddie than with her. Another thought occurred. No, she'd have guessed. And Freddie paid her compliments and flirted. She fancied him, and he was kind, and didn't take himself too seriously. Years ago, she'd discussed arranged marriages with Isha. Some turned out badly, but others worked out, falling in love coming after the wedding. Freddie would respect her. Anne had surely seen to that, and there was no rush. 30's a good age to tie the knot. You look okay, but you're properly grown up.
That works at home, but 30 here would be really pushing it.
I suppose it's different for men. Annoyance sharpened her reply.
A bit.
He sipped his coffee.
But men usually married in their 20s. Oscar Wilde married at 29, for the sake of appearances.
So you'll marry in a few years, for the sake of appearances?
I'm a fan of Wilde's plays and novels, said Hugo, but I'm not that way inclined, which is lucky. In the 1920s at home, Gay people were jailed. Probably the same here.
Miss Parry returned with water bowls and put them on the flagstones under the table. Charlotte drank thirstily, but Jack didn't stir. Miss Parry turned towards the garden. Freddie was walking up the lawn. He reached the terrace.
Coffee, yes please.
Miss Parry disappeared inside the house.
How was the boundary?
Hugo asked him.
Long.
Sophie told him about Jack.
How horrible.
Freddie peered at Jack.
And it will only get worse,
said Hugo. After Miss Parry had poured his coffee and left, Freddie said quietly,
Mr. Clutterbuck has moved to his brother's estate. Won't be taking the living in Derby.
He must blame me, said Sophie. Want payback. Freddie's brow creased.
Payback? Revenge,
said Hugo.
He behaved dishonourably.
Freddie sipped his coffee.
Entirely his own fault. Without a living, he can't preach in church,
said Hugo.
Yes, he could somehow make trouble, but he'll have his hands full, finding a different profession.
Where does his brother live? Sophie asked Freddie. Hopefully in the wilds of Scotland.
Near London.
How easy is it, added Sophie, to get from there to Shorten on the train?
Very easy.
Freddie reached for a biscuit.
You still think those loony letters were from him? Most likely suspect, said Hugo. Actually, the only one. He is an odd character, said Freddie. A few years ago, he and a maid, well, she had a baby, and every day he drinks 2 bottles of claret and whiskey.
How do you know all this? Asked Sophie.
Mr. Farrow is friendly with the vicar's housekeeper.
Freddie finished his coffee.
And Mr. Clutterbuck is a younger son, so has no money.
He must have some, said Sophie, or he couldn't fund his claret habit. Freddie shrugged, and Hugo smiled. As Hugo's lips moved, butterflies tapped a stupid answering dance. Go away, lizard brain. Freddie stood up, signalling it was time to return to the office, and Charlotte emerged from under the table, closely followed by Jack. But on the short walk, Jack kept close to Charlotte, even matching her strides. In the office, Freddie explained about Jack's eyes. Richard's lips compressed.
He's only 3.
Jack was under his master's desk again, and Richard bent down and patted him.
He's been unsettled at night in the kennels, gets nervous at the slightest sound. I realise now it's because of his eye trouble.
Richard straightened and addressed Sophie.
Would you mind if he slept with Charlotte in your room, given their attachment?
The bed was massive. No problem. She'd talk Maud round. That afternoon, when Sophie went to her room to change for tea, Maud jumped from the armchair like a startled frog, hiding a book in her skirts. Sorry, miss. No worries, you're on your break. I don't have breaks, miss. There's always chores that need doing. Everyone needs breaks. I'm cool with you reading, as long as the book's not so good I drown in the bath. Maud's eyes widened. I'm kidding. Sophie sat on the bed. What's the book? Maud reluctantly showed her. On the cover was a bug-eyed skeleton menacing a sleeping girl by a coffin. Varney the Vampire, Sophie read aloud. Or The Feast of Blood. The monster was showing off his ribcage, but the girl was fully clothed. Sophie flicked through the pages. Not a 1920s 50 Shades, not even steamy romance. Just over-the-top horror. Please don't tell Lady Lacy, miss. Of course I won't, but where's the harm? Anne wouldn't care about Maud reading trashy books. I don't understand why you can't read this. It's a penny dreadful, miss. I'd be dismissed. What's a penny dreadful? Couldn't be worse than stealing. It costs a penny, and they're ever so good. Your secret's safe, said Sophie. Maud was visibly relieved. But you shouldn't be paying. The library's full of books. You're allowed to borrow them. If you ask permission, miss, but they're not as exciting. Sophie handed her Vanity Fair. She'd finished it the previous evening. The heroine's wicked, but it's respectable. You'll love it. Do I have to read it, miss? No, but there's no harm in giving it a go. If you don't like it, you can go back to Varney the vampire. And you can relax. If you shut the door, the only person who'll walk in on you is me, and the dogs. Maud beamed. Sophie flicked through Varney the vampire again. Varney was a silly name for a vampire, but the freedom to read anything was important. If Maud were discovered with a forbidden book, Sophie Arundel would go into battle. Behind the scenes, like with Miss Parry. But Anne wouldn't sack Maud. It wouldn't just be unfair. Maud was a vital part of the supervising Sophie team. Sophie changed and set off towards the small drawing room, but was waylaid by the fair-haired footman carrying a silver tray. On it was a small piece of paper. Please, not another threat. She picked it up, and the footman left. Thick white paper, the size and shape of a playing card. The top corners were slightly rounded, and one was folded over. Engraved in gilt in the middle was A. H. Garnier, and below, Fissington Hall. Near the bottom, P.P. had been written by hand. Albert, the boy she'd danced with. She turned the card over. Entirely blank. She continued on to the drawing room, where Anne was standing by the window looking out at the gardens. Sophie showed her the card. How did the footman know it was for me? You're the only unmarried girl living here. Apart from the maids. Anne gave her an indulgent smile. The turned-down corner means Mr. Garnier left this in person. That shows he's keen. A seriously interested boy who wasn't a sleazebag. Formal courting must deter time-wasters, and he couldn't be as boring as Pete. She felt irrationally excited. This was much better than a dating app. For a start, she'd already met him. What does PP mean? Pour présenter. It's very old-fashioned. He's asking to be presented to you. I danced with him at the ball. This is different, said Anne. He's asking to see you by himself, to make your acquaintance. You should reply within a couple of days. That would be courteous, but sincere. Right. Cool, not desperate. I'll suggest we meet next week. Post this tomorrow. Goodness, Sophie, where to begin? Calling cards have a precise set of rules. Of course they did. Sophie felt an invisible etiquette blanket enveloping her, endless and suffocating. If we sent back his card, that would clearly signal you did not want him to call. And if you wrote a specific day on it, he would be very confused. What should I do? Anne walked over to a sideboard. I realised you would need these when you arrived. She took out a stack of cards. Larger than Albert's, Miss Sophie Arundel was printed in a floral font, and below, Shorten Manor. This is really kind of you. Nonsense. Everyone has them. Miss Parry came in with a laden tray, and as she laid out crockery, Anne put one card aside, returned the rest to the sideboard, and fished out a sleek silver pen from a drawer. Anne sat down across from Sophie and put the card on the coffee table. We need to send Mr. Garnier this, with morning written on it, said Anne. That way, he'll call in the early afternoon, after lunch. Sorry? It is confusing and quite involved. I had to learn quickly how it all worked, once I was married. I'm sorry, Sophie repeated. You've completely lost me. Everyone uses cards to tell people they are in town or coming home. Couldn't we just phone? That would be easier, but calling out of the blue is very bad form, and not everyone has telephones. I see. Without Anne's advice, Sophie Arundel would be a social outcast, a sad figure of fun. You'll soon get the hang of it. Miss Parry poured tea and left. You must establish how you feel about Mr. Garnier, said Anne, whether you'd accept a proposal. After talking to him over tea, you should at least have an inkling. Okay. He will stay 20 or 30 minutes. On no account should you allow him to hold your hand. Got it. Don't worry too much, said Anne. These pitfalls only arise after at least 3 or 4 calls. What about kissing? No kissing, even when you're engaged, and then you'll be chaperoned. Really? I thought Richard's mother was using social convention to split us up. We got through it. Everybody does. I appreciate it's worse for you because of what you're used to. Sophie sighed. Sleeping with Pete over a weekend was hardly an exciting past. We got into the lift on the first day at uni. There was no time to meet anyone. But you already knew Hugo. Not very well. There was a curious look on Anne's face. Had she guessed about the lizard brain thing? No, that was silly. Anne handed her the pen. You write the reply, and I'll post it tomorrow. I don't get on with ink pens. Sophie gingerly turned it over in her hand. You never used one at home? No, just biros. I've always liked the feel of a proper pen. My parents bought me one for my 18th birthday. Would you mind writing it? Holding Sophie's card in place on the table, Anne wrote morning in an effortless flowing script. The key is to press, but not too hard. Thank you for this. Mr. Garnier won't reply for a few days. Earlier would be unseemly. Anne picked up Sophie's card. He's respectable and financially secure. The next morning in the gym, Sophie told Lucy about Albert's card. Those stupid rumours have hit the buffers, and it's not just Mr. Garnier who's keen. Lucy executed an impressive flurry of punches. Consensus is you'll marry a duke's son. Who says? Downstairs gossip mill. Need to meet one first. Shame she couldn't live with Lucy. For a moment, Sophie imagined slobbing in the cottage in her dressing gown. She steadied the punch bag. I think you've cracked punches. Now we can do kicks. She did the action in slow motion. That's a lot of twisting. Lucy tried to imitate the movement and fell over. She got to her feet and wiped her hands on her trousers, brushing off floor dust. Sophie demonstrated again, and Lucy copied her. That's it, said Sophie. I'll practice the twisting action and kicks at home. Lucy tried another shaky kick. The big gossip was the lecturous curate and you fainting in a ladylike way. I was impressed. Don't be. She told Lucy what had actually happened. No. Lucy's mouth formed a perfect, shocked O. Chapter 41. The fair-haired footman came into the library with a card on a tray. Albert? So quickly? Sophie's reply had only been posted the previous day. It must have arrived at Fissington Hall first thing, and, with unseemly haste, he'd delivered this himself. And life-changing tea date was happening in 4 hours. As they walked to lunch, she confided her trepidation to Hugo. The formal ritual is fascinating, and, you never know, he may be too. She hadn't expected him to be mega jealous or declare eternal love, so the bleak, hopeless feeling took her by surprise. Unexpected fallout from her lizard brain. But half an hour after tea date, it was Hugo that Sophie sought out, the only person in this nuts universe that would understand. Being a Saturday, he was in his room. John answered her knock and returned her smile as he left, leaving the door ajar. Hugo was reading in his armchair. He glanced up. How was Albert? A complete loser. Really? He looked back at the book. He was keen to do tea today because he can't come to the shooting party. Sophie sat on the edge of the bed, the dogs sprawled at her feet. He's bothered that Hadley had boys as well as girls and droned on for a seriously long time about hunting. I think he's quite odd. Hugo's head was still angled down, reading. Good book. He closed it. But you parted on good terms? Yes. She'd learned a lot since stepping out of the lift. The old Sophie Arundel would have told Albert to take a hike. Anne says I need to put him off, but in a way that indicates I'm kind of interested, in case nobody else calls. She tapped her fingers on the bed coverlet. After he left, I read my notes again, but I've got lift puzzle block.
We can't give up.
Never give up. Never surrender. Hugo grinned, recognising the quote from Galaxy Quest. He stood and put the book on a side table.
The shooting party should be interesting.
His packed bags were stacked neatly in the corner of the room.
They won't let you shoot. What can go wrong?
They left at 4 for the hour-long journey to the Armstrong estate. With Anne minding Jack, Charlotte was grumpily dozing on the back seat, already missing him. Sophie was wearing a white veil draped to her shoulders over a hard, boxy hat. It matched her white, wrist-length gloves, but jarred with her soft navy dress and matching cape. Maud had insisted she wear the hat to keep her hair protected from wind or rain. If they'd been going to a beekeeper convention, she'd have fitted right in. Neither of the boys seemed to notice she was dressed as a beekeeper. Even Hugo, unaccustomed to travelling with someone up for fighting bees, made no comment. As the car slowed to navigate a bend, she turned to him. "Aren't you going to say anything?"
About what?
"This," she gestured.
It's a motoring hat.
Sophie rolled her eyes behind the veil and grabbed the hat to take it off, but then the rain started, strong and heavy. In moments, the leaves of the beech trees lining the road turned shiny and battered, and all her clothes were sodden. The hat was useless, as well as weird. Freddie twisted around in the front seat, his suit and small peaked cap also soaked through.
Chaps shoot black grouse in all weathers, but you can stay indoors.
Sophie smiled politely. Even if they'd been shooting clay pigeons, she wouldn't have joined in. Not in the ugly outdoors outfit she'd already tried on. A brown dress, bulky and coarse, short enough to show off unattractive black walking shoes, and a thigh-length, shapeless jacket. The hat was ugly too. Nondescript brown, small and shapeless. A charity shop couldn't have given it away. She looked 50 in it. An artfully draped tartan scarf brought her age down to 40-something. A heavy case filled the boot, and in the servants' car was another one, as well as hat boxes and Sophie's huge domed trunk, which Maud called Noah's Ark. It wasn't big enough for all the world's animals, but had room for quite a few, even in pairs. The car turned right onto a main road. Dishevelled men were trudging along the verge.
"Where have they come from?" asked Hugo. "Kilburn, Willington, Etwall. There's no work in the smaller towns."
Freddie frowned.
"They're going to Derby, but the trouble there is getting worse."
Sophie stared at her lap, really glad she was in the car. The memory of the attack in the lane was back, sharp as the knife point had been in her neck. 3 miles on, the line of weary humanity continued. One man was limping, leaning heavily on his companion, and Sophie felt for him, for all of them. Beardman had been in the same state, perhaps for years. Her mother's voice sounded in her head. "Forgive those who trespass against you." It would take time, but she would. Reynolds turned onto a deserted side road, and after 20 minutes of narrow lanes, they crossed a cattle grid and continued on a rough track through fields and eventually onto a gravel drive. Armstrong House was smaller than Shorten Manor, more like an oversized country cottage. Still larger than Sophie could imagine affording, unless she won the lottery or founded a start-up and sold it to someone from California. The Armstrongs came out to greet them, but everyone quickly went inside, keen to get out of the rain. In a mahogany-panelled hall, Sophie peeled off her cape, gloves and hat, and a maid took the sodden clothes away, presumably to somewhere they could dry out. Sophie followed Ethel upstairs, keeping Charlotte on a short lead. There'd been initial confusion, as it had been assumed Charlotte would stay with other dogs in kennels behind some stables. Sophie had gently but firmly demurred, explaining that Charlotte was sensitive and unused to being separated from her mistress. Sophie's room had a neat four-poster bed with no canopy and low mullioned windows overlooking the drive. Heavy cloud and rain outside made the space gloomy despite lit gas lamps. Slim brass pipes curved elegantly out from each wall in the shape of a swan's neck, holding smoky glass spheres. The flickering illumination was bright but soft, and corners and edges of furniture not directly underneath were shadowed and indistinct. "I'll let you freshen up," said Ethel. After changing into a dry dress, Sophie sat on the bed and ran her hand over the counterpane. The worn cream brocade was inlaid with hand-stitched emerald leaves edged in gilt thread, the repeated pattern punctuated with faded red and blue tulips. Felt old. Maud extracted a veiled funeral hat and a black plain gown made from bombazine fabric and put them in a wardrobe with her normal care. "That dress is hideous," said Sophie. "When was it made? I don't remember it." "It's the just-in-case dress, miss." "Just in case? A member of the royal family dies. Everyone has to wear black for a time. How long you have to depends on how important they were." A special dress to respect a famous dead person? That was bonkers. "Have you got a just-in-case dress?" Maud looked up from another gown she was holding, her expression bemused but patient. "My uniform is black, miss, so it doesn't affect me." So, not everyone had a just-in-case dress. "I'm so glad you're here. I feel like there are traps everywhere, waiting to catch me out." Maud smiled in recognition and went to the door. "Back in a minute, miss." Sophie rinsed her face, using a jug of water and a bowl on a dresser. "Over the next 3 days," she told Charlotte, "I'm going to be the most perfectly behaved lady ever." Charlotte ignored her, distracted by new scents. Maud returned, her face carefully neutral, which meant she was fretting about something. "The bathroom arrangements are different here, miss." "Different?" "There's an outside bathroom for the servants and an inside one for Mr. and Mrs. Armstrong." Maud got on her knees, reached under the bed, and brought out a white porcelain bowl with a lid. A yellow floral motif on one side had faded with time and use. Maud left it on the floor, avoiding Sophie's gaze. "You need to go in this, and I'll dispose of it." This was getting madder by the minute. "I can't ask you or anyone to do that. It's not nice." Maud folded her arms. "I don't want to use the servants' toilet, so I'll use a commode." "How many servants are there?" "I'm not sure, miss. Outdoors as well, at least 40. "I could get sick, so we could go back." Maud averted her eyes again. "It's a matter for you, miss, but it would be a shame. I've never heard of another house like the manor, with so many bathrooms. If you can't stay here, you wouldn't be able to stay anywhere." Sophie sighed. She'd always taken bathroom privacy for granted. Well, from when she'd been toilet trained, which she couldn't remember. If she ever offended Maud, the unleashed gossip would be catastrophic, might even eclipse the phantom pregnancy. "Do you leave while I—" "Of course, miss. There's paper in that cupboard. Shall I take Charlotte out on her lead, as she doesn't know the gardens?" "Thank you." Sophie tried to smile, but it turned into a grimace. Downstairs, Mr. Armstrong, Hugo, Freddie, Harry Richards, the red-haired boy who was training to be a doctor, and Edward Armstrong were gathered in the hall for the first shooting drive, as it was called. They were all dressed in brown tweed with deerstalker hats, reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes, except they had jackets, not long coats, and knee-length socks with +4s. Charlotte was restless, sensing their excitement, and Sophie shortened the lead. "Such a shame she can't join the other dogs." Clarissa somehow managed to look elegant in an unattractive plaid dress. Behind her, a maid was carrying a dark garment similar to Sophie's rejected outside jacket. "Have fun." Shame the Armstrongs had invited Clarissa. Sophie dragged Charlotte into a quiet room dominated by a grand piano even bigger than Shorten's. Sophie imagined Charlotte bouncing and scratching the smooth, polished surface, and sat well away on a cream armchair beside arched French windows. Beyond the rain-streaked glass was a smooth lawn bordered by blue hyacinths and burgundy roses, but the garden looked damp and uninviting. Sophie took a book from her embroidered bag and opened it where she'd left the bookmark. Tawny bright beams from gas lamps waved over the pale pages like flames from a grate, quite different from harsh electric light. But Armstrong House smelled the same as the manor. Old stone, leavened with a hint of vinegar and lemon, and dust kept at bay by invisible servants. Ethel and Alice came in, followed by a maid. Alice was carrying a similar bag to Sophie's, with AJA on it. "Can you bring me a pen?" Ethel's question was directed at the maid, but Ethel's attention was on a notebook she'd taken from a side table. Something showed in the young maid's face. Irritation? No, more than that. Resentment. Was there trouble downstairs here, too? Not an inquiry that would be welcomed from a new guest. Anyway, the sisters were oblivious to the maid's surliness. "Would it be possible to have a water bowl for my dog, please?" asked Sophie, as respectfully as she could. "Yes, miss." Now the maid's face was carefully blank. Charlotte put her head on Sophie's lap, realising she had zero chance of joining the shoot, and in a momentary trick of the light, the ends of her brown fur shone silver. Alice and Ethel sat together on a pale beige sofa. "Louise and Victoria Greenworthy will join us soon," said Ethel. "They came to your ball." Sophie couldn't remember them. "I love your piano. Do you both play?" The sisters exchanged glances. "Now and then," said Ethel. "Is this your first shooting party?" asked Alice. "Yes." Sophie closed her book. "Don't they have them in your world?" asked Ethel. "They do. Big houses get paid a lot of money to do shoots." Alice seemed puzzled. "Who would pay to shoot?" "Businessmen, mostly. I guess it's a way of male bonding." Alice laughed, unexpectedly loudly. "Male bonding? Never heard that before. I suppose that's what it is." "We can go outside if you like," said Ethel. "Give them moral support." "I'll leave that to Clarissa," said Sophie, before she'd thought how the words would sound. "You don't like her?" asked Alice. "Oh, I don't know her. I only spoke to her briefly at the ball." "Clarissa didn't have an easy season last year," said Ethel. "She liked this Russian chap, but he was practically royalty, and he wasn't so keen when he found out her father used to be in trade." The maid brought in Ethel's pen and Charlotte's bowl. After she'd left, Sophie said, "But the family are comfortable?" "Heavens, yes," said Ethel. "But Clarissa's not from an old family." What did that even mean? Surely everyone's family was old. "It wasn't just the Russian chap," said Alice. "Other girls would say horrible things." "Like what?" "Let's open the doors," said Alice. "I don't get it." "What the manager says in a department store when they open, apparently," explained Ethel. "Her father made his fortune selling dress material and furnishings." Sophie frowned, remembering online gossip about snooty friends of Prince William mocking Kate Middleton's parents, who'd once worked as lowly cabin crew. "Clarissa told me the season had been wonderful." "It's important to stay positive," said Ethel, her face serious. Husband hunting was a serious business. "I appreciate you sharing that. I may have misjudged Clarissa." Sophie returned the book to her bag. "How long does the shoot take?" "Today, a couple of hours," said Alice. "But tomorrow, after church, they'll have lunch outside unless the weather's really filthy, and stay out till tea. And on Monday, they'll shoot all day. We always have more birds than we can eat." Sophie leaned forward in her chair. "What do you do with the ones left over?" "I've never thought about it," said Alice. "They don't keep that long in the ice boxes." "At home, we have fridges," said Sophie. "Fridges," said Ethel, slowly. "Odd word." "There's usually a freezer compartment. Frozen food can last for months, so you don't need to shop so often." When Ethel and Alice looked blank, Sophie said. You've never gone food shopping? No, Ethel admitted. But we walked round Fortnum and Mason last year in London. It was lovely, said Alice, but we didn't buy anything. You're so lucky. In the holidays, Sophie shopped every few days for Auntie Wendy. Grocery shopping's very boring. Our food is delivered, said Ethel, from the village. We have that too, said Sophie, shopping online. Online? Asked Alice. Sorry, we have machines. You can use them to order anything. The last thing I bought was a train ticket. Felt like another life. You had to buy it. I don't understand, said Ethel. Can't your servants understand the machines? Most people don't have staff, said Sophie. And most people work, so they have to shop in their spare time. Goodness, said Ethel. How do you get anything done? We buy ready meals and go out to cafes and restaurants. We went to a restaurant in London, said Alice. I loved it, said Ethel, but our parents didn't approve. Why? There can be problems, said Ethel, knowledgeably. Men who've had too much to drink. What kind of restaurant was it? It was in a hotel, said Alice. The Ritz, said Ethel. I remember because the name sounded foreign. Very pricey. Not much chance of drunken fights there. It's strange, isn't it, said Ethel, to think of you and us visiting the same places but separated by, well, I don't know what. Sophie felt cold inside. She'd never been to the Ritz, but staying in central London with Isha, she'd probably walked the same streets. It's creepy, and if I can't get back, I do worry what sort of life I'll have. You had that unpleasantness with Mr. Clutterbuck, said Ethel, but Mr. Denning never stopped talking about you. I'm sure he'll ask to call. Mr. Denning? Mr. Rupert Denning. Ethel smiled, a twinkle in her eye. He's very handsome. Sophie searched her memory. She hadn't danced with him. What does he look like? Tall and fair, said Ethel, and the most wonderful blue eyes. The boy with the pointed chin who'd been looking at her, curious and interested. You said he set fire to his room in Oxford? He did, said Ethel, but he paid for the damage. This Rupert obviously had issues, but he wouldn't be boring. Chapter 42. If suitors call too often, there'll be an expectation of a proposal, said Ethel. If you don't like them, or they're not well off, you need to be careful. Charlotte was asleep on Sophie's skirts, and Sophie patted her absent-mindedly. She'd been careful with Albert, and she was up for round 2 with someone else, even a pyromaniac. Is Mr. Denning well off enough? He's the eldest son, Sophie, said Ethel, in a stage whisper. He'll inherit the estate and a title, and his family have land in the colonies. Consensus is you'll marry a duke's son. The guests who'd stayed over for the ball had brought their valets and maids. Rupert must have mentioned he'd liked her, and his valet had gossiped. Most young men are not in such a fortunate position, said Ethel. They try and marry someone rich from America, even go through agencies. She took a magazine from a rack by her chair, then stood up and handed it to Sophie. After articles on fashion, adverts for face creams and dressmakers were companies offering introductions. Discreet service for discerning gentlemen, only serious applications considered, references required. Intriguing. I wonder why they only target men. I quite fancy a date with a wealthy tycoon. That would be scandalous, smiled Ethel. You remind me of that American girl, said Alice. The one we met in London. Ethel nodded. What was this fascination with Americans? She was as English as afternoon tea. She argued politics, said Alice. Said we should act decisively. Sophie frowned. About what? The unrest in the cities. Said we should use guns, said Ethel. Sophie's pacifist parents hadn't let her watch TV shows or movies involving firearms, but during weekends at Hadley, Sophie had grown to love action stories, spy thrillers, as well as sci-fi. Real guns, though, were scary. She was very forceful. Alice seemed impressed, but daunted. "One of my friends is seeing an American boy," said Sophie. "They FaceTime every day." "FaceTime?" asked Alice. "He's in America, but she talks to him on the phone and can see him too, almost like she's with him, in the same room." "How wonderful," said Alice, slowly, imagining speaking on a futuristic phone. "Was her chap over here for the season?" asked Ethel. "No, she met him through a dating site. She got Boston, Massachusetts confused with Boston in England." "Dating site," repeated Alice. "They're a bit like these agencies," said Sophie. "Do you know anyone who's tried them?" Ethel's eyebrows went up. "Absolutely not." Her voice was stern, but her eyes were twinkling again. "It must be wonderful to marry without worrying about money," said Alice. Her delicate face reddened, and she examined her embroidery. Ethel cleared her throat. "I can't think why the Greenworthys haven't come down yet." Alice was blinking. Awkward. Sophie got to her feet, closing her bag to hide an untouched sampler. "I think I'll go and get my sewing." If Alice got stressed in social situations, it sucked that her parents had arranged this formal house party. When Sophie came back downstairs, Alice wasn't there, and Ethel was chatting to the Greenworthy sisters about hats.
"I just wish they weren't so large."
Louise was plump, with messy auburn hair. "They're such a bother." "I like them. They make me feel properly grown up." Victoria was blonde, with a retroussé nose and large eyes. She'd look good in the craziest hat. Sophie briefly feigned interest, then read her book. The men returned at 6, exchanging stories about misses and hits. They all had wet hair, but Harry's was completely flat, like a red swimming cap. Wet helmet hair was better than grease helmet hair, and no murdered birds, presumably carted off to the kitchen. After exchanging sodden Sherlock Holmes gear for suits, Freddie opted to stay indoors, playing whist with Edward and Harry, and Hugo reluctantly came out for a walk with Sophie. Though the rain had relented, the ground was messy. Sophie had put on her walking boots, but Hugo's shoes were shiny, so they kept to the paths, and Sophie kept Charlotte's lead short.
"The shoot was knackering," said Hugo. "I'm glad it's only a couple of days, or I'd get tinnitus."
"Tinnitus?"
"Old rock stars get it. Ringing in your ears. Nobody thinks to wear ear defenders."
"Did you enjoy it?"
"It's not difficult, once you're used to the gun. Other people make a noise, so the birds fly towards you."
He ruffled Charlotte's head.
"But once I realised they couldn't all be eaten before they rotted, it felt pointless. Slaughter for its own sake."
His distaste took her by surprise. "You'd played soldiers at school, so it's not completely strange." Hugo's lips pressed into a worried line, as if he wasn't sure. She related her conversation with the Armstrong sisters about dating. "With your British accent, you could charm a Vanderbilt."
"Nobody would be interested, Sophie. The Americans have money, but in exchange they want a genuine, titled aristocrat."
His voice was giving her that nice, fuzzy feeling. Lizard brain still pointlessly plugging away. "Rupert Denning's another option for me. He was at the ball. May leave a card."
"That's good."
Hugo pushed his fringe from his eyes. It was way too long again.
"All that rain and standing about has given me an appetite for dinner. It's white tie. You wouldn't believe how complicated the rules are, what you wear and when on different occasions."
Welcome to Sophie world. They went to the house, Hugo striding and Charlotte bouncing, but Sophie walked carefully, feeling queasy. She couldn't face dead bird dinner. Would plead a headache.
"I'm glad there'll be no grouse for dinner,"
said Hugo, as if he were reading her mind.
"They have to be hung and have other things done to them. Takes a day or so."
Enough gory detail. In the bedroom, Maud had taken out a pale blue dinner gown with a short train. The dress was gathered into a navy bow at the front, just above the knees to constrict the skirt. "Does your corset need tightening, miss?" "Definitely not." Any tighter and she wouldn't be able to breathe, never mind eat. "If there's no bathrooms here, how do people have baths?" "We send for a tin bath, miss. The water kettles are heavy and the stairs here are terrible narrow." "I can do without until we get back." Maud smiled. In the new gown, Sophie's waist looked tiny in a wall mirror, like she'd been photoshopped. She sat at a dressing table, took off her pendant, and picked out an emerald ring and the embossed gold bracelet from an enamelled jewellery box borrowed from Anne. Maud leaned over her with the heavy 3-tiered diamond necklace. Maud's fingers fumbled behind Sophie's neck. "Sorry, miss." "Won't it fasten?" "I've closed the clasp, but there's a tiny chain in case the clip breaks," said Maud. "All done." The necklace glittered soft white in the light from the gas lamps, made her look older as well as loaded, and was shouting, "Mug me." At home, it would have been safely stored in a bank vault, neglected, but insured. She grinned at her reflection. Definitely now a trinkets person. If she ever got home, she'd buy a shed-load of shouty costume jewellery. Maud was holding the torture gloves, and Sophie reluctantly stood up. When the gloves were finally on, Charlotte pulled the door, and Sophie walked towards her. "Charlotte needs to stay here, miss." "Why?" "Dogs aren't allowed in the dining room. I'll get her nice scraps." Every house had different rules. One day there'd be laws against dog discrimination, but not in her lifetime, perhaps in any universe. She kissed the top of Charlotte's head, and Maud held on to Charlotte's collar while Sophie opened the door. Downstairs, the drawing room was full of people enjoying pre-dinner drinks, including a young man in navy trousers and a matching jacket, with gold braid on the shoulders and a decorated band collar. His dark hair was neat, but not slick. The old twinge of unease, faced with new people, was back, but she raised her chin and walked in. Clarissa was entirely focused on Hugo, her face rapt and attentive. Victoria was beside Clarissa, her body language more formal than Clarissa's. Both women's dresses, apart from being different colours, were identical to Sophie's, down to the bow at the front. Bows must be trending.
"Lovely estate,"
Freddie was saying to Alice. "Did you have a good drive?" Sophie asked him.
"Very good, thanks,"
said Freddie, still facing Alice. Avoiding eye contact. Anne had told him to be careful. That was fine, aligned neatly with the demure Sophie project. The women began removing their gloves, so Sophie did too. This gathering was informal compared to the summer ball, so maybe the rules were more relaxed. A footman offered Sophie a glass of sweet sherry, and she sipped, listening to Freddie. Alice was listening too, seemed subdued. Edward offered Sophie his arm. Everyone else paired up, and they trooped off to the dining room like a column of soldiers. Sophie chose the newly fashionable cold vichyssoise consommé, made with potatoes and cream, mainly to avoid mock turtle soup. She was unsure what was in it. Mock turtles couldn't be endangered, could they? She couldn't even look at the quail dish. The complete bird, minus the feet, lay there prone, its eyes glassy. Different wines accompanied each course, but, like in Shorten, no one drained a glass. Sophie judiciously sipped. She didn't want to end up like crappy Clutterbuck. Opposite her, Victoria was eating strawberries, trying not to spill any red brine. Quiet and cautious, she was endearingly unaware of her own charms. Down the table, Clarissa was flirting with almost 21st century brazenness with Hugo. "Do you know Clarissa well?" Sophie spread soft cheese on a savoury biscuit. "Not really," said Victoria. "I only met her last year when I came out." "Sorry?" Sophie lowered her voice. "When I was old enough for parties." Focus. If Victoria were that way inclined, she wouldn't casually mention it over dinner. "Her father's a bigwig in the government," whispered Victoria. The king gave him a peerage last year, though he used to be a shopkeeper. Victoria said shopkeeper in a fainter, slower tone, as if it were shameful. Lord and Lady Mayne, that couple in the paper, were Clarissa's parents. Hugo was still listening to Clarissa, engrossed, or hypnotised. Clarissa might be flirting like a modern girl, but didn't want sex, might have no idea what it entailed. When she married, that would be a bonus, or a chore. All these women had been training for years to catch a husband, done the equivalent of degrees. A heavy feeling settled on Sophie's shoulders, like with starting a new school or revising. "Will you be going to town?" asked Victoria, her voice a normal volume. "Town? London." She needed a parallel world translator.
"We went last year," said Edward, addressing her and Victoria. "Stayed with the Maynes and had a lovely time. The best bit was the Ritz bar and the cocktails."
"What sort of cocktails?" asked Sophie.
"No idea. The barman selected them. American chap. Skin as black as the ace of spades."
"Oh," said Sophie, feeling uncomfortable. "My friend, Lily, is Caribbean heritage, and my best friend, Isha, she's from Mumbai."
What?"
asked Edward. "A city in India." "You should talk to Captain Charlie Fuller," said Victoria. "The regiment's not long back from there." She gestured at the boy in the navy uniform. What was India like here? She'd hoped to visit Isha's grandparents, go backpacking. Charlie's observations would be fascinating, particularly as trekking in a corset held zero appeal. She had no opportunity to speak to him before the ladies retired after dinner, but the following morning at breakfast, Charlie was in the dining room, deep in conversation with Hugo and Freddie. The boys were in their Sherlock Holmes outfits again, as was Charlie. When she neared the table, they all stood up, even Hugo. She took a seat, feeling awkward, and the boys sat down again.
"So, there's plenty of action," said Charlie to Hugo, "though it can get beastly hot." "Charlie's been telling us about his last posting," said Hugo.
Sophie acknowledged a footman pouring her coffee, then addressed Charlie. "Were there elephants near your barracks?" She had a soft spot for elephants.
"No one's ever asked me that before," said Charlie. "Elephants are everywhere. Natives use them for carrying loads, like we use horses."
"Are they well cared for?" Charlie looked blank. "The elephants?"
"I suppose so. They're just elephants."
Seeing her downcast expression, he added,
"I've never seen any cruelty."
A footman was standing by her chair. "Could I have poached eggs on toast, please?"
"Charlie's been telling us about firefights,"
said Hugo.
"Sophie wouldn't be interested in that,"
said Charlie, apologetically. The footman put a napkin over her knees. "Hugo, we should tell Charlie about Lily." Lily was training to be an Apache helicopter pilot. Sophie had Googled it. An unpleasant weapon of war, but amazing. Hugo was avoiding her eyes.
"Lily was at school with us."
He shook his head slightly. She got it. Explaining Lily's day job was a bad idea. Charlie wouldn't believe them. Smiling her agreement at Hugo, she was rewarded with an answering smile, triggering the familiar tingle. There was stupid fluttering, too, but that might be the corset. Maud had drawn the laces very tight.
"We had a close call on the Afghan border last year,"
said Charlie, his face serious. "At home, the British Army fought in Afghanistan. They were there for years," said Sophie. "Well, nearly a century from now." Charlie frowned and turned to Hugo.
"Freddie's explained where you've come from. I couldn't understand it. No time machine?" "No," said Hugo. "We're from a different universe, from 2017, and that future isn't your future."
Charlie was still frowning. They were stuck with the truth now, however awkward.
"So, in your future, we fight the Afghans again?"
Charlie took a sip of coffee and grinned.
"Shows how persistent they are, still making trouble on the border." "No," said Hugo. "More trouble than that."
"Religious fanatics attacked America," said Sophie. Charlie set his cup aside.
America? Why would they do that? How on earth did they get there? It's complicated, said Hugo, and Afghanistan was a hard campaign. It's a hard country.
Charlie finished his bacon and eggs.
I only joined the regiment in 21, but both my grandfathers were in the Second War, years ago.
Second? Asked Sophie.
1870s, said Charlie. The first Afghan war finished in 1842. Same as home.
Hugo took a sip of coffee. Sophie's poached eggs arrived, and she tucked into them. The British had been fighting in Afghanistan forever. Who knew?
You could do worse than join up, Charlie was saying to Hugo. It's not such a bad life. It does sound interesting, said Hugo. I'll say, said Freddie. I've never been out of England. I envy you, Charlie. All that action and excitement. What fun!
Sophie wiped her lips with her napkin. It didn't sound like fun. And if Hugo joined up, he could be wounded. Or worse. Don't think about it.
Most of the natives appreciate what we've done, Charlie was saying.
Freddie was nodding. Hugo's face was blank, unreadable.
But our tour's been cut short. We're back here for the foreseeable future. Just your regiment? Asked Hugo. No, there's quite a few, said Charlie. To keep order in the cities and whatnot.
Hugo's face was still expressionless, but Sophie knew what he was thinking, because she was thinking it too. The riots in the north must be out of control. Chapter 43. After breakfast, Sophie changed into a more formal green velvet dress with an elegant, if too large, matching hat. Short of faking a heart attack, she couldn't get out of church. Charlotte had. She would have howled during hymns. The inside of the chapel was unexpectedly cold, and the sermon was way too long, mainly about saints and how the congregation should behave. Sophie knelt on a cushion until her knees went numb, and still the vicar droned on. Chapel at school had been a doddle compared to this. As she pretended to pray, she thought about her parents. Clear in her head, they would never age or retire, and in this world had yet to be born, or might never exist. That first week at Hadley, her mother had sent Sophie a text. On rites of passage, trust in God's will to choose the right path. And Sophie had replied with kisses, like she always did. 2 years later, she hadn't struggled with losing her faith. It had just gone, like her parents. If their omnipotent God materialized right now, beside the pulpit, she wouldn't worship him. He'd ignored her parents' short lifetime of prayers and watched as they died. Human agency was just as useless. The lorry driver who'd slammed into their car as he'd scrolled on his phone had got a 10-year prison sentence, but would only serve 6. Time hadn't lessened the pain. Helplessness and fury threatened to overwhelm her, and tears streamed down her face.
Amen,
said the vicar. Amen, echoed the congregation. She stood with stiff legs and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand.
Sophie,
said Freddie in an urgent undertone.
Are you unwell?
I'm fine. She fished a handkerchief from her sleeve. Should have worn that stupid motoring hat. The organ sounded with the opening notes of a familiar hymn, and she gratefully focused on singing. After church, Sophie lay on the bed, making the most of some downtime. She'd had a wobble. It would pass, and she'd mostly cracked the demure thing. Well, acting demure. What had Freddie said? Everyone has to do their best with the cards they're dealt. She'd use her knowledge of a possible future to help make other lives better. An invisible salute to her parents. Maud came in and helped Sophie into a less formal dress, and Sophie resigned herself to Groundhog Day. Sitting in the drawing room with the Armstrong and Greenworthy sisters, Sophie finished the rest of A Tale of Two Cities, bar the last chapter. She'd read it before, presumed the ending was the same, but couldn't face checking. Lunch was a hot smorgasbord. Meat pies, boiled eggs, potato mash, overcooked cabbage, and a minuscule glass of champagne. By now in Shorten, she'd be looking forward to slobbing in a tea dress. But this wasn't her home, and Maud hadn't packed any. I watched a shoot once, but the noise was horrid, and it's always wet and cold. Ethel poked tentatively at her cabbage. It's not like I'm supporting any particular chap, like Clarissa. Who's Clarissa supporting? Asked Sophie. Hugo, of course. They're always talking. Go away, lizard brain. Alice was dully rearranging food on her plate. Sophie wanted to reach out, but trying to buck Alice up might backfire. Only one more day. A morsel of cabbage went down the wrong way, and Sophie spluttered. She held a napkin to her mouth and sipped water. What had she been thinking? Shorten wasn't home. Never could be. After lunch, she pretended to write a letter with her mechanical pencil, then peered out the window. Just drizzle. Fresh air might trump ugly outfit. Anything was better than embroidery. Back in her bedroom, she took out ugly outfit, rang a bell pull, and waited. After 5 minutes, she rang again. Strange. She went to the landing and called. Silence. She hurried down the stairs, caught her heel in her skirt, and landed on the hardwood floor of the hall with an unladylike thump. A maid appeared like magic, her eyes large with alarm. I only fell a few steps. These hobble skirts really were lethal. In the drawing room, both sets of sisters were enthralled by sewing. Have you seen Charlotte and my maid? No, said Ethel. Perhaps they're outside? Sophie unlocked the French windows and stepped out. Maud must have taken Charlotte for a walk between drives. Bang, bang, bang. No, they wouldn't still be out here, would they? Her court shoes got stuck in mud, so she left them and walked in stockinged feet as fast as she could. With a growing dread churning inside, she yelled, "Charlotte!" A volley of shots rang out. Barking. Charlotte was sprinting towards her, lead attached, but trailing. Bang! Charlotte abruptly changed direction and bolted towards the sound, and Sophie jigged after her, taking tiny steps like a demented marionette. In a copse that smelled of moss and mud, Sophie's dress caught on branches and sharp twigs scratched her arms. As she emerged on the other side, the wind changed direction, driving rain into her face. Maud was up ahead. Sophie yelled again, but her shout was lost in another volley. Charlotte was jumping about near 2 men. One was firing into the air, the other gazing at the sky. Charlotte grabbed a dead bird off the ground with her jaws and whirled in a circle, splattering a trail of blood. Bang! Sophie grabbed Charlotte's lead. Maud was yelling, and another volley of shots rang out, loud and close, and Charlotte hurtled towards the house, forcing Sophie to release the lead. Sophie followed, desperately hoping Charlotte would keep going in the same direction. That wasn't a given. She was terrified and excited. Sophie was struggling for breath now, ribs straining against whalebone. Clarissa was standing on the lawn, aggressively banging the base of a walking stick on the grass beside Charlotte. Then she picked up the stick. No way would she let Clarissa hurt Charlotte. Sophie reached Clarissa and wrestled with the stick. "Let go!" hissed Clarissa. "Let go!" "No!" The French windows opened. Charlotte dashed through the gap into the house, and the doors closed. Dizzy with relief, Sophie let go of the stick. "That dog is out of control. It needs to be dealt with now. Over my dead body." Struggling to breathe, Sophie stumbled into the drawing room. Charlotte was jubilantly thrashing the bird around, spraying sofas, dresses, and the piano and carpet with its blood. Ethel, Alice, and the Greenworthy sisters were all sitting perfectly still, frozen in shock. Sophie grabbed Charlotte's collar, hauled Charlotte towards her, and shouted the strictest "off" she'd ever given. Charlotte hesitated, confused. but didn't drop her prize. In her mouth, the unfortunate bird twitched. Maud burst in through the French windows. "I'm so sorry, miss. I couldn't stop her. It's like she's possessed. We need to get Charlotte out of here." Sophie pulled Charlotte outside by her lead. "Good. No Clarissa." "There's a water trough, miss." Ignoring a tight sensation in her chest, Sophie wrestled Charlotte into the trough and began rinsing off blood and grime. The bird had stopped twitching, but was still firmly in Charlotte's jaws. One thing at a time. "You shouldn't be doing this, miss." Maud's white apron was streaked unpleasantly red. She wiped her rain-wet forehead with her hand. "She's my dog." Sophie was struggling to breathe, never mind talk. "What the hell happened?" "I took her out as normal, but she wanted more of a walk. I didn't mean to go near the guns. No need to." Maud's voice cracked. "She was on her lead, but she's terrible strong. She broke away and ran off." Charlotte, unimpressed with being washed in cold water, was climbing out. Sophie shoved her back, and the bird fell in the water with a plop. "I ran and ran, but couldn't reach her." Sophie tried to catch her breath. "What were the men doing?" "They took no notice." "Odd." "Then what?" "I was terrified she'd get shot. I heard you calling, saw her running into the house." Tears streamed down Maud's face. "Please don't sack me, miss." "I won't," said Sophie, though keeping or sacking Maud was Anne's call. "Charlotte can be a real rascal. It's a miracle she hasn't played up before." Sophie took the bird from the water and laid it gently beside the trough. Its eyes were blank. Dead. Maud's crying escalated into sobbing, and Sophie was relieved when a groom appeared with a blanket. They dried Charlotte before she did her messy writhing, and Charlotte allowed herself to be hurried into the house and Sophie's room. Sophie saw herself in the mirror. She looked like a survivor from The Walking Dead. As did Maud. Maud dipped a handkerchief into a bowl of water on the dresser and cleaned Sophie's face. "Help me get into another dress." Once changed, and with Maud guarding Charlotte, Sophie ventured downstairs. She realised she was shaking, and paused in the hall. She didn't want to think how close Charlotte had come to a grisly end, like that bird. In the drawing room, 3 maids were on their knees, scrubbing at bright scarlet stains on the cream carpet. All the soft furnishings were swathed in blood, streaks stretching out like ragged, ghoulish fingers. "Miss Arundel?" Sophie hastily turned around. An unfortunate turn of events. Mrs. Armstrong was in outdoor clothes and holding out a flask. "Take a sip." Her voice was cold, but matter-of-fact. Like a puzzled child, Sophie did as she was told, choking on cherry brandy. "Where is everyone?" "The ladies have retired." She didn't need to lie down. She'd grown up with monstrous fairy tales and action movies. Maybe that had made her more resilient. She took a deep breath. "Clarissa would have hurt Charlotte." This society was only superficially like home. Killing wayward dogs might be routine. "Come with me," said Mrs. Armstrong, leading the way into a smaller room, mercifully clear of birdie blood. She tugged on a bell pull, and Sophie sat opposite her, across a low table. A maid appeared, and was sent for tea and biscuits. "I am so sorry," said Sophie. "She's my responsibility. I should never have brought her." Mrs. Armstrong said nothing, waiting until tea had been poured. A few minutes later, as Sophie pretended to sip from a delicate china cup, her brain sped up. Leave. Right now. But go. Where? Chapter 44. Mrs. Armstrong cleared her throat. "Has your dog been to a shoot before?" "No." "Then you should not have brought her." Anne's words sounded in Sophie's head. "You'll need to keep Charlotte on a lead outside." "I have a duty of care for guests, however appalling their behaviour," said Mrs. Armstrong. You were lucky your maid wasn't shot, running around like that. Sophie's fingers tightened on the handle of her cup. Why had this happened now, after acting demure so perfectly in the face of unremitting boredom? But Charlotte couldn't act demure, and never would. As soon as politeness allowed, Sophie retreated upstairs. Charlotte was lying by the fireplace, and her eyes rested uncertainly on Sophie. Charlotte might not understand why, but she knew she was in disgrace. Sophie kissed the top of her head. Charlotte mauled muggers, but had never hurt an innocent creature. She probably didn't realise her bird prize had recently been alive, thought it a game. When Maud came in, carrying the chamber pot, Charlotte didn't even glance at her. Maud put the pot under the bed, and after an awkward silence, Sophie said, "You're not a vet." "No, miss." "A what?" "Trained to care for animals. Charlotte's a big dog. You were doing your best. Please don't worry. I'll explain everything to Lady Lacy." No idea what would happen to Sophie Arundel, but she could spin this for Maud. "Thank you." Maud managed an uncertain smile. After Maud left, Sophie sat on the bed and put her head in her hands. What had Anne said? If you made another mistake, no safety net, and no rowing back. Family and the manor, this is my whole life. No one is more important than that. Tears ran down Sophie's face, but she dried them with her sleeve, stood up, and paced like Hugo. Anne had been so kind, diffusing the Freddie debacle, brazening out pregnancy rumours, obscuring Sophie Arundel's right hook with outrageous fake news. But replacing ruined dresses and carpets and recovering sofas would cost a fortune, and Anne would have to find the money, as well as being seen to appropriately punish the culprit. She wouldn't penalise Charlotte, but keeping Sophie Arundel out of sight at the manor really wouldn't cut it. Anne wouldn't chuck her out. Maybe there was a Lacy friend or relative really off the beaten track, in Scotland or Ireland. "Miss?" Maud closed the door behind her. Sophie stopped pacing. "The shoot's finished a day early. Today's been declared an idle one because the men are satisfied with their bags." Her face was carefully blank, loyally intent on continuing this fiction, even in private. "The men are coming in for tea, the weather being on the turn." Sophie sat on the bed. "I don't need afternoon tea." "Shall I say you're unwell?" "Good idea." When Maud left, Sophie desperately cast around for a plan that could save the Lacey's reputation and her own. "We should install central heating. My brother in New York has it throughout the house." America in this world was effectively further away than the space station, with slower comms. She could travel third class on the Titanic with Charlotte, staying on deck or hiding in a lifeboat in case it still sank, just a while after 1912. But would Richard foist her on his brother's family? They might be estranged. Charlotte climbed on the bed and lay close, and Sophie put her arm around her. Hugo would continue to work on the lift puzzle, might even solve it, but it could be years before she returned to England. Maud came in and started packing. Leaving Charlotte in the bedroom, Sophie reluctantly went downstairs. In the hall, guests were taking turns to sign the visitors' book, the men dressed in their regular suits. As she walked in, polite chatter faltered. Hugo gave her a chin-up nod, and beside him, Clarissa's lips moved in a faux smile.
"Sophie."
Freddie was by her side, taking her arm.
"The rain's stopped."
He put on the cap he'd worn for the drive from Shorten.
"I thought we could stroll."
He opened the front door and walked out purposefully onto the drive and around the house to a stretch of lawn. Then he paused and searched her face. Saw she'd been crying. Regret and unease tasted bitter in her mouth. "I'm so sorry about Charlotte."
"Mrs. Armstrong's put out, but Charlotte's safe."
Freddie would deliver his verdict like he did everything. Politely. I could go to your uncle's place in the States. Just for a while. Out of sight, out of mind. Freddie was frowning now. His eyes were kind, but there was another emotion. Understanding. Or pity. I'd take Charlotte, but Hugo should stay. It wouldn't be fair. She waited. If Freddie accepted her idea, that would help persuade his parents. He took off his cap.
Mummy wouldn't send you to America. How could you think that?
Well,
you must know, you're the daughter she couldn't have. She loves you.
His words repeated in her head. Anne wasn't an ally or friend. She was like a mother. Her Shorten mother. She was welling up. She turned and fled to her room. Charlotte was still lying by the grate. Maud closed a travelling trunk and looked up.
Would you mind retrieving my court shoes from the garden? Asked Sophie. They're just beyond the back lawn. I'll guard trouble here.
As Maud shut the door behind her, Charlotte came over and leaned against Sophie's legs, and Sophie drew her close. Maternal love had rescued her today, like a magic ladder dropping down to a raging sea. Anne loved her. A jolt. She felt the same, and the foundation of her love was something she'd thought had gone forever. Trust in the future, that Anne would not inexplicably disappear. Sophie searched her memory for a tipping point, when she should have known what she felt, but the moments were too connected, like stitching in a patchwork quilt, each stitch stronger than the last. Shorten had given her Hugo's precious friendship, but Anne cut through everything. The stupid clothes, the need to act demure, even the need to get married. It was the little things, like the morning dress and the boys standing up when she came towards their table at breakfast. That moment's readjustment would always be there, but like Anne, she could learn and adapt. Incredibly, though missing Auntie Wendy and Isha was still a physical ache, if she found the lift tomorrow and stood on the threshold, she'd hesitate. She glanced over at the bed. Maud had laid out the cape, gloves and beekeeper hat, and Sophie put them on. The hat wasn't useless. As well as repelling bees, it cleverly concealed a blotchy face. When she returned to the hall with Charlotte on a short lead, Freddie was signing his name in the visitor's book.
You're supposed to write something witty, but I always write the same thing.
He'd written, "Thanks for the pheasants," in a black, spidery script. Sophie wanted to write, "I'm sorry I've trashed your house," but instead wrote, "Kind and generous hosts," before her signature. Alice and Ethel came down the stairs, still pale and shocked. The physical damage was shocking, but girls here were expected to be fragile and passive. So they were. Clarissa, though, was unfazed, chatting to Hugo in her usual incessant way. Sophie lifted her hat veil and addressed Ethel. "I've embarrassed myself, and the Lacys, and I'm really sorry for all the trouble." "Mamma will buy new furniture," Ethel winked, "and I've already chosen a new dress." "The way you dealt with your dog and all that blood," said Alice. "You're like an Amazon, or a suffragette." Sophie cringed. Clarissa was now doing a little girl laugh, relating Charlotte's antics. Sophie turned to Mrs. Armstrong. "I'm very sorry. Thank you for having me." Mrs. Armstrong smiled. "Thank you for coming." As ever, punctiliously polite. Stuffy manners were underrated. Sophie shook her hand and waved to everyone else before walking onto the drive and climbing into the back of the green car with Charlotte. Hugo got in beside Charlotte and Freddie sat in the front passenger seat. As Reynolds drove off, Freddie turned towards Sophie.
"Are you feeling better?"
"Yes, thank you." Sophie patted Charlotte, who was sitting in the seat well, exuding her regular, innocent air.
"I heard of a shooting party years ago where a chap shot a lady's dog by accident."
He frowned.
"When he saw how upset she was, he had it stuffed. He couldn't understand why she wasn't grateful."
Sophie winced. Gross.
I only realised what had happened when we came in for tea, said Freddie. Men take shooting seriously. It would take more than a misbehaving dog to distract us. I didn't realise either, said Hugo.
Good. The boys had seen nothing. She could minimise the hullabaloo and portray Maud as a fearless heroine.
We had a guns photo taken this afternoon, said Hugo, after a really good lunch.
He lowered his voice.
I steered clear of the champagne. They're so blasé, Sophie. It's amazing more people don't get shot.
Freddie and Reynolds in the front of the car couldn't have heard him. She'd strained to catch his words. The wind picked up, and Hugo held on to his cap.
Charlotte and Mrs. Watkins, must have got under the radar with all that noise. What's a radar?
Asked Freddie. After Hugo had gone into unnecessary detail, not only about radar, but military night vision kit, he settled back in his seat and said quietly,
Charlie was telling me another house was torched last week, near his place.
She leaned closer to him. Where does Charlie live?
About 20 miles from the manor, western side of the county.
Sophie ruffled Charlotte's head. These attacks were getting closer, and there was nowhere to hide.
Clarissa's invited us to London,
said Hugo, sounding determinedly cheerful.
They've had no trouble there.
He needed to know what Clarissa was really like before he got in too deep. Any reluctant sympathy for Clarissa had vanished when she'd picked up that stick. Clarissa doesn't like dogs.
She does,
said Hugo.
She was driving Charlotte away from the guns.
Hadn't looked like that. They turned onto the main road. Men, women and children were walking in a broken line, headed the same way Reynolds was. They were entirely silent, even the children. Toddlers were sitting on men's shoulders, and most of the adults were carrying angular suitcases. The car engine was loud in the quiet as they passed the first families, but no one stopped or turned around. Reynolds slowed. People were walking in the road.
Something else must have happened in Derby, said Freddie. They're going to Shorten town.
How far is that from here? Asked Sophie.
About 30 miles.
Freddie frowned.
I know what you're thinking, but we've only got space for one person, and the servant's car is filled with luggage.
Sitting on the verge was a young girl. Her head was bowed, and she was rocking back and forth, holding a doll. One's better than nothing, said Sophie. Freddie, stop the car.
Very well.
Reynolds brought the car to a stop, and Sophie got out. Hello. Would you like a lift to Shorten? The girl wasn't cradling a doll. It was a tiny baby, weeks old. The girl looked up, her eyes oddly blank. A child herself, 11 or 12. My sister works at the manor, said the girl, her voice low. Sophie gestured at the car. We can take you. Freddie moved to the back, and the girl staggered to her feet and sat in the front with the baby. Once in her seat, Sophie hauled Charlotte completely onto her lap, freeing up space in the seatwell for Hugo's legs. As the car set off, Hugo bent forward.
What's your sister's name?
The girl was trying not to cry. Miss Parry. Chapter 45. 3 hours after returning to the manor, Sophie called on Hugo to go to dinner. She smiled at him. I think I crossed universes to find another mother. He stopped in the corridor.
If that's what Anne means to you, this could be the end of your quest.
That's a cool idea. The dogs were racing ahead towards the dining room, Jack matching Charlotte's pace, the sound of their paws muffled by the carpet. Sophie folded her arms. Anne, I didn't see this coming.
The visitor's link could be a strong need, a core one.
They started down the passage. If the lift appeared today, said Sophie, I wouldn't go home. The revelation about Anne hadn't affected her lizard brain. Even now it was whirring away. But crossing universes wouldn't change how Hugo felt about her. Or didn't.
Absolutely.
He lowered his voice.
This gold plate's our cunning plan to fool the weird note writer.
She stopped walking. No, Hugo. Really. I want to stay. He stopped too.
You've struggled with all the restrictions this England has forced on you. That's not going to change.
Love trumps all that. She checked the corridor was clear. But I'll never give up on the lift puzzle. I know you want to go home. He deserved to be happy.
Thanks.
He sounded like he was coming down with a cold.
Lucy's wished to be a gardener, or Alan's to run a pub. I'm not sure they would count as core needs.
And Anne could have found her Prince Charming at home. Everyone must have more than one soulmate out there, or the human race would have died out. She resumed walking.
Yes.
He gave her an odd, tense glance as he walked beside her.
Getting back from the shoot a day early means I'll be back in the office tomorrow.
You didn't cross universes to be chained to a desk. He shot her his resigned smile. But when you make manager, said Sophie, £200 a year is good money.
Estate managers are respected professionals, and they get the best cottage on the estate. But they don't get paid enough to live independently. You'd need at least £700 for that.
You've researched this? For a moment, he seemed embarrassed, which made no sense. Research is good, Sophie said, slickly like a slogan. Info is power.
I guess.
He looked towards the anteroom, and his angled face in profile reminded her of the Janus faces on the church. Young. Enigmatic. No one mentioned the shooting party debacle at dinner, and Sophie was grateful. Anne was behaving as she always did. Courteous. Interested. A polite host. But Sophie was seeing her with different eyes. And Sophie's thoughts kept returning to her real mother. Loving and kind, and killed in a pointless accident. Finding Anne was another accident, but a wonderful one. The next day, Sophie met Anne for tea as usual. Understatement, or not mentioning difficult issues at all, was the Shorten way, but Sophie needed to talk. As the dog settled by the fireplace, she closed the door. I'm so sorry about Charlotte.
Mrs. Armstrong said on the telephone last night that you behaved yourself. That's something.
Anne sat on the emerald sofa. Her kindness was making Sophie tearful. Anne gestured for Sophie to sit beside her.
Mrs. Armstrong refused to let us pay for the damage. Pride comes into these things. In time, the near disaster will turn into a funny story. You'll see.
Anne put her arms around her. The embrace was the last straw, and Sophie cried, feeling 8, not 18. Anne said nothing, holding her close. Finally, Sophie blew her nose on her handkerchief and sniffed.
Mr. Eddington has replied to Freddie, said Anne gently. He says the multiverse theory is sound, but will only ever be theoretical.
Sophie sniffed again. She hoped not, for Hugo's sake. This morning, I received a telephone call from Lady Mayne. Anne stood and rang the bell pull, then sat on the sofa opposite Sophie. They're happy to see you, but Charlotte is too big for the townhouse. She should stay here. It's only for a few days. Shaken by Charlotte's brush with death, Sophie didn't want to leave her, but she'd be safe with Anne. Are you okay to mind her, as well as Jack? I'm settling in new families over the time, and Richard's too busy, but we'll find someone to keep a close eye, given Jack's health. After tea, back in Sophie's room, Maud knew the answer. Miss Blackmore could do it. She knows all about animals. Shall I ask her? Blackmore. Familiar name. Maud had talked about her during Sophie's first supervised bath. The girl Mr. Hunter assaulted? He didn't assault her, miss, just touched her up. No, assaulted was the right word, but explaining that would take a while and could wait. Where is Miss Blackmore working? In the kitchens, miss. Sophie didn't want word spreading she was recruiting Miss Blackmore before Anne agreed she was suitable. Can you ask her to swing by tomorrow, after breakfast? That way, she could discreetly clear it with Anne straight afterwards and give Miss Blackmore and the dogs a day to get used to each other before London. I'll ask this evening. Maud put linen in a drawer. Mrs. Arnold's in a terrible state. Sorry, who? Miss Parry's sister. Her husband was killed in a riot and she hadn't eaten for days. Maud twisted the new wedding ring on her finger. But she'll be all right now. So will the baby. I hope so, said Sophie. What age can people get married? 16, miss, if their family agree. How can Miss Parry's sister have been married? She's not even a teenager. A teen what? She's only 11, said Sophie. Maybe 12. No, miss, she's 17. This was baffling. Or did malnourished people look younger? The following day, Miss Blackmore came by. She wasn't malnourished. Though the same age as Maud, she seemed older, had a curvy figure and the hearty air of a person who enjoyed the outdoors and the occasional pie. Maud's account of Miss Blackmore whacking a randy Mr. Hunter so hard his eyes watered, now a clear, happy vision. Miss Blackmore got the dogs to sit, lie down, and stay, her manner kind but firm. She didn't treat them as pets, more like creatures in need of training, like sheepdogs or children. Charlotte would be strictly supervised. And safe. Do you want to progress to cook? Asked Sophie. What I'd really like to do, miss, is gamekeeping. My father used to tell me stories about Miss Fishbourne. Years ago, she was head gamekeeper on the Hokum estate in Norfolk. Have you spoken to anyone else about this? People in the kitchens. They joke about it. I don't think it's a joke, said Sophie. When I check with Lady Lacy about you minding double trouble here, I'll mention you'd rather do gamekeeping. Miss Blackmore smiled broadly and got the dogs to walk to heel. Jack was compliant, but Charlotte's cooperation wouldn't last long. You don't need to train them while we're away, said Sophie. They're happy with walks and lying about, but Jack must be on a short lead with his bad eyes. Do you want me to groom Charlotte, miss? She's got terrible knots. In contrast to Jack's smooth retriever fur, Charlotte's was well out of control. She could hardly see past her eyebrows. Have you groomed dogs before? No, miss, but I've done horses. Bad knots you can just cut off. She can have her fur taken down to 3 centimetres. Pardon, miss. Sorry, about this much. Sophie curled her forefinger and thumb. She'd never groomed Charlotte herself, but had stayed for her first session to ensure the girl was competent and kind. The grooming bit was easy. Getting Charlotte to stand still was difficult. If you put her where she can see out of a window, she'll watch the birds and trees for ages, long enough for you to do it. I understand, miss. Shortly afterwards, Anne consulted with Mrs. Ferris and then approved Miss Blackmore, and at tea time, Sophie made good on her promise. Could Miss Blackmore go on a gamekeeping training scheme, or however you run it? She's really keen. I can certainly ask, said Anne. It's an all-male preserve at the moment, but that didn't stop me helping Miss Hemmings. The key is to getting small concessions, and when it's working, more small steps. Could you put the milk in before the tea, please? Sophie smiled at Miss Parry. Of course, miss. Anne was regarding Sophie with wry amusement. After Miss Parry left, Sophie said, I didn't like to say anything before. Well, this is home now. The manor would never be home, far too grand, but home could be wherever Anne was. I was thinking I could write a letter to the Times, explain about equality from a visitor perspective. You could, Anne said slowly, but only once you're safely married. Before then, keep a low profile. Ironic. Anne happily conspired to help servants bag their dream jobs, yet the vision for Sophie Arundel was stubbornly narrow. Marriage to a tolerant, wealthy person. But she understood. With money came security and safety. In this world, love was a bonus. It must be wonderful to marry without worrying about money. At the shooting party, I had a light-hearted discussion about dating with the Armstrong sisters, said Sophie. But Alice got really upset. Anne froze, her cup halfway to her lips. I thought it had been resolved. She put down her cup. A very delicate matter. Can you promise you won't tell anyone, even Freddie or Hugo? Yes. 5 weeks in Shorten had given Sophie a paranoid respect for discretion. It was a couple of years ago. Alice was only 15. The Armstrongs employed a respectable young man as a music tutor. Alice was fond of the piano, and Mrs. Armstrong was keen to impress potential suitors when she came out into society. After a few months' tuition, Mrs. Armstrong walked in on them, kissing. When Sophie remained silent, Anne added, She has no money of her own. It could have ruined any chance of a decent marriage. They sacked the tutor, but Alice was inconsolable. I had hoped she'd meet another, more suitable chap, but she becomes so anxious at social functions, she makes herself ill. She was in love with him? Perhaps. Anne sipped her tea. But she was prone to panic attacks and fainting fits before the tutor was employed. There are no meds that could help. Only laudanum. It's used for everything, from dulling dreadful pain to just being out of sorts. Sophie remembered. That blissful floating had been wonderful. It's highly addictive. Mrs. Armstrong only lets Alice take it as a last resort. Anne frowned. Keeping her to a routine is the key. Alice finds unexpected changes or events particularly difficult. So, when I hit Clutterbuck, I think that counts as unexpected. Anne gave her a long-suffering smile. Alice readily accepted our doctored account, and Ethel played along. Ethel's very protective, and Alice is pretty. She'll meet someone else, I'm sure. Sophie finished her tea. A world where life chances didn't depend on finding a suitable boy felt very far away. Anne stood and went over to the mantelpiece. The hem of her skirt brushed the dogs lying by the grate, but they didn't stir. The photograph from the summer ball arrived this morning. She gestured to a framed sepia picture. Sophie jumped up to see it. We're clear, but people in the background are fuzzy. They were moving. The man took a picture of me and the boys. Has that arrived yet? I don't think so, said Anne. These photographs are very expensive. It'll be smaller and in a plainer frame. Well, I hope so. Do you have any pictures from home? No, I hadn't any in my handbag, and that's all I had with me. Who knows what's happened to all the photographs in my old house? The picture of her parents at Auntie Wendy's. That might be taken in this universe too. If she had children, they could go to Buckinghamshire before 2011 and meet their grandparents, or a version of them. Okay, complicated. Sophie thought back to the crooked gate. If Alan had a reminder of home and family, he'd have mentioned it. So would Lucy. Pictures of lost worlds were incredibly precious. And none of the visitors had a single one. That evening, as Sophie changed for dinner, there was a tone change in Maud's voice. Her chatter was so constant that Sophie often didn't listen. Maud might have been talking for a while. I finished Vanity Fair, said Maud, as smug as if she'd climbed Everest. What did you think? It was good, miss, but very long. True, and Maud didn't have endless days to while away. Is it right that London's so foggy you can't see a foot in front? Not at home, said Sophie, but it could be like that here. I've never been out of the county, miss. My father went to London once. He said the noise was terrible, and the buildings so close together, only the rats get between them. There are rats, but I never saw one. Your father was right about the noise, though. In my London, there's always building work, police sirens, and everyone rushes around. It's an exciting place. Oh, I can't wait, miss. Watching Hugo flirt with Clarissa in London would be torture. Think about something else. The photograph taken at the ball turned out well. I had a photograph taken when I was little, said Maud. I remember it ever so clear. You haven't still got it? I don't know what happened to the photograph, but it was in the paper. There was a competition, and we won a prize. Maud's round face was thoughtful, remembering. We? Me and my sister, miss. Where was it taken? On the bench near the green. At their first meeting, Maud had seemed familiar. That dusty sepia photo in the Students' Union. Little Shorten, 1910. The younger child in the white pinafore dress was Maud. In nearly a century from now, would that picture be in this world's tower block? Just a curiosity. The subject's unknown. Forgotten. Miss? Nothing. Sophie touched her pendant, seeking comfort in the smooth stone. Telling Maud about the photo would only creep her out. Chapter 46. The next day, they set off to London. As Reynolds drove them to the local train station, Sophie could tell Hugo felt uncomfortable. The boys were wearing their suits, but also swanky top hats, and Hugo kept adjusting and checking his. But he was a rookie. Her hat resembled a huge inverted basket, matching her navy dress and cape and complementing her carefully arranged hair. The boys took their hats off on the train. Men were always taking their hats off and on, so didn't use hat pins. Sophie had expected a slight variation on her previous train experience, standing room only and dodgy coffee. But she should have learned by now. Her expectations were often way out, in any universe. Maud was travelling separately with John, Mr. Farrow, and the baggage. Sophie and the boys were in the first-class dining car, being served lunch with all the pomp and ceremony of the poshest restaurant. But Sophie's eyes were streaming, reacting against thick swirls of smoke. She fished a handkerchief from her small handbag and wiped her face. Apart from having no internal zipped pockets, the handbag was like a modern one. Round, made from soft navy leather, with a rather stiff gold clasp at the top and a gold chain strap. Anne had advised that not carrying a bag would look odd, but the handkerchief was the only thing in it.
After lunch, we'll go to our carriage, said Freddie. It's the only non-smoking one on the train.
Hugo was wiping his eyes with the back of his hand.
No one else seems to be struggling.
Freddie shrugged.
We're used to it.
I've never seen anyone smoking in the manor. Sophie took off her short gloves. But then I'm banned from your after-dinner cigar sessions.
The servants can smoke cigarettes in their rooms, said Freddie, but it's discouraged. Mummy thinks it causes a horrible disease and early death.
He adjusted the napkin on his lap.
Is that right?
Absolutely, said Sophie, and I hate the smell. She wrinkled her nose. Hugo gave her a mischievous glance.
So missing out on cigars is no tragedy.
She resisted a strong impulse to poke out her tongue and turned to a waiter, who was hovering to take their order. They'd been given a menu in French by mistake, but it was easy to translate. Sophie chose soupe à la tomate, and for mains, coq au vin blanc, because the chicken came with peas and potatoes. The boys had steak. For pudding, they all had queue chantier, a glorious mixture of strawberries, cream, and digestive biscuits.
Eton mess, said Freddie. Can't beat it. I don't think this was invented at home until the 1930s, and made with meringue, not biscuits.
Hugo finished the last smidgen on his plate.
But this is mighty fine.
Sophie's plate was clean too. Yummy. Back in their blissfully smoke-free carriage, they drank champagne and watched green fields and pretty villages speed by. And despite sitting perfectly straight and hemmed in by too tight clothes, Sophie felt unexpectedly content. Freddie took out a notebook from his jacket breast pocket. Pressed within the pages was the photo of her and the boys at the ball.
A jolly memento.
Sophie looked old-fashioned but glamorous in the picture. So did the boys. You'll get it framed? Freddie nodded.
You'll take London by storm. I hope London is able to cope, said Hugo from behind his newspaper. Perhaps we should have telegraphed ahead. Take no notice, Sophie, said Freddie, pretending to glare at Hugo.
I try not to. A while later, when they arrived in London, Sophie stepped with difficulty onto a foggy platform hampered by her narrow skirt. At least the dark fabric didn't show the coal dust from the train. Further along the platform, the air was even greyer and thicker, and she firmly closed her mouth and started to breathe through her nose. The boys quickened their pace, and Sophie struggled to keep up. Freddie, what about the servants? Shouldn't we wait?
They'll come through later. Let's get out of this beastly fog.
The grand roof of St. Pancras Station was the same as home, but the concourse was empty and vast. No shops, seats, or cafes, and no regimented queue of taxis and people waiting in line. But Freddie quickly flagged down a cab. It wasn't black, as Sophie had been expecting, but red, and built like half an old-fashioned closed carriage. The driver's section had a short roof and a door on only one side of the cab. Freddie was waiting for her to get in. You go first. I need to take my time. Once the boys were in, she sat backwards on the seat and slowly turned, ensuring her hat didn't push into Hugo or get dented. She managed it. Just.
That's a serious hat, said Hugo.
She touched the brim. Probably visible from space.
It's fetching, said Freddie.
He bent forward to the gap in the glass dividing them from the driver.
95 Eaton Square, please.
The cabbie was smoking, and the taxi interior smelled rank. Sophie put her handkerchief over her nose and mouth. With no traffic lights or roundabouts, the cab drove at a steady speed, unimaginable in Sophie's traffic-snarled London. Horse-drawn carts clattered along next to small red buses packed with sightseers on open-top decks. Like their taxi, the driver cab's overhead canopies offered scant protection from wind or rain. Moving along, the air felt fresher, so Sophie took the handkerchief from her face. Can we go on one of those buses, Freddie? Do the tourist routes?
I suppose so.
He sounded unconvinced. Sophie tugged on Hugo's sleeve. They're Selfridges. Bright flags on the unmistakable grand facade seemed to be waving to them from across Oxford Street. Hugo just nodded, watching the pedestrians and traffic beyond the cab window. They turned off the main thoroughfare, and within moments the roads were clear of cars or buses or pedestrians, and a deep quiet descended, only broken by birdsong. In Eaton Square, smart townhouses overlooked a private garden enclosed by ornate metal railing. At its centre was a neat lawn interspersed with elm trees. A gravel path ran around the grass, and between the path and the railing were flowering bushes with bright yellow flowers like a fragrant daisy chain. But when Sophie climbed out of the car, a faint, bitter tang soured her tongue and throat. Smoke from coal fires. An elderly butler opened the mains front door, and as they trooped in, he stood ramrod straight, like a guard outside Buckingham Palace. After the boys handed over their hats, Sophie and Hugo followed Freddie into an airy drawing room. The furniture was unfussy. The painting over the mantelpiece was brightly coloured and abstract, and an oddly shaped sculpture by a window owed nothing to traditional taste. Clarissa rose to greet them from a sleek sofa. Her cream brocade gown showed off her bony ankles and matching court shoes, and the shorter skirt made her seem younger and more agile, as if at any moment she could leap over a stile or perform a ballet move.
This is going to be such fun. Absolutely, said Freddie. What's the plan?
We thought the Ritz for dinner. Clarissa turned to Sophie. Would you like to go upstairs and rest? Had she got soot on her face? Thank you, but I'm fine.
Clarissa, it's so kind of you to put us up.
said Hugo.
For us, this is the London of nearly a century ago. A historian's dream.
Clarissa slightly raised her manicured eyebrows, but only said, "Do sit down." A maid came in with tea and tiny, crust-free sandwiches. "I do enjoy being in town, but it's much better with friends." Clarissa smiled at Hugo. "You will love the Ritz." Just to interrupt, Sophie said, "Do you go to clubs?"
"Nightclubs,"
said Hugo. The maid poured tea into china cups. A narrow, lime-green band circled the edge of the mostly white cups and saucers, intersected on one side by a simple pink flower. Clarissa was repeating nightclubs like a difficult medical term. "You pay huge amounts to get in," said Sophie, "and the music's so loud you can't talk. It's pretty dark, so you can't see much, and you have to be careful no one spikes your drink." Clarissa frowned. "Spikes your drink?"
"Too much information."
Hugo gave Sophie an exasperated glance.
"People take illegal substances to make them feel better, but occasionally it kills them."
"Sounds ghastly," said Clarissa.
"Why do they bother?"
asked Freddie, around a mouthful of beef sandwich.
"Don't you have champagne?"
"Lots of reasons," said Hugo, darkly.
"Teenage rebellion."
"The bubbly of choice at home is Prosecco," said Sophie. Before Shorten, she'd never tasted real champagne.
asked Clarissa. "It's Italian," said Hugo. "Very popular, particularly with young people. It's cheaper."
There then followed a discussion about teenagers, including hormones. Maybe she'd been hasty rejecting the offer of arrest. No. Clarissa's rapt attention as Hugo talked needed to be interrupted more than once. "Love the new shorter dress, Clarissa," Sophie purred, adopting her sincere face. "Anything else I should know? About town?" Code for, "Why didn't you give me a heads up at the shooting party?" "It's very new. I'm sure it will spread to the country in time." Clarissa smiled indulgently. The boys were oblivious to the real nature of the exchange, chatting between themselves. Sophie pretended to smile back. Chapter 47. Sophie's mood improved when she found a bathroom and could get her body clean, though the same couldn't be said of her travelling clothes. "They're ruined," she said to Maud, back in the bedroom. Maud examined the skirt hem, ingrained with dirt from the station platform. "I'll scrub it with Lifebuoy." "What's that?" "Special red soap, miss. It does shift the dirt." "Is that how you sorted the ink stains on the carpet?" "No, miss. Vinegar and elbow grease." Maud peered at Sophie's hat. "A damp cloth will bring this up. Good as new." That evening, Sophie felt self-conscious in her pale blue gown, old-fashioned compared to Clarissa's white sleeveless number glittering with tiny sequins. Clarissa's skirt was cut into different lengths in a scalloped effect to just above her ankles, and no train. Sophie took comfort in the eternal splendour of her borrowed jewellery. In the taxi to the Ritz, Clarissa's eyelashes looked thicker. Was that mascara? And on her mouth was the faintest touch of lipstick. Sophie's mascara and lipstick were in her wheeled suitcase, literally in another world. She should buy makeup in Selfridges. Freddie would lend her the money, though how she'd repay him remained a mystery. Daring visions popped into her head, but she put them aside by imagining Anne's reaction. She stepped carefully out of the taxi in her floor-skimming dress after Lady Mayne, who was grand and stylish in a heavy trained gown. Then she followed Lady Mayne, Clarissa and the boys through a gleaming lobby into a huge dining room. Tables laid with white starched tablecloths and silver cutlery, dining chairs with oval-shaped, elegant backs, and the room's architecture was reminiscent of the swankiest sort of French restaurant. Large Gothic chandeliers on the ceiling and pastoral murals on the walls, flanked by classical white pillars. Most of the customers were smoking. A few women had long cigarette holders. Sophie pictured herself holding one of the classy holder things. She could always pretend to smoke. She sat down and beyond the smell of nicotine registered the scents of delicious cooking. Clarissa peeled off her gloves, so Sophie did too. Dinner at the Ritz? What a treat! But the menu was in French, the text dense and complicated, and no prices. What was that about? No one else seemed thrown. Clarissa and the boys were nonchalantly studying their menus, and Lady Mayne was perusing hers through small round glasses with only one handle. "How good's your French?" Sophie whispered to Hugo.
Okay.
Sophie smiled. Hugo's okay was heavy on self-deprecation. Likely he was fluent. She pointed at entrees. "Anything veggie?"
Œuf poche Florentine. Pastry tart, sautéed spinach, and a poached egg in cheesy sauce.
He read down the page.
All the main dishes are meat-based. You should go for the lamb. That comes with potatoes and peas.
"I get that the Ritz is French," said Sophie, "but why was the menu on the train in French?" He lowered his voice.
Maybe to make the food seem posher. I suspect regular English food doesn't measure up.
Freddie chose the wines. Chateau Carbonieux, a French white wine, Veuve Clicquot, 1906, vintage champagne, and Dow's Port, 1896, from Portugal, would, Freddie declared, cover everyone's menu choices. Œuf poche Florentine was yummy, and the potatoes that came with the main course, pomme collerette, were shaped like wine corks with grooves. Tasted like old chips. During the pudding course, a group of seriously grand people were shown to a nearby table. One girl, around Sophie's age, was wearing a tiara and a spectacular ankle-length gown shimmering with sequins. Dinah's chatter stopped, and, with no background music, for a long moment there was awkward silence. When the noise level rose again, Sophie said to Lady Mayne, "That girl is so glamorous."
Lady Mollison, one of the Romanov sisters, Anastasia. The family came from Russia nearly 10 years ago now. Left the Tsar behind. Awful business.
Freddie peered over his glass at Hugo.
"You look like you've seen a ghost."
Hugo glanced meaningfully at Sophie.
"It's quite hot in here."
She blinked, acknowledging his message. What had happened to the Russian royal family at home was too horrible for dinner conversation. Lady Mayne was reminiscing. They came over to London ostensibly on holiday, but never went back.
"With the Romanovs here, have many White Russians settled?" asked Hugo, carefully keeping his voice matter-of-fact. "Yes, indeed," said Lady Mayne. "Clarissa met a charming Russian chap last year, son of a duke. Mr. Nicholas something?"
"Mr. Nikolaevich," said Clarissa, "the son of a Grand Duke."
"I studied Russian at school," said Hugo. "I'm not fluent, but it would be wonderful to speak with him."
"I haven't seen him recently." Clarissa's lips compressed, put out.
"Oh," said Hugo.
What other talents did Hugo have up his sleeve? Russian. How difficult was that? Was he good at everything? No, he'd struggled with learning dances and was rubbish at tennis. He was probably bluffing about speaking Russian to impress Clarissa. It was working. She was flirting with her eyes, and he was flirting right back.
"How does it turn out?" asked Lady Mayne, in a low voice. "The revolution in Russia, in your world?" "Badly," said Hugo.
Lady Mayne had addressed her question to Hugo. She wasn't to know that Sophie Arundel knew stuff too, bar conversational Russian.
"There were Russian students at our school," said Hugo, conscious that gulags and mass starvation were also inappropriate topics. "There was a trip to St. Petersburg planned a few years ago, but it was cancelled at the last minute. I was really disappointed."
"Why was it cancelled?" Clarissa asked Hugo, simpering prettily. "Russia annexed somewhere," said Sophie. She finished her petit pot de crème vanille, not crème brûlée with a burnt crust, only thick custard, and after coffee and more Dow's Port, Lady Mayne agreed to let everyone go to the basement bar.
"Just for a short while."
Freddie paid the bill, which remained a mystery, though Hugo was interested enough to glance at it. In the bar, it was mostly men drinking, sitting or standing in groups, obscured by cigarette and cigar smoke. But the chatter was relaxed. They perched on bar stools, while Lady Mayne asked for a glass of water and went to sit in a regular chair across from the bar, and Freddie addressed a waiter who was mixing cocktails with aplomb.
"What would you recommend?" "How about a blue blazer?"
The young man's New Jersey accent was straight out of The Sopranos.
"What's in it?" asked Freddie. "Whiskey, boiling water, and fire."
After mixing the initial drink, the bartender transferred a spectacular burning liquid from one tankard to another 4 times before adding sugar and lemon peel.
"Don't drink it too quick. It's hot,"
he warned unnecessarily, handing out the smoking, steaming brew in small tumblers. After one sip, Sophie put her tumbler aside. Way too strong. Even the smell, sharp and harsh, was making her cough. "Could I have water?" "And for me, please," said Clarissa. At home, Sophie would have carried on sipping, but she didn't trust herself not to lose it and snog Hugo. Did women get drunk here? She'd not seen anyone legless in the street, but she hadn't been on the street much, just a few steps in and out of taxis. After the blue blazer, the boys had a gin Ricky.
"Gin, lime and soda. Absolute classic,"
the bartender assured them with a swagger. Freddie handed over a banknote, and Clarissa, with half an eye on her mother, moved her stool closer to Hugo. A few minutes later, Freddie finished his drink, turned to Sophie, and, for no obvious reason, beamed and stared into her eyes. Freddie was handsome and kind, and Hugo clearly wasn't interested. Would be a kind of fairy tale ending, bagging the heir to Shorten. Clarissa shot Sophie what seemed like a genuine smile.
"You should have a tramp sandwich," said the barman. "Soak up the alcohol."
"Tramp sandwich?" Freddie was swaying, despite having one hand on the bar.
"Bread, butter and fries,"
explained the bartender.
"A chip butty is a wonderful thing,"
said Hugo, slurring his words.
"A chip butty. A tramp sandwich."
He began humming, gazing vaguely at Sophie and Freddie.
"Rebel, rebel."
Freddie blinked.
"Pardon?" "Rebel, rebel."
Now Hugo was peering earnestly into his cocktail glass.
"What's he singing?"
said Freddie, very slowly. "About a tramp," said Sophie.
"A destitute man? How odd."
"Not that sort of tramp, Freddie. It means a girl who's unconventional, rebellious, like a suffragette." Freddie frowned. "Okay, the word's a sexist insult," said Sophie, "suggesting a girl's promiscuous."
"He's insulting you? That is not on."
Freddie jumped off his stool and advanced on Hugo, who looked entirely unbothered. Sophie stood up to intervene. At the shooting party with Ethel and Alice, when she'd blithely dismissed drunken fights at the Ritz, she'd been tempting fate. Clarissa had already slipped off her seat and was in front of Hugo, presenting a formidable obstacle. But Freddie didn't notice. He clenched his right fist.
"Come on, defend yourself."
"We should go home." Lady Mayne was walking briskly towards the bar, her shrewd eyes on the boys. Sophie put her hand on Freddie's arm, and he instantly went still, as if turned to stone. "Hugo's not insulting me, or anyone, Freddie. It's a love song."
"I don't understand."
"The word tramp in the song is an endearment, a pet name, and because it can be an insult, it makes the romantic lyrics more powerful." She dropped her hand from his arm. Freddie shook his head, none the wiser. Explaining David Bowie's lyrics would be a challenge if Freddie were sober. Right now, impossible. She held Freddie's arm again, and as Clarissa helped Hugo off his bar stool, she winked at Sophie. It was a "we can sort this" wink. A mini crisis had turned her into an ally, if not a friend. 10 minutes later, in Eaton Square, Sophie helped Freddie out of the cab, but he stumbled, and when she steadied him, his lips brushed her cheek in a clumsy kiss. He really was very sweet. At home, she might have ended up in bed with him, behaved like a tramp. Hugo took hold of Freddie's other arm, concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other. Maud was waiting in the bedroom and made quiet tutting noises as she laboriously removed Sophie's gown and corset. A blue blazer fiery demon was dancing on Sophie's breath, an unfair legacy after one judicious sip. John would disapprove of slurring Hugo, and from all she'd heard about Freddie's valet, Mr. Farrow, he'd be mega unimpressed. She laid her head on the soft pillow. Hopefully the boys wouldn't remember their near brawl, and because they were boys, Lady Mayne might not consider their behaviour so outrageous that she needed to tell Anne. Freddie wouldn't care, but Hugo would. She was in a fantastic, eerie bower. Tall black flowers and trees were towering over her as she desperately kissed Hugo and unbuttoned his shirt. The bower dissolved into nothingness, empty and dead. And she woke with a start, disorientated. Her eyes adjusted to the dark. In a bedroom. Safe. Only a dream. Chapter 48. We'd have a great view from a bus. Sophie put down her napkin. In comparison to Shorten, the Maynes' dining room was modest, like a regular house, and she'd waited patiently until the boys had eaten an enormous cooked breakfast before trying to persuade them.
I'm not sure,
said Freddie, sipping his fourth cup of coffee.
I used buses all the time in our London.
Hugo was paler than usual, but okay, or using his acting skills.
I've never been on an omnibus,
said Freddie.
At home, you pay as you get on, with your card or phone, said Hugo. It's cheap and convenient.
Freddie made a face.
A card? A sort of money, said Hugo. I'll show you my wallet in Shorten. And how can you possibly pay for anything with a telephone?
Freddie put his palm against his forehead in a vain attempt to stop the pounding in his head. Payments taken directly from your account, said Sophie, so you don't need cash. Freddie made another face. Here, conductors take your fare, said Clarissa. I'm fairly sure. She turned to Sophie. But you will have to sit with vulgar people. Really, I wouldn't go. Now she'd realised Sophie Arundel couldn't derail the seducing Hugo project, Clarissa was looking out for her. But Sophie couldn't resist a little dig. This London is so exciting. What harm can it do? Freddie exhaled.
All right.
Clarissa glared. Wonderful. Back in Sophie's room, Maud was also concerned. You must be careful, miss. There'll be pickpockets and all sorts. I haven't any money. But as they walked from Eaton Square, Sophie repeated Maud's comments to Freddie.
I've only brought enough for the tour and lunch, he said. If it happens, it happens.
The weather was dry, so they sat on the bus's top deck at the front. As the bus set off, Freddie removed his hat and closed his eyes, and Hugo did the same. Sophie sympathised, remembering the aftermath of an unfortunate vodka episode with Isha. On the upside, as she'd suspected, the boys had no memory of their spat, were acting like nothing had happened. Rebel. Hugo had called her that after their visit to the Crooked Gate. Hadn't been a compliment. But last night, gazing in her direction, he'd hummed a love song. Lizard brain lust was a generic survival instinct. Maybe, in Hugo, it had just taken longer to fire up. The late August sun on his face emphasised new shadows under his eyes and a crease between his brows. No, he'd just been drunk. A pang of fierce regret ran through her, and she tried to focus on the bustling street ahead. Men, women and children in everyday clothes, sitting upright on rickety black bikes, weaved between shabby horse-drawn wagons and brightly coloured cars and buses, while pungent black smoke spewed from countless chimneys, mingling with petrol fumes and the sweet pong of horse manure. A young man stood beside a bike attached to a cart emblazoned with Wall's Ice Cream in cream letters. Not content with the sign, he was shouting in a sing-song voice, "Ice cream, cheap and lovely! Ice cream, cheap and lovely!" His cries faded as the bus sped past him and rattled around Piccadilly Circus, where Eros, the Archer statue, was taking aim at a column of spiralling smoke across the square. Painted in enormous lettering on one building was "Guinness is good for you," with "Bovril, Schweppes ginger ale" on another. Hugo was awake, casually holding his hat brim, pretending he'd worn top hats since kindergarten. She'd been such an idiot, lumping him in with his friends. In that last term, when Madison was leaving for Ascot, dressed up to the nines with an expensive hat, Sophie had let rip with a sarcastic wolf whistle, and for a precious moment, Madison had looked rattled. A mean gesture. And now this universe was exacting revenge. Her basket hat must have cost a fortune, and she was stuck with it. Even on a breezy open-air bus, it didn't move, embedded like a monstrous meteorite. The bus passengers were all wearing hats, as were the people on bikes or walking along the street. Men had bowlers, top hats or caps. Women's headwear was more varied, ranging from simple and small to expensive and intricate. And most of the men had moustaches or full beards. Hipsters, before they were called that. Freddie opened his eyes and turned towards her.
I hope I didn't behave inappropriately towards you last night. If I did, please accept my apologies.
You did nothing inappropriate, she said emphatically. He'd nearly punched Hugo, but only kissed her on the cheek.
Oh, good,
said Freddie. Hugo must have heard the exchange, but didn't say anything. Around Nelson's column, a group of serious people from the South London branch of something or other were waving banners and chanting slogans. Nearby, 2 bored policemen were leaning against a navy, weather-beaten police box, a dead ringer for Doctor Who's TARDIS. The bus stopped and started again, and they passed the Ritz, busy with customers and taxis, and sped on by Buckingham Palace, where the road was almost as quiet as Eaton Square. This was a smaller, more intimate London, yet to be squeezed by tourism, skyscrapers, and real estate madness. Sophie shifted slightly on the narrow bus seat. The thin cushioning wasn't designed for comfort. The top deck was crowded now. Skinny boys in tatty trousers, jackets, and caps sat in rows, jammed in. Women of all ages, in thin, worn dresses and bonnets, huddled together, their teeth yellow and uneven. One girl had no teeth at all. None of these people were tourists. They were going to or from work, and many of them were watching her and the boys, puzzled. Sophie didn't stare back. Even if riding the bus wasn't the done thing, Clarissa was missing out. They came into Trafalgar Square, and Sophie sat closer to Hugo, secretly enjoying the tingling feeling. The bus crossed Oxford Street, and she again glimpsed Selfridges. She'd get makeup for Anne there too. The bus thumped through a pothole, and Sophie grabbed the handrail, the metal cold under her linen gloves. Westminster Abbey loomed up, solid and eternal, and they passed the Houses of Parliament, eerily identical to the building at home, resurrected after the Blitz. Would it be bombed in a future war? She wouldn't know for 20 years. The thought gave her a shiver of unease.
This is fantastic, said Hugo. I'm so glad you nagged us into...
Angry shouting from below made the other passengers peer round, though nobody could see anything. The bus stopped.
You must get off, I'm afraid, or I will call a constable.
The male voice rang with authority and irritation. A dishevelled man and a tired-looking woman got off and shuffled along the pavement. 2 minutes later, the conductor came up to the top deck and addressed Freddie and Hugo.
They couldn't pay the fare. Everything's quite all right.
Why he felt he had to explain to the boys was a mystery. How awful, Sophie whispered to Hugo once the conductor had gone downstairs. But he might have lost his job if he'd let them stay.
Dinner cost a good few pounds last night.
Hugo checked Freddie couldn't hear.
The Great War was terrible, but it brought people together. All those young men. Not dead. And so many hungry and desperate. No wonder there are riots.
Nothing is inevitable until it happens, Sophie quoted from a half-remembered history lesson. Hugo didn't reply, his mouth twisting in a worried smile. After the bus tour, they went to Fortnum and Mason. The famous food store was the same as home, except for the expedition department, which was filled with the kind of supplies only a fantasist would take on a perilous quest. Butter knives, sauce boats, tins of quail and foie gras, Stilton cheese, lobster, boxes of wine, and more mundane food, like Scotch eggs, all ready to be packed into hampers to go off and conquer something. People didn't really take this stuff on adventures, said Sophie, examining a beautifully illustrated packet of crystallised ginger.
Oh, they did. I mean, they do, said Hugo. The Everest expedition of 1922 carried a mind-boggling amount of champagne.
Do you know everything? Said Sophie, only half joking. Hugo shrugged his broad shoulders.
I just remember trivia.
Useful for the Christmas quiz at school.
Then I got glandular fever, and everything went downhill.
But if you hadn't got sick, you wouldn't be here with me. It was fate. This was Hugo's chance to make a complimentary remark.
I don't believe in fate.
After Fortnum and Mason, they went to Selfridge's, and Sophie lingered on the pavement, admiring a fashion display beside a white banner proclaiming "New from Paris" in purple and green letters. Like Clarissa's dress, the skirts were shorter but still narrow, and the bodices were heavily corseted with elaborate sleeves. Edwardian fashion with a twist. Would be a while before she could wear flapper dresses, like in the 1920s at home.
Come on, Sophie, said Freddie. Let's go to the roof.
The roof?
It's wizard fun.
Inside the store, they headed towards a splendid lift. Actually, Freddie, I'd rather use the stairs, said Sophie. Another lift, different location. Could end up anywhere.
Are you sure? It's 9 floors. We'll see you there, said Hugo. I'll race you.
Freddie grinned and stepped into the lift. Sophie took the stairs one step at a time, restricted by her skirt, but by the 4th floor had to pause to catch her breath. This was silly. Hugo paused too.
If we ever do get home, we should get lift phobia counselling.
Not sure we'd get that on the NHS.
Might be worth paying for. Think of all the jobs we couldn't do.
Like what?
My cousin works in the cheese grater, said Hugo. 42nd floor.
Cheese grater?
Skyscraper. Looks like its nickname.
Sophie started on the next flight. She wasn't unfit. The corset was restricting her rib cage. Hugo could have raced ahead. Nice he hadn't.
But with lift phobia, said Hugo, there'd be no need for a gym subscription. We'd save a fortune.
If we didn't die of heart attacks. She stopped and tried to take deep breaths.
If we run from here, said Hugo, Freddie's still going to win.
This corset's so tight, even walking's hard work. He gave her a sympathetic smile, but hastily turned away. Well, that was bizarre. He'd looked sheepish, as if he'd done something dodgy, or imagined fetish underwear. Weren't boys supposed to think about sex every 7 seconds? Or was it minutes? Her imagination was out of control. Concentrate on walking. If she tripped over this stupid skirt, she'd break her neck. When they finally reached the top, she was struggling to breathe. Hugo opened a door.
I didn't expect this.
They stepped out into a garden with an artificial lake and formal fountains. Freddie was ambling towards them, past a small statue of an embracing naked couple. Unusual. Well, in this universe. Freddie took her arm.
Are you all right?
Just need a minute.
You should rest,
said Freddie. They sat on ironwork chairs in a pergola, surrounded by fruit trees and pink geraniums in large planters. This is a beautiful place, Freddie, said Sophie. Thank you for bringing us here. He smiled.
You're welcome.
His expression reminded her of how she felt about Charlotte. Fiercely protective, with a sort of wondrous gladness. The garden started spinning. She was hyperventilating.
Hugo, can you find some water?
Freddie's voice was far away.
She's going to faint.
Sophie closed her eyes and focused on breathing. Wearing a corset and the millstone hat, she couldn't put her head between her legs. In, out. In, out.
Drink this.
Hugo was giving her a glass of water. She took cautious sips. The water was wonderfully cold, with impressive ice cubes. And she felt better. Hugo was staring as if she'd grown wings. Logical. He'd only ever seen kickboxing javelin Sophie, not delicate fainting Sophie. This was as weird for him as it was for her.
I shouldn't have let you walk,
said Freddie. If anyone at home had treated her like a helpless, pathetic person, she'd have punched them or cursed like a sailor, but she was on a pedestal and adored, and it was mighty fine. Not brushing off Freddie's supporting arm, she slowly stood up. Shall we stroll? Hugo was still staring.
Sure. Are you sure?
Freddie asked Sophie, thinking Hugo's sure was a question. Honestly, I feel okay. Hugo gave her such an open, glorious smile that she felt dizzy again. She held on to Freddie's arm as inner butterflies fluttered and quivered. Get a grip. All she'd done was climb some stairs. Didn't women explore Africa in this kit? Another skill better practiced from birth. She gently extracted herself from Freddie. She could walk across the roof. Fashionably dressed couples mingled with young women in maids' uniforms and earnest youths in suits. One boy, in a jacket and cap, had traces of soot on his face. Sophie half expected to see Mary Poppins escorting her small charges towards a film set. They passed a cafe with a jaunty red awning and came to a mini golf course. Sophie had played the game on day trips with Auntie Wendy, and when she played around with the boys, she won easily.
That wasn't fair, said Freddie. You've played before.
I'm allowed some secrets, said Sophie, leaning stylishly on her golf stick. They walked on towards a wooden cabin.
Just when you think you've seen everything, said Hugo. You couldn't make it up.
Gun Club, said the sign. Attractive young women, wearing a lot more mascara and lipstick than Clarissa, were showing customers rifles and pistols. A girl of 6 or 7 was holding a handgun, shouting, "Bang! Bang!" And beside her, a woman in a brown dress and small matching hat was saying, "That's quite enough." A shop assistant addressed Sophie. "Would you like to join, miss? It's ladies only." "Thank you, no," she said, politely.
The man who owns Selfridges is American, said Freddie.
Hugo winked at her. He was saying, "No need to tell Freddie we already know this." Look impressed. She'd loved Mr. Selfridge, really missed her box sets. On the other hand, she was kind of living in one. At the edge of the roof, the view was spectacular, unblemished by skyscrapers or cranes. The shop window sign had said, "New from Paris," but this city, with pretty churches next to tiny homes, looked more like Paris than modern London. They headed to a first-floor restaurant for lunch, and Hugo and Sophie used the stairs again, despite Freddie's protests. Freddie was a smidgen away from manhandling Sophie into the lift, but common sense prevailed. And Sophie had learned her lesson. She took her time. In the restaurant, a fire had been lit in an imposing marble fireplace, though it wasn't cold. They sat at a table on the other side of the room beside picture windows overlooking Oxford Street, and Sophie took off her gloves and put them in her bag. The menu was in French again. Petite Marmite turned out to be a mysterious soup, nothing like real Marmite, and Suprême de volaille Khedivial sounded exotic, but was just chicken with mash. Sophie made the most of the potatoes. Car horns and angry shouting. She moved closer to the window. Along the storefront, the street had become packed with people, including children, yelling and jeering, and the traffic had stopped, jammed in by the crowd. Across the road on the pavement, a policeman was attacking a young woman, smashing down his truncheon again and again. The girl was holding a small hat to her head, trying to protect herself, but streams of blood were running down her face. Sophie froze in horror. She'd seen stuff on YouTube, but nothing like this. Another woman was lying across the same pavement, her head in the road. Her body was oddly twisted, and underneath her a red puddle was spreading out, like water from a blocked drain. Policemen were running, barging through the crowd waving truncheons. One stepped over the body in a single stride, not glancing or pausing, as if the woman was a pile of rubbish. Sophie gulped. Why was she watching? This wasn't a movie. But she'd never seen violence like this for real, and she was stunned. Something smashed through the window, and Freddie pushed her off her seat, falling on top of her. He scrambled up.
Hugo!
More glass shattered, and a woman screamed. What the hell was going on? Hugo was on the floor. Everything slowed and went quiet. Sophie rolled over and tried to crawl. No, impossible in a long skirt. She stood, and in a moment was beside him. His head, shoulders, and chest were entirely covered by an expanding pool of dark red blood. Chapter 49.
No!
Sophie's shout turned into a keening scream. Freddie was on his knees, his face white.
He's dead.
Sophie wanted to die, wanted oblivion, despair, dread, and murderous rage. She'd find who'd done this. A desperate, guttural rasping sound. Hugo was choking. Not dead. Sophie grabbed a napkin and wiped blood from his nose and mouth. Hugo spluttered and breathed, but blood was still streaming from his head. First aid instructions battled in her mind with unrealistic scenes from films. Freddie, he needs to sit up. They pulled him into a sitting position against a chair. Sophie pressed the napkin over the wound and sat beside him. In what seemed an instant, the napkin was soaked and her hands were red and sticky. A jab of pain shot through her palms and she gasped. She called over a waiter. "We need more napkins." The waiter hesitated. "A lot more."
Of course, madam.
Something flew past her and hit the wall with a crack. "Freddie, get the waiters to block off the windows with tables and barricade the doors." He gulped at her as if she was insane.
Hugo!
"I'll sort Hugo," said Sophie. "Go!" Hugo's head was lolling down. She pushed up his chin and got his head resting against the chair. The waiter returned with a pile of napkins. She made 3 into a pad and pushed it onto Hugo's head. Freddie came back and knelt on the floor, his hands wrapped in bloody napkins. He was mumbling under his breath. "What's with your hands?"
Cuts from window glass.
He glanced at Hugo.
He's covered in it.
There were nurses and ambulances in the 1920s, and the store would have a telephone. "Freddie, go check the waiters have dialed 999.
What do you mean?
"Right, no emergency number. The waiters need to phone the nearest hospital."
The operator will put them through.
He stood and walked slowly away, seemed mesmerised. Keeping pressure on Hugo's wound, Sophie examined her left palm. It was covered in Hugo's blood, but also her own, from too many cuts. Many superficial, others deep. Dizzy. Focus on Hugo. The sensation receded. Someone was touching her arm.
They phoned the hospital and the police.
Freddie sat beside her on the floor. Beyond the smashed windows was a roaring wall of noise, and Sophie's throat dried with fear. She must have blocked that out, coping with Hugo. And the roar was getting louder, more connected, and gathering pace. She felt a gut-wrenching terror. She knew that sound, had seen enough videos, signed the petitions. A hunting pack, tearing into its prey. No ambulance would get through that. Hugo was groaning and moving his head. Underneath bloody streaks, his face was white and clammy, but the blood flow had slowed. "Keep still." He was blinking, trying to open his eyes.
"Sophie."
"You've got a cut, a glancing blow. Everything's under control." She'd always been a good liar.
"You're a rubbish liar,"
said Hugo, his words slurred, as if he was still drunk. Alcohol. "Excuse me." Sophie raised her voice in what she hoped was an unpanicky way.
"Madam?"
The waiter who'd given her the napkins was picking up a brick from the floor. "Have we any brandy?"
"Of course, madam."
He scuttled off. Either awesomely trained or on automatic. It didn't matter. The waiter handed her a delicate glass of brandy, and as if the furore outside wasn't happening, began clearing used glasses from a nearby table. Sophie soaked a clean napkin with brandy and pushed the cloth firmly into Hugo's gash, wiping out glass and brick dust. Hugo swore, the shouted F-bomb anguished and clear against the general din. The waiter dropped his tray of glasses with a crash, an almost comic, appalled expression on his face. Freddie looked puzzled, and Sophie firmly closed her mouth, thinking the same word. She hadn't heard anyone swear in this England. Well, in the part they'd fallen into. She kept on with the napkins, giving thanks for heavy linen. One staunched the bleeding for minutes now, not seconds. Freddie put his hands over his ears as the noise beyond the shattered windows grew even louder, and Hugo swore again and clutched at her. His eyes were open, but rolling back in his head. "You're all right," she whispered. He closed his eyes and went limp. All she could do was stop him bleeding out and ensure the wound was clean. The rest was in the lap of the gods. A scream rang out from the pavement below. Okay, any mythical gods had their hands full. The blood coming from Hugo's head had almost stopped. Fingers trembling, she lifted the napkin, parted the gummy tangle of his hair, and suppressed a shudder. A gouge, wide and gaping. Janet's fatal wound had been a scratch. Freddie was picking slivers of glass out of his hands.
"Is he going to die?"
His voice was surprisingly calm. "Not if I can help it." All but one of the windows had gone. Tables were leaning drunkenly against the empty frames, and the restaurant doors were barricaded with tables and chairs. Diners were crowded near the fireplace, some dazed, some crying, others in earnest conversation, their words lost in the noise. Just discernible outside, above booze and chanting, someone was speaking through a loudhailer. Sophie couldn't make out the words. "What's that talking on the road?"
"They're reading the Riot Act,"
said Freddie. "How does that help?"
"Once the act's been read, people have to leave the street or the army starts shooting."
"A bit extreme."
"How else do you clear a mob?"
said Freddie, his eyes on Hugo. Hugo's skin was white-grey, and his hands were icy cold. Sophie whispered in his ear, "You're going to be fine," and told herself the lie sounded confident, reassuring. Outside, noisy fireworks exploded. A pristine, regular pop, pop, pop. Not fireworks. Gunfire. The braying on the road faltered and morphed into chaotic screaming. Sophie lifted up the napkin. The blood flow had definitely stopped, but now she could properly see it. The yawning wound looked worse. And because the brick dust was red, she couldn't be sure the wound was clean. She asked for more brandy. The waiter brought a bottle. She sloshed it on another napkin and quickly but thoroughly wiped the inside of the gouge again. Hugo swore and flinched and made odd breathing noises. "I know it hurts." She laid a fresh napkin over the cut. "There, finished." She turned to Freddie. "Keep the napkin over the wound and support him so he stays sitting up. The dress department will have needles and thread." The ground floor might be full of looters, but she'd take her chances.
"No."
Freddie touched her arm.
"Help will come soon. Listen."
The shouting and screaming outside sounded further away. "Soon won't cut it." She stood on stiff legs and hurried towards the barricaded doors, but stopped by an elderly woman lying on the floor. A wiry, white-haired man was holding the lady's hand, muttering familiar words. He was praying. "I may be able to help," said Sophie. She knelt, her knees crunching on glass through her skirts.
"Brick. Hit her here."
The man gestured at his own chest.
"Knocked her over."
Red dust was scattered over the woman's white dress. There was no outward sign of injury, but her lined face was too still. Sophie felt the lady's wrist for a pulse. It was there, but erratic. Good. Amateur resuscitation might kill her. Anyway, would have terrified the husband. She opened the woman's mouth and felt about. The airway was clear. Sophie shook glass slivers from the lady's clothes. A waiter brushed the carpet, and Sophie turned her gently on her side. "In case she's sick." Sophie got to her feet and went towards the doors, but a waiter stepped in front of her.
Not safe, madam.
My name is Sophie Arundel. I need thread to stitch a wound. When I come back, if it's safe, I'll repeat my name.
Wait.
Another waiter was putting an ancient telephone handset into a cradle on top of a narrow metal column with a dial at its base.
A nurse is here. Safe to open up.
As soon as the doors were ajar, a young woman in a white apron, dress, and box hat walked briskly in with a leather bag. Sophie touched her arm to get her attention. Have you needle and thread? For stitches? Yes, if necessary. She scanned the room. How many casualties? People were still crying by the fireplace, but Sophie searched her memory, recalling what the instructor had said on the trauma course at school. If they're making a loud noise, they're not about to croak. 2 seriously hurt. The nurse went over to the injured woman, heard about the brick, and checked her pulse. She smiled at the husband. More help is on its way, sir. The whalebone in her corset might have protected her. When the nurse moved on to Hugo and examined his wound, Sophie told her about the napkins and brandy. You're a nurse? No. The girl looked puzzled, but said, He may get away without stitches. She delved into her bag, took out a roll of cloth, and deftly bandaged Hugo's head, so the cut was kept closed. The dressing covered half his face. A peal of gunfire outside rattled what was left of the windows, but Sophie didn't turn from the nurse. He needs an ambulance. He's walking wounded. Sophie started to argue, but the memory of the body on the pavement and the policeman attacking the girl made her stop. Understood. The nurse hurried off, and while Freddie continued to prop up Hugo, Sophie picked out glass from her palms. Hugo opened one eye, the one not covered by the bandage. Relief rushed through Sophie. She felt faint with it. What? Hugo put his hand on the bandage. A brick, said Sophie. But it didn't hit you full on. You've lost a bit of blood. Understatement was good. You're going to be fine.
People always say that,
said Hugo. I'm not people. Emboldened by adrenaline, she placed a delicate kiss on his clammy forehead. He closed his eye again.
Now I know I'm going to die. He's making jokes, said Freddie. That's a good sign.
Yes. She mentally crossed her fingers. Hugo wasn't sitting up by himself, still slumped against Freddie, and his face was grey.
Is that for me?
Freddie was pointing at the bottle of brandy. It is, but it's not for drinking. Keep propping up Hugo. Sophie picked up the bottle. Hold out your hands. She sounded like a schoolteacher. Have you got all the glass out?
As much as I can.
She poured brandy over Freddie's palms. He gasped and winced.
It stings.
She extracted more slivers from her own palms and poured on the alcohol, hoping the remaining glass would work its way out. Most of the slashes were paper-thin cuts, but they really hurt. She couldn't imagine Hugo's pain. She sat on his other side on the floor, mirroring Freddie. Hugo opened one eye again.
How are you feeling, old chap? Asked Freddie.
Bloody awful. Hugo fidgeted, his back against the chair, sitting more upright. Freddie gave Sophie a relieved glance.
We should stay until it's definitely safe to leave.
Hugo grabbed Sophie's arm, trying to stand. Don't move, she said firmly. Stay there.
No.
Reluctantly, she and Freddie helped him to his feet, but Hugo slipped on the bloody carpet and nearly fell. He swore again under his breath. Here, said Sophie, guiding him so he sat in a chair.
You'll be right as rain in no time.
Freddie brought over 2 more chairs. As Sophie and Freddie sat beside him, Hugo closed his eye and slumped in his chair, and Freddie held onto his arm.
What's that word he keeps saying?
It was clear from Freddie's guileless tone that he genuinely didn't know. The waiter had recognised the Anglo-Saxon expletive. Hearing it shouted across the restaurant had made him drop his tray of glasses. But Freddie's sheltered upbringing was a precious part of his character, his straightforward goodness, and Sophie wasn't about to trash that, or describe the word's biological meaning, even with euphemisms. She smiled at him. What bad luck? Freddie nodded, as if he'd known all along. Hugo's face had lost some of the disturbing greyness. Well, the bit Sophie could see, but he was gripping the sides of his chair, his knuckles white. Sophie closed her hands over his, and gradually, he relaxed. The people by the fireplace had stopped crying and whispering, and outside there was complete silence. Men arrived with a stretcher and carried away the injured woman, and waiters took the tables from the windows, and, just like a regular day, began laying clean tablecloths and cutlery and plates. Now the need for action was over. Sophie felt a surge of unexpected energy. Hugo might be okay.
What happened again?
Hugo sounded confused. Freddie patted him on the back.
Just some bad luck.
Sophie walked over to the fireplace, finding comfort in the amber flames, and examined her sore palms. Firelight danced over the pale skin and bloody cuts, turning the gridded lines shiny red, like the aftermath of a pagan sacrifice. With luck, Hugo's life wouldn't be sacrificed today. Or ever. When he was steadier, she'd get him seated by the fire, warm and safe. Her heart jumped and began hammering. This wasn't lizard brain lust blindly ramping up to survive. She was in love with him. Violently, stupidly, in love. Misery ran through her, so strong and hopeless that she swayed. He didn't feel the same. And never would. Chapter 50.
Sophie, you were magnificent.
Freddie was beside her, holding her shoulders. I did trauma first aid at school.
I don't care. You're wonderful.
He planted a dramatic kiss on her temple.
And Hugo's going to be all right.
I hope so. Hugo was watching them, still gripping the arms of his chair. Was being in love a permanent thing? Was there a cure? People who fell for psychopaths and serial killers likely fell out of love pretty fast. But Hugo wasn't crazy or evil. The nearby fire was warm, but she shivered, picturing a lonely future stretching out over decades.
Ladies and gentlemen, the riot is over.
A sharp-suited man was addressing the room.
But the army has advised that customers should stay within the store for at least an hour. Afternoon tea will be served shortly.
Even after a riot, there was afternoon tea. Surely went some way to explain how Britain had acquired an empire where the sun never set. Whatever the morality of empires, the certainty of afternoon tea was a wonderful gift to the world. And Hugo's bandage was mostly white, not red. But as Sophie relaxed, what had happened replayed in her brain. The blood. The powerlessness. She never wanted to feel that again. She'd have murdered the brick thrower. And if they were dragged in front of her right now, she'd kill them, in cold blood. She drew a long, slow breath. This mindless determination for revenge, even fiercer than when her parents were killed. It was shock. It would fade. They shook glass from their clothes, and Sophie went to the store's impressive ladies' loos to clean her face. In the unforgiving mirrors, her face looked pallid and her dress was sodden red. But her hat had escaped relatively unscathed, only dented. When she returned to the restaurant, they had tea by the fire. Eat a little. Sophie pushed a plate of sandwiches across the table towards Hugo. He ate a tiny cucumber sandwich, sipped his tea, and said nothing at all. When people began to leave, Freddie wandered over to a hole that had once been a window. The late summer day had turned prematurely dark, the sun obscured by storm clouds and driving rain. "What are you doing?" asked Sophie.
Checking it's safe.
I can't hear anything.
You're right. It's over.
Freddie turned on his heel, his firm mouth pressed into a tired line. After he'd signed a credit note for the brandy and afternoon tea, Sophie said, "How do they know you'll pay?"
The estate office deals with that.
How wonderful, never having to worry about your credit rating. She frowned. Why was she thinking about trivia? She helped Hugo out of his chair. He was wobbly, so she and Freddie walked him arm in arm across the room towards the lift. As the lift doors opened, revealing a polished mahogany interior, Hugo tensed, but Sophie squeezed his arm and guided him across the threshold. He could hardly walk, never mind navigate stairs. After the doors closed and the lift started to go down, Hugo swayed, and Sophie was wholly focused on holding him up. But when the doors opened on the ground floor of Selfridge's, she felt a rush of relief. Just a regular lift. Their path to the exit was strewn with fallen mannequins and overturned displays, and every store window was smashed. Yet, outside, the street was eerily quiet. Freddie put on his top hat and kept hold of Hugo's.
"Let's get off the main street."
"The entrance to the tube's right there," said Sophie, pointing to a sign.
"Never used it," said Freddie. "Would it be easier than taking a cab?"
Getting Hugo safely down even a few stairs? No. She wasn't thinking straight. Apart from an occasional couple or solitary person, the wet streets were deserted. If this had happened at home, there would have been police cars, ambulances, and sirens. Freddie eventually found a cab.
"Are you all right, Gov?"
The driver shook his head.
"What's the world coming to?"
Sophie sat with Hugo's hand in hers. Freddie was awkwardly holding Hugo's other hand, and Hugo's eyes were fixed on the back of the driver's head. Freddie's clothing was ruined, but Hugo was in another league. His grey suit was now red, and his bandage looked like a clumsy stage prop. If they ever got home, she'd never dress up for Halloween again. Fake blood overload wasn't fun when you'd seen it for real. Her corset was pressing hard into her hips. Adrenaline was ebbing away. The butler didn't turn a hair when he opened the Main's front door.
"Could I ask you to pay the cab fare?" said Freddie. "We ran into a spot of bother."
Sophie let go of Hugo, and Freddie guided him inside the house. When Hugo reached the bottom of the stairs, Sophie took his arm again, and with Freddie holding his other arm, they slowly climbed the stairs. The boys went on to Hugo's room, and Sophie opened her bedroom door. Maud turned. "Miss." It wasn't often Maud was lost for words. "We're okay. I'll tell you all about it." But she couldn't. Not the scene outside Selfridge's, or inside. Which was odd, because the woman dying in the road, the policeman hitting the girl, and Hugo drowning in blood was playing like a DVD in her head. And wouldn't stop. Maud carefully took off Sophie's sodden hat. "I'll pad this with paper as it dries, miss." Once out of her trashed clothes, Sophie put on her dressing gown, and down the corridor, Maud helped her into a bath. "Everyone's all right, miss. That's the main thing." Sophie winced as her fingers met the hot water, and she willed it to wash away the replay. "Miss, it's nothing, Maud. Only my hands." Maud took Sophie's right hand and turned it over, then let go, putting her own hand to her mouth. Then Sophie cried. Heavy, wrenching sobs. Maud stood silently as Sophie cried herself out. After the bath, Sophie wrapped herself in a towel, sat on a stool, and tried to stop trembling. The bath water whirling into the plug had red trails, and the towel had bloody handprints. It was illogical, but Sophie felt embarrassed. "Sorry." Maud left, but quickly returned with a small hip flask. She unscrewed the top and put the flask gently into Sophie's hand. "This will help, miss." "I thought you didn't approve of drinking." Sophie's voice was shaking like her body. "This is different, miss. Think of it as medicine." Sophie took a swig, and fiery rum slipped down her throat. It did help. "It must have been horrible to make you so upset. Think what you did at the shooting party. Weren't put off by Charlotte or blood or anything. You're as brave as a man." Why did Maud think only men were brave? Sophie took another sip of rum. She likely was as brave as most men, but a bravery spreadsheet would be pretty wide, wouldn't be in the really brave column. In the bedroom, She put the flask aside, and Maud bandaged her hands, covering her palms but leaving her fingers free. "Have a rest before dinner, miss. You have time." Maud plumped a pillow. Would the replay stop if she could sleep? Sophie curled up on the coverlet and closed her eyes. On the edge of consciousness, mumbling, "No." Hugo was choking. Sophie leapt off the bed, ran to a table with a bowl and vomited, managing to keep most of the mess contained. For a long moment, she stood there, resting her hands on the table, her head bowed. This would pass, and Selfridge's the movie needed to play itself out, or it would come back worse, in years or decades, like with army veterans. She poured water from a jug into a glass and drained it, seeing again the woman contorted on the ground. Then another memory, admiring the window display, dawdling on the pavement. That could have been her, lying in her own blood. Maud came in, noted the bowl, and removed it without a word. When she returned, Sophie said, "How many hatpins did we pack?" Maud rummaged in Noah's Ark. 3, miss." From now on, she'd insert an extra one. "Do you think this trouble will spread to the country, miss?" "I don't know, but the gamekeepers have guns. Anyone who threw bricks deserved a bullet." She pushed the thought away. Yes, still in shock. Maud's eyes widened. "Do you think they might have to shoot people?" "I'm sure it won't come to that." Though she wasn't sure. About anything. "Lady Mayne asked if you felt able to come downstairs, miss." "Of course." The stinging on her palms had faded, and the horror film had to stop soon. Maud took out a clean corset. Hugo's blood had seeped through Sophie's dress, staining her underwear. "Lucky you packed to spare." Sophie's words repeated ironically in her head. Just 4 weeks after she'd been laced into one, going corsetless in public felt beyond slovenly, like wandering around a convenience store in pyjamas. A short while later, Sophie was respectably dressed, and Maud smiled, believing brave Sophie happily restored. Downstairs, Clarissa, her parents, and the boys were already in the drawing room. Hugo was sitting on a sofa, wearing his brown suit. He looked dazed, and his face was nearly as white as the bandage. Clarissa was sitting beside him, her body language protective and possessive. She couldn't have got any closer unless she'd climbed onto his lap, only prevented by her hobble skirt and social convention. Sophie sat on the nearest chair.
"How are you, my dear?"
asked Lady Mayne. "Fine." Compared to Hugo, she was fine. "Hugo might need stitches."
"Tomorrow, when he's feeling stronger,"
said Lady Mayne. Freddie gave Sophie a chin-up smile. His hands were bandaged like hers.
"I suppose we will read about it tomorrow,"
said Lord Mayne to the room in general.
"Perhaps we should leave town. Better safe than sorry."
He paused.
"What do you think, Hugo?"
It wasn't surprising that Lord Mayne would ask Hugo. Hugo might be distressed and disorientated with a serious head injury, but he was still the fount of all wisdom. She, on the other hand, wasn't worth consulting. And that wouldn't change, even if she'd trained as a paramedic or performed open-heart surgery outside Selfridge's.
"I suppose it depends whether the disorder gets worse and spreads,"
said Hugo, his voice quiet and careful.
"We have riots at home, usually in the summer, but there are marches all the time. A small group got inside Fortnum and Mason a few years ago." "What were they protesting about?"
asked Lord Mayne.
"Animal rights, I think. I'm not sure."
Silence. The entire Mayne family and Freddie stared at him.
"Life went on, but in the end, it's what you feel comfortable with."
Another, slightly less baffled, silence. Despite his pallor, Hugo appeared to be almost normal. Tension that had been making Sophie's shoulders stiff, though she'd barely noticed, eased a little.
"We should dine here tonight," said Lady Mayne.
That evening, Hugo had supper in bed, and Sophie determined to carry on as normal. Or pretend to. For dinner, she wore a new, pale cream damask gown. Clarissa's dress was prettier, effectively silver with hundreds of hand-sewn reflective beads. Sophie wiped her clammy forehead with her handkerchief. She didn't care. For a moment, she briefly shut her eyes against the horror film still playing in her head. No, bad idea. Increased the intensity. She coped fine with mushroom soup, but when the main course arrived, she couldn't cut the cauliflower or the potatoes.
Sophie.
Freddie was rolling his eyes up to a footman and down at his plate. His meal had been cut into small, bite-sized chunks. If she'd been caught up in an incident at home, Isha would have made sympathetic noises, fed her chocolate cake and ice cream. That would have worked. But pretending everything was okay sort of worked too. Understatement had been refined over centuries to cope with pain and death and everything in between. Probably sustained the whole empire. The footman smiled at her and took her plate. And, like most things, understatement was easier with staff. It surely deserved a memorable name. The Shorten Code. Yes, that summed it up. Almost extinct at home, but at Hadley it had been the biggest unwritten rule. Behave properly when your team lost, don't show off if you win a prize, and if you have a problem, make light of it. The world shifted. She was back in Miss Parncut's study. She exhaled, focusing on the present, despite the tape running in her head on a loop. Clarissa put her cutlery together on her still full plate and turned to Sophie.
I am so glad you were able to help Hugo.
Clarissa hesitated.
We got off on the wrong foot, didn't we? Could you teach me some basic nursing?
I'm not a nurse, but I can explain first aid. Clarissa genuinely cared for Hugo, and it was clear he cared for her, didn't judge her because her father had made his money in trade.
I have been considering the situation, said Lord Maine, addressing the whole room. We should move to the country until things settle down.
Speaking to everyone at once was evidently a Lord Maine thing. After dinner, Sophie didn't linger in the drawing room with Lady Maine and Clarissa, grateful to retreat to a sympathetic, if talkative, Maud. The main servants are already packing, and we could leave in the morning, depending on what the doctor says. Sophie lay on the bed, fully clothed. Make the horror film stop. Sleep. Maud got the hint, and speedily helped Sophie undress. She'd feel better tomorrow. The next morning, she did feel better. The horror film was still playing, but easier to ignore. On the way to breakfast, she met Freddie on the landing.
The doctor's putting in stitches, he said, his face grim.
Hopefully, Hugo was drugged up on laudanum. 10 minutes later, the doctor came into the dining room. He was short and wiry, not given to chit-chat.
Give it 24 hours before he travels, and leave the bandage on for 5 days. He's young and strong. Rest is what he needs. Whoever stopped the bleeding and cleaned the wound saved his life.
He walked briskly towards the front door. Hugo really could have died. But the trauma course deserved the credit, laid on after the bombing in Manchester. How mad to think terrorism could have an upside. An alive Hugo. Still ignoring the horror film, Sophie went into the drawing room with Clarissa and drew diagrams, trying to summarise the trauma course in an hour. She'd expected Clarissa to bail, but she was calm and focused.
You'd tie a tourniquet there?
Clarissa put her finger on the drawing. Yes, as tightly as possible. You can't worry about it hurting them more. If help doesn't arrive, you'll need to gradually loosen it, but not so much they bleed out.
And they'll survive?
The instructor had talked about treating casualties within the golden hour, survival rates improving as medics gained more expertise during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Manage expectations. Most people will still die from shock and infection.
One can but try,
said Clarissa, her eyes still on the sketch.
This trouble started in Spitalfields.
Where's that?
Nowhere near here. East London.
But after the shooting party, I overheard my father on the telephone saying the unrest was spreading. When I asked him about it, he said we shouldn't discuss it, because it could cause panic. That's why I thought going on the omnibus was unwise. Bad times made for strange allies. Freddie came in. He looked shattered. "Elevenses." Clarissa stood, pulled a bell pull, and sat down again.
He's still bleary.
Freddie flopped into an armchair. "Understandable in the circumstances." Clarissa gestured at Sophie's diagrams. "I've been learning what to do if this happens again." Sophie glanced at him. "I'll take you through the basics. It won't take long." Freddie paled.
I should stay with Hugo.
He hastily stood up and disappeared out of the door. The maid came in, poured coffee, and took Freddie's cup upstairs. "Freddie's a dear," said Clarissa, "and Hugo's going to be fine." "Yes." The film skipped to Hugo drowning in his own blood. Think about something else. But her brain shifted to the brick thrower, making them confess. Her mother's voice sounded in her head, silencing the rerun, turning it into a silent movie. "Forgive those who trespass against us." Noble, rational Sophie would triumph. Just needed time. Checking on Hugo would help. Before lunch, she knocked on his door and, after a moment, went in. Freddie wasn't there, and Hugo was in pyjamas in bed, half sitting up, but dozing. On his head was a new, smaller bandage that didn't cover his eye. She turned to leave, but hesitated. Maybe if he knew how she felt. Nothing to lose. She gently took his hand in hers, but he snatched it away. He blinked, disorientated.
What are you doing?
"Sorry. Just wanted to see how you were."
I'm fine, Sophie. I'll be better soon.
She smiled at him, but inside, emptiness was spreading. The tiny flicker of not knowing, of hope, had been snuffed out. Chapter 51. "See you again soon," Clarissa trilled, as they left the following morning. Sophie turned in the taxi seat and waved, but she felt wretched. The hurt of Hugo's rebuff still raw. When she'd helped him to the taxi, she'd worried he'd shrug her off. He hadn't, but that was small comfort. She clasped her hands in her lap. At the station, she and Freddie walked Hugo carefully across the concourse and onto a chilly platform. At the tail end of August, autumn had arrived with a snap. Once seated in their carriage, Freddie said,
We should never have come to London.
Hugo was already asleep, slumped where the seat met the carriage partition by the corridor. Sophie was sitting on his other side, in case he suddenly slumped the other way. There were no armrests or headrests, but the rich red brocade upholstery was soft and comfortable. Sophie lowered her voice. "Freddie, you couldn't have known." Her reflection in the train window was theatrically pale, a frumpy vampire in period costume. She really needed makeup. She watched the houses and gardens speeding past. Why was she fretting about mascara and lipstick? Hugo wouldn't notice if her lashes were darker, her lips redder, or her hair was on fire. Anyway, eating was difficult enough. Applying makeup would be impossible. The cut on her index finger met around the base and wound up to the nail, like a creepy tattoo ring. Would never completely fade. The movie started. Think about something else. Anne and Charlotte and Jack. Everything will get back to normal. Freddie leaned forward from his seat opposite.
If anything had happened to you, I don't...
Well, it didn't, said Sophie, picturing a newly groomed Charlotte transformed into a brown Labrador, but with impressive doodle eyebrows.
Luckily.
Freddie stood and adjusted a metal dial on the wall.
It'll get cosy warm in a minute.
In the mellow light of the gas lamp behind him, his face was softer, more mysterious. He sat opposite her again, and his lips curved in an affectionate smile. Freddie liked her. Really liked her. He'd only flirted at the ball, and, except when he'd been drunk, never tried to kiss her. But that was consistent with strict dating rules. When she'd first met Freddie and shaken his hand, her skin had prickled with recognition. It had made no sense at the time, but maybe she'd been given a glimpse of the future. Their future? Finding Anne had felt like the end of a quest, but what if it wasn't? If she married Freddie, she could protect Hugo better, and if the country collapsed in an all-out revolution, they'd persuade Richard to move to America, bail early, like this world's Russian royals. The train flashed past a platform, so fast she missed the name. Only for local trains. Too many stations to count, just on this line. All those unknown passengers, happy, sad, kind, mean, en route to different destinations. Different destinations. She looked out the window, her mind racing, not seeing the scenery. Instead, she was picturing the lift, gold and solid. The signs for infinity and pi. And the sketches. Both versions of H.G. Wells had seen a sphinx on the door in the pub, and in the time machine, the statue of the sphinx was symbolic. The drawing of the big house on the lift had to represent the manor. Apart from Alan, all the visitors lived and worked there. And if all the images were emblematic, not literal, then Alan's mansion on fire represented him burning his bridges when he'd alienated the Lacys, and the road or river that forked showed him choosing a different path, running the crooked gate. Whether there were 4 ships that travelled between universes, or 1, and the doors changed, each visitor saw their own destination. The other sketches she'd seen made no sense, but were academic now.
"Are we nearly there yet?"
said Hugo, his eyes still closed.
"A couple of hours."
Freddie frowned.
"He's not well enough to go to the dining car."
"I'm happy to stay here," said Sophie. Hugo opened his eyes.
"I'm up for lunch."
He stood with care and slowly walked with Freddie out of the compartment. Sophie followed, just as slowly, negotiating the narrow corridor in her basket hat.
"You should try to eat,"
said Freddie, as they sat at their table.
"It will give you strength."
Hugo covered his mouth to cough, his throat irritated by predictable cigarette smoke.
"You're right, but you guys can order. I can't face it."
"Guys?" asked Freddie. "Chaps," said Sophie.
"But you're not a chap,"
said Freddie. Chapesses," said Sophie. "It can mean girls as well as boys."
"Chapesses,"
repeated Freddie, half to himself, reading the menu. Hugo stifled a giggle. A good sign.
"Are you ready to order, sir?"
The waiter was addressing Freddie.
"Absolutely."
Freddie turned to Sophie. "Soup and chicken, please." Last time, the vegetables had been soft. The boys had steak again, and Hugo cut up Freddie's meal and hers. The waiters and other diners, schooled from birth in the Shorten Code, didn't stare at their strapped hands and Hugo's bandage, let alone comment. Back in their carriage, Hugo was soon asleep again, his breathing slow and even, and the sound was contagious. Despite the challenge of resting her hat against the wall by the window, Sophie fell asleep, and Freddie had to wake them both up when the train reached their station. With Freddie's help, Sophie safely manoeuvred Hugo off the train, and they walked in weak sunshine to where Reynolds was waiting with the car. Hugo climbed gingerly into the front passenger seat, and Sophie sat beside Freddie in the back.
"I'm a bit shaky,"
Hugo said as they set off.
"But I feel okay."
He settled in his seat and closed his eyes. A new, pure relief enveloped Sophie, and in its wake came an unexpected serenity. Hugo would never feel like she did. But he was alive and well and strong. Reynolds drove at a leisurely 20 miles an hour. Sophie breathed in the fresh country air, and the leather scent from the seats and the purr of the engine wrapped her in an invisible comfort blanket.
Nearly home.
Freddie put his bandaged hand tenderly over hers. She met his soft brown eyes and didn't move her hand. She could love Freddie. The car turned into the sweeping drive, tyres crunching on the gravel, and Freddie shyly released her hand. Anne and Richard were waiting on the front steps with Miss Blackmore and the dogs. Jack was sitting patiently, but Charlotte, sleek and newly groomed, was straining excitedly against her lead. The sun was glinting on the manor's mullioned windows, and the green Virginia creeper on the gable was starting to change colour, transforming into a vibrant, welcoming red. Hugo opened his eyes as the car came to a stop.
The house is looking good.
Better than good. Sophie smiled at Anne and Richard and tilted her hat brim to better see them. The manor looked like home. Epilogue. His brow furrowed as he sat down to read the letter. They arrived back yesterday. Mr. Harrington was injured in a riot, but will recover. He gazed out at the wind-swept green through the upstairs window and tapped his blunt fingers on the tatty wooden desk. 3 weeks since their last lift theory. Confirmation they'd given up. And yet... Reaching out to a nearby shelf, he brought down a metal box and placed it on the table. His spine ached. He stretched, and it faded. Couldn't complain. Given his age, he was in reasonable nick. Fishing a key from his pocket, he unlocked the box, lifted the lid, and put the letter in with the others, then relocked it. Eddington and all those scientists couldn't find the lift. Unlikely ordinary visitors could. But if they did, he was ready. Dealing with them wouldn't be difficult, and he'd bury their bodies deep, like his secret. He smiled to himself as he returned the box to the shelf. All would be well. I hope you enjoyed Stranded. Reviews are the most effective way of building awareness of an audiobook you've enjoyed. Rosalind would really appreciate it if you'd spend just a few minutes leaving a review where you bought this audiobook. And if you'd like to listen to the prequel of the Shorten Chronicles, you can easily download it. Just go to Rosalind-Tate.com and click on Free Book and Audiobook. This has been a Tobe Publishing production. Stranded, The Shorten Chronicles, Book 1. Written by Rosalind-Tate. Read by Katie Sobey. Produced by Chatterbox Audio. Copyright Rosalind-Tate 2020. Production copyright 2022. Tobe Publishing.
I hope you enjoyed Stranded. If you'd like to listen to the free prequel, just go to my website, Rosalind-Tate.com, and click on Free ebook and Audiobook. This has been a Tobe Publishing production. Stranded, The Shorten Chronicles, Book 1. Written by me, Rosalind-Tate. Read by Katie Sobey. Copyright Rosalind-Tate 2020. Production copyright 2022. Chatterbox. Tobe Publishing.